Chapter 1 Treasure Hunting System. Treasure hunting system is being bound. System binding successful. Jiang Yu sat up sleepily, picked up the cell phone on his pillow and looked at it. It was already 7 in the morning. He touched his cheek and it hurt a little. Well, it was sneak attacked by that grandson last night, it won't be swollen, right? He put on his clothes and walked to the mirror, and sure enough, the upper side of his right cheek was a bit bruised and swollen, although it was not very obvious, but it was clearly visible. But thinking of the other party's 2 incisors being knocked out by himself, he felt much better in his heart. What treasure hunting system just now? Was Dad watching a treasure hunting program? Before the words left his mouth, a treasure hunt image suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Frightened, he hurriedly turned his head, but the treasure hunting picture was still in front of his eyes. Holy shit, how did I hallucinate? Is it possible that the nerves are being disoriented? Not so much, it's just a punch in the cheek. Host, you are not hallucinating, this is the treasure hunting system interface. Who is it? Who's talking? I am the treasure hunting system. After a few minutes, Jiang Yu figured out the treasure hunting system and was speechless for a long time. He is a fan of network novels, know all kinds of systems in the novels, just did not think it would really happen on their own. Is this heaven's reward for my bravery last night? Through chatting with the system, he learned that he would get a treasure hunt opportunity every day, and what he drew depended entirely on luck. The treasure hunt interface is similar to a certain pesticide game's treasure hunt, only the rewards are different. The treasure hunt system rewards more things, there are hundreds of rewards. Jiang Yu looked at the screen in front of him, felt incomparable novelty. Is this the legendary virtual imaging system? Of course, this is more powerful than the kind of virtual imaging concept set on the network, because the treasure hunting interface composed of light and shadow can only be seen by himself. This is definitely a super top-notch technology. Jiang Yu silently recited treasure hunt once in his mind, and the treasure hunt interface in front of him rotated and stopped after a few seconds. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary strength card. Primary strength card, permanently increase strength value by 10 points after use, whether to use or not. Use. Instantly, Jiang Yu felt a warm current surging through his body and his strength increased quite a bit. If he encountered last night's incident again, he felt he could beat the shit out of the other party. Little you, get up and eat. The voice of Jiang's mother outside the door interrupted his why. Jiang Yu hurriedly walked out of the room and started to wash up for dinner. While eating, Wan Suxian saw a little bruise on his face and asked curiously, "What happened to your face, little you?" "Nothing, Mom, last night accidentally knocked on the table." "How so careless, don't review too late at night, although the college entrance examination is coming soon, but also pay attention to rest." "I know, Mom." Jiang Yu returned with a calm face. His grades are in the middle of the class, belonging to the kind of bottle is not full, half bottle shaking. Jiang Yu lived in a 4th-tier city in the north, named Bushesui City. He is a senior high school student. There is more than a month's time will be the college entrance examination. His father works in the organization, Drive for a Lifetime, or an old clerk, mainly related to his character, do not like to slip. Mother is the head nurse of a hospital department, the 2 income can be, is sometimes busy. After breakfast, Jiang Yu rode a battery car to school. Because the school is closer to his home, he became a morning student. In 6 or 7 minutes, he arrived at the school entrance. At the entrance of the school, a girl with a single ponytail and a plain face stood there looking around. Her features were exquisite and flawless, wearing the Bushy Water 3rd middle school uniform, like a lotus flower that comes out of the silt but does not get dyed, and the Mondi League does not become a demon. She was clear and innocent and beautiful. Seeing Jiang Yu, she quickly walked over. Walking close, Lin Xingya saw the bruises on his cheeks and asked softly, "Are you? Your face all right?" Jiang Yu saw her with a smile on his face. "It's fine, it'll be fine in a couple days. Thank you for last night, if it wasn't for you I would have." "No need to be polite, we are all classmates, encountered this kind of thing, how can I ignore, you are fine." Lin Xingya softly She is introverted and shy, and she doesn't know what to say below. Let's go in together, otherwise we'll be late in a while." Jiang Yu's character was outgoing, the atmosphere was not so awkward, the two chatted idly and entered the school. After walking for a while, the two separated. Lin Xingya went to the classroom, Jiang Yu went to put the car. Last night, after Jiang Yu finished his evening study, on his way home he saw 2 drunks pulling Lin Xingya. At the time, he didn't see that it was Lin Xingya and went over to help. As a capable young man in the 21st century, when he saw something like this, no matter who it was, he had to go over and help. Then he fought with the two drunks. He was tall and bloodthirsty, knocking the two drunks to the ground, taking a few hits on himself and a punch to the face. But they were all superficial wounds, nothing affected. It was just that he felt that his cheeks were a bit of a distraction from his handsomeness. Later, he took Lin Xingya and left in a hurry, sending her to the entrance of her hutong before he got a good look at her and recognized her as Lin Xingya. Lin Xingya was one of the two recognized school beauties of Bushesui Third Middle School. As for why there were two school flowers, it was mainly because the other one was also extremely beautiful, and the two were indistinguishable from each other, both having a group of admirers. Lin Xingya didn't tell her mom about what happened last night, mainly because she was afraid that her mom would be worried. She knew that her mom was already having a hard time and didn't want to worry her anymore. Jiang Yu put the car away and hummed a little song to the classroom. Most of the students in the classroom have already come. Almost everyone in the class is a resident student, only a few are day students. Everyone is lowered to review, and not many people noticed the injury on his face. Jiang Yu just sat down. His desk mate and best friend Lu Bowen saw the injury on his face. "Damn, brother Yu, how did you get on your face?" "Last night, I ran into two drunken men who got into a fight. Don't worry, those two men were hurt worse than me." The front of the ancient shaman turned his head and frowned at him. "You got into a fight?" "Class president, I was in a fight outside the school." "You do not go so far as to tell the homeroom teacher, right? It's not good to fight anywhere. It's not good to hurt others and hurt yourself." Right, the class president is right. Let's forget it this time. No more fighting. Good class monitor. Gu Xiaoman turned her head and continued to review. Jiang Yu sighed in relief. Facing Gu Xiaoman, he always had a kind of pressure, maybe because of his crush. Gu Xiaoman was their class president, but also the school's top student. At the same time, she was also one of Busui Third Middle School's school flower. Her long black hair is bright and silky, with airy bangs, a pair of eyes that look like crescent moons that are particularly charming, a small mouth with an aging nose, and her features match well as the kind of temperament she carries, which is not something an ordinary person can have. It is said that her family is doing business, very rich. If Lin Xingya is the lotus flower that is not evil, then she is the delicate and noble lily. Soon the class bell rang. Jiang Yu didn't even care to review. He opened the treasure hunting system and looked at it. He wasn't very familiar with the system yet. He saw the character attributes, and with a thought, a column of attribute boxes appeared. Host, Jiang Yu. Number of treasure hunts, 0. Strength, 26. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 15. Physique, 15. He asked the system about his physical attributes, and his agility, intelligence and physique all belonged to the normal level of a normal person. Strength was quite a bit higher than a normal person because he had used the strength card. What is Jiang Yu fuming about? Review properly. The math teacher, who was also their homeroom teacher, stood behind him at some point and scared him so much that he almost jumped when he spoke. Class teacher Zhang Hanlin was startled by his reaction. "What are you doing?" "I'm sorry, teacher, I just got a little distracted." "Good review, soon will be the college entrance examination. Try hard to go to a good university." Mr. Hanlin was shocked by his reaction. "What are you doing?" He hurriedly began to seriously review. Everyone's talent is different, it has to be recognized. Jiang Yu has also studied hard, but the results are in the middle of the river, cannot raise up. He himself is discouraged. Without realizing it, the bell rang, and most of the students were still reviewing. There is still a month to go before the college entrance exam. Everyone has a sense of urgency in their hearts. Jiang Yu sat there and continued to study the treasure hunting system. At this time, a male with the review material walked up to the side of Gu Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, I don't know this question, can you help me answer it?" Gu Xiaoman faintly returned, "You ask the teacher, I do not quite understand." Wang Mingliang encountered a soft nail. "The heart is a little upset," he said to a person behind Jiang Yu. "Feng Dei, give me to buy a bottle of water." Jiang Yu looked up at him. "Do you have no arms or legs? Won't you go buy it yourself?" Wang Mingliang disdained. "I let him buy for me, and did not let you care about it, and then again I did not give him money. Give me a roll, believe it or not I'll whip you again." Wang Mingliang's eyes flashed a trace of fear when Jiang Yu really smoked him, also because of Feng Dei. Deep down he has a fear of Jiang Yu. In the end, he still slipped away. He felt that Jiang Yu really dared to whip himself again. It is almost graduation, it is not worth it to take another beating. Brother, you thank you. Feng Dei in the back said softly. Jiang Yu, a nothing, good review. He is in the class on two particularly good relations, one is the table Lu Bowen, the other is Feng Dei. At first he and Feng Dei's relationship is general, and then really can't stand to see Wang Mingliang bullying Feng Dei. He went out to teach Wang Mingliang a lesson, and then the relationship has become very iron. The day passed quickly. At noon Jiang Yu ate in the school cafeteria. Nearly 9 o'clock in the evening self-study ended. Lu Bowen, Feng Dei they went back to the dormitory, Jiang Yu out of the classroom toward the electric car shed. Jiang Yu, I heard someone say that Wang Mingliang is looking for someone to clean you up, you be careful. Gu Xiaoman suddenly caught up with him with quick steps and said softly. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then laughed, come on, then who packs who is not certain. Don't try to be brave, if you can't, go and tell the homeroom teacher. Oh, class president, are you concerned about me? Jiang Yu looked at her with a smile on his face. Gu Xiaoman, don't be narcissistic, I'm the class president, I have the obligation to control every student, I won't talk to you, my mom is waiting for me at the door. Looking at Gu Xiaoman's delicate back, Jiang Yu's eyes were full of determination. In the past, he felt that there was a big gap between himself and Gu Xiaoman, one was a top student in the school, and the other was a mid-range student. In the future, Gu Xiaoman will definitely go to the best university in the country, while he can only go to a secondary school. So he can only hide his crush on Gu Xiaoman in the depths of his heart, not to disturb. Because even if you disturb, there will not be any result. How can mediocrity and inaction dare to mistake a good person? But now it was different, he had the treasure hunting system, and he didn't want to miss out on the girl he liked in life. Even if they didn't end up together, he had to fight for it now, so that his youth wouldn't have any regrets. Chapter 2 Intermediate Intelligence Card. Jiang Yu walked to the parking shed and rode his Yachty electric bike out of the school. It was now past 8:30 at night, and the dim streetlights weren't very bright. There weren't a lot of day students in Busan 3rd Middle School, except that the early morning students of the first and second years of high school didn't go to the evening study hall, and only the third year of high school went to the evening study hall, so there were very few people. Approaching the college entrance examination, everyone is doing the final sprint for the college entrance examination, to grasp the use of every minute of time. The college entrance examination is a turning point in life and a watershed. If you can get into a major university, your future will not be bad. If you get into the ordinary undergraduate, it is difficult to turn around in the future, not absolutely, just the probability is very low. The person who achieves great things not only has the talent of the world, but also has the will of perseverance and perseverance. This is the class teacher Zhang Hanlin often say a sentence, also deeply imprinted in the mind of Jiang Yu. Not far from the school, Jiang Yu saw Lin Xingya. She was walking along the roadside with her school bag on her back, her pace was fast, her single ponytail swaying along. Jiang Yu rode his bike to her side and she saw him stop. Why are you walking? Didn't ride a bike? Lin Xingya shook her head. Come up, when you walk back it will be more than 9 o'clock, I'll give you a ride. No, I can walk by myself. What's the point of being polite? Come on up. If you have to go through what happened last night again, no one will help you. Thinking about last night's incident, Lin Xingya still had palpitations. She was a bit hesitant. Come on up, we are quite close to each other anyway. Lin Xingya hesitantly sat at the back, her cheeks slightly red and a little embarrassed, her hands had nowhere to rest, and finally placed them on her lap. Because it was night, and she sat in the back, Jiang Yu did not pay attention to these. Riding the tram in 5 or 6 minutes, he arrived in front of the hutong in the bungalow area next to his neighborhood. Last night he also put Lin Xingya here, and she said that the second door in front facing west was her house. Thank you. Lin Xingya got out of the car and bowed her head in thanks. Jiang Yu smiled and said, nothing, it's just a matter of passing by, I'll go back first. After saying that he rode towards the neighborhood, 2 minutes later came to his own home downstairs. Put the electric car into the storage room, he went upstairs back home. At home, only his father was at home, and he was sitting on the sofa watching TV. I'm back. Is my mom on duty? Yes, she's on the night shift. She's been on duty for the past 2 days. Dad, get some rest, don't watch TV all the time. Jiang Yu knew that his dad hadn't rested yet, and was waiting for him to finish school. I know, you also rest early. Jiang Jianming turned off the TV and got up to go back to his room. Jiang Yu took a shower and also returned to the room. Lying on the bed, how can not sleep? Then he got up and turned on the lamp to review the language material for a while. The language material just needed to be memorized more, unlike math, which required talent. But after reviewing for a while, he couldn't look at it anymore, his head was spinning. Jiang Yu returned to the bed, picked up his cell phone and opened Jitterbug. Jitterbug is now the hottest short video platform. The leader in the short video field has come to the top, and is currently the deserved overlord of the short video field. As for a certain hand, it has been reduced to an e-commerce platform. After brushing the video for a while, without realizing it, it was 12 o'clock in the morning. It's so good, after brushing the video it's like traveling the globe. Putting down his cell phone, Jiang Yu summoned the treasure hunting system, and the number of treasure hunts changed from 0 to 1. He took a deep breath, and in his heart, he silently recited treasure hunt once. The treasure hunting screen in front of his eyes rotated, and hundreds of items flashed in front of his eyes. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate intelligence card. Intermediate intelligence card permanently increases the host's intelligence value by 20 points after use. Jiang Yu almost screamed out in excitement. The intelligence card was exactly what he needed right now, and the one he drew was also an intermediate prop card, much better than a primary prop card. He directly used the intermediate intelligence card, and his intelligence attribute points increased by 20 points to 35 points. Jiang Yu's current intelligence value was absolutely superb. He used to be 15 points, a slightly more powerful school bully was around 19. The kind of provincial scholar level was around 22 or 23, and he was now at 35 points, turning into a super school bully in seconds. He was excited for a while before he fell asleep. At 6:30 in the morning, Jiang Yu woke up, half an hour earlier than usual. Even so, he was still energized. The intelligence card gave him great motivation. If a person had great motivation, even a few hours of sleep would feel enough. Jiang Jianming had already gotten up and was cooking breakfast in the kitchen, simple noodles and clear soup with eggs added in. His dad could only do this, but nothing else. After breakfast, Jiang Yu rode his bicycle to school. When he came to the classroom, most of the students were studying in the classroom, and Gu Xiaoman also came and was studying there. It is said that she came very early. She came during morning study hall, and now it is almost the end of morning study hall. Brother, you came so early today. Lu Bowen was a little surprised to see him. Almost the college entrance examination and then do not study hard, the future to go to the construction site to move bricks? You also study hard to get a key university. Lu Bowen nodded. His performance belongs to the upper reaches. If you play well to get a book is not a problem. The key university, then you have to play at a higher level. Feng Dei's academic performance is very good, ranked in the top 5 of the class, is too honest. He as long as according to the normal level of play, the examination of a major university is not a problem. Jiang Yu also began to seriously review up, before a lot of questions cannot understand. Today a look at the understanding, but also can learn by example. A day's time passes in a flash. Jiang Yu felt that he did not read much review material. Evening self-study is over. Most of the students have gone back to the dormitory one after another with the review materials. Jiang Yu walked out of the classroom, thinking about the knowledge points he reviewed today. Jiang Yu, if you encounter any questions you don't understand, you can ask me. Gu Xiaoman's voice sounded behind him. Jiang Yu turned his head to look, a smile on his face. I really don't understand a question, I will ask you tomorrow. The corner of Gu Xiaoman's mouth smiled. Okay, I'm going home, bye. Bye. Looking at Gu Xiaoman's figure, Jiang Yu pondered. He is now very smart and noticed things that he didn't care about before. For example, every day after the evening self-study, Gu Xiaoman would say a few words to him, which seems like a coincidence, but so many coincidences added together is not a coincidence. There was also the fact that she let herself ask questions she didn't understand. That Wang Mingliang took the initiative to run over and ask her, and all of them met with a rebuff. There was also yesterday she reminded herself that she was obviously worried about herself, saying that she had the obligation to control her classmates. Why don't you see you to control others? Think of these. Jiang Yu inwardly swirled. Could it be that Gu Xiaoman also has a good feeling about me? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, unconsciously humming a little song. He rode his electric bike out of the school. Riding my beloved little electric bike. It never gets stuck in traffic. Riding my beloved little trolley. I'll be home in no time. Just after riding not far, he saw Lin Xingya again. After all, she was on foot, which was faster than the tram. Jiang Yu rode next to her. Brother, happy today, give you a ride. No need, no need, yesterday has been quite a trouble for you. What's the trouble? It's just a matter of passing by, and it's so late, it's dangerous for you to walk alone. At Jiang Yu's insistence, Lin Xingya finally sat at the back of the tram. Originally last night when she went back she told herself that she couldn't sit in Jiang Yu's car anymore. Jiang Yu said as he rode the bike, Xingya, what university do you plan to go to in the future? I haven't thought about it yet. You are so beautiful, chasing you a lot of people, right? I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I think it's a good idea. Chasing her people really quite a lot, but she did not agree. High school is the time to study, she will not consider other. Suddenly Jiang Yu braked the car. Lin Xingya was caught off guard and her head was stuck on his back. Shit, this person riding a bike is not at all careful, suddenly came out. Lin Xingya's cheeks were scarlet, but luckily Jiang Yu couldn't see it. A few minutes later, Jiang Yu sent her to the entrance of the alley and then went back. From the contact in the past 2 days, he could tell. Lin Xingya's family wasn't too good, with worn-out school bags and whitewashed clothes. Thinking of yesterday, he asked Lin Xingya why she didn't ride her bike to and from school. He felt that his previous emotional intelligence was really low to the extreme, and that wasn't poking people's embarrassing places. Back home, Jiang Yu reviewed for more than an hour before going to bed. Although his intelligence attribute points had gotten a big boost, there was now less than a month before the college entrance exam. He had to race against the clock. The amount of revision now was too great. He had to review some of the 3 years of knowledge, and it was in 6 subjects. With less than a month to go, it's really too tight. 6 o'clock the next day. The first thing Jiang Yu did when he woke up was to open the treasure hunting system and conduct a treasure hunt. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary agility card. Primary agility card permanently increased 10 points of agility attributes after use. He directly chose to use it, and immediately a warm current surged through his body as his agility attribute increased by 10 points. From the room out, Zhang Jianming gave him $100. Breakfast you buy and eat outside, I have to rush to the bureau for a meeting. Got it, Dad, you go and get busy. His dad works in the Water Conservancy Bureau, usually is relatively idle, but also occasionally to the summer off in meeting. Summer is the season of heavy rainfall, they have to do a good job of preventive work. Jiang Yu packed up and went downstairs, riding a tram to the breakfast store outside the neighborhood, bought a few donuts and drank a bowl of tofu brain, and then rushed toward the school. Halfway there, he saw Lin Xingya. She was carrying a black school bag, wearing a white shirt and gray slacks, her feet wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, simple and pure. Good morning, Xingya. Lin Xingya froze for a moment when she saw her and whispered back, Good morning. Get in the car. No need, I'll just walk by myself. Lin Xingya hurriedly returned. Jiang Yu, after contacting her for the past 2 days, probably know her character, introverted and shy, some inferiority complex. It's okay, the first and second year of high school can't go so early, to the school entrance you will come down. No, I go. What? Do not give brother this face? I can be angry, hurry up. Said Jiang Yu, face a plate, coupled with his tall and big, it is really a bit scary. Lin Xingya heard his words, anxious face red, but also a little afraid of him, a layer of fine beads of sweat on the forehead. If you don't come up, I'm not going to leave, you have to be responsible for delaying me from getting into Tsinghua University or Peking University. In the end, Lin Xingya still had a red face and lowered her head to sit at the back of the tram. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth slightly raised, and drove towards the school. Chapter 3, Pure Beauty. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yu arrived at the school entrance. Just after arriving at the door, Lin Xingya came down with a red face and whispered, I'll go back to the classroom first. Jiang Yu looked at her back, a smile appeared on his face, this girl is a bit interesting. Coming to the classroom, he continued to start reviewing. Time unknowingly came to the first period classroom time. Gu Xiaoman turned her head to look at him, don't you have a question you don't understand? Jiang Yu froze for a moment before remembering that saying that yesterday was just giving himself a reason. He took out his math review materials and looked for a question that was a bit more difficult. Not far away, Wang Mingliang saw Gu Xiaoman explaining the problem to Jiang Yu and was upset. He walked over with the review material and swept a glance at the math problem that Gu Xiaoman was explaining. Jiang Yu, you can't even do such a simple one? This problem teacher just talked about it 2 days ago. Roll, I will not have anything to do with you. Wang Mingliang eyes flashed a trace of vicious, well, today after school you give me to wait. But in front of Gu Xiaoman, he pretended to be a gentleman, did not pay attention to Jiang Yu. Xiaoman, you see this kind of person you still teach him what to do, teach also useless, he is a rotten wood cannot be carved. Gu Xiaoman glared at him. Wang Mingliang, if you are fine, go back to your seat, I as the class president have the obligation to help every student. Class president, I also came to the question, this question I do not understand. Gu Xiaoman glanced at it and said faintly, I don't know either, you go ask the teacher. After saying that, she continued to explain the topic to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu snickered in his heart, he knew that Gu Xiaoman would know this question, it is estimated that he is not willing to take care of Wang Mingliang. You know how to do it? After explaining, Gu Xiaoman looked at him and asked. Jiang Yu looked at her delicate features and nodded with a smile, I understand, thank you, class president. There are still questions that you don't know? After saying this, Gu Xiaoman's beautiful eyes looked at him, as if to say you ask another question. The following one is also not understood. Jiang Yu understood and pointed to a big question below. Next to him, Wang Mingliang had planned to change to a simpler question, but Jiang Yu didn't give him a chance. Jiang Yu glanced at him, to be honest in the past he was really a little jealous of Wang Mingliang. This guy not only has money in his family, but he is also a good student, and he is in the top 10 of his class. In the beginning, no matter how hard he studied, he didn't even get into the top 20. Sometimes have to recognize the existence of talent, only rely on hard work is useless. 11:50 at noon. Fado, look at it, go eat, Dei go eat to go. Lu Bowen opened his mouth and said. At this time, many people in the class had already gone to eat lunch, and there were also people who had returned to the classroom to eat lunch after playing lunch. He put down his revision materials and stood up to stretch his body. Go eat. Just came to the stairway, saw a few girls gathered there, chattering. You don't have eyes, you stepped on my shoes. My shoes are Nike. Do you know Nike? You know Nike? It's a famous brand. I spent more than $400 on it, and look at you, you've stepped on my shoes. Jingjing, you say let her pay for it, or let her clean it for you. The girl named Yujing opened her mouth and said, Lin Xingya, you choose yourself, is to wipe me clean, or pay for it, my mom spent $468 to buy for me. Jiang Yu heard this name, looked up and saw that the girl surrounded by the crowd was Lin Xingya. At this time she was full of panic, her eyes were red, pursed her lips and forced herself not to cry out. I am sorry Yujing, I didn't mean to do it, just now it was you who put your foot over yourself. Her voice was small and a little trembling. More than 400 is a huge sum of money for her, her weekly living expenses are less than 100. Bullshit, it was you who stepped on it, they all saw it. That's right, we all saw it, it's you who stepped on it. Yujing had a smug look in her eyes, she had long been looking at Lin Xingya, jealous of her good looks and good studies. What she couldn't stand the most was that the boy she liked, actually liked her. After school at noon she got someone to set up Lin Xingya a bit to let her know how good she was. She smiled and said, why don't we do it this way, for the sake of us being classmates, you use your sleeve to give me a good shine on my shoes, and this matter will be settled. Jingjing, your shoes are so expensive, let her pay for it. Yes, let her pay for it. Yujing sneered, look at her poor look, probably cannot get the money, today I will send a good heart. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xingya gave me a good shine on my shoes, this matter will be settled. Lin Xingya's tears could not stop falling down, she was aggrieved, obviously she deliberately stretched over, why are they bullying me? Egu, still crying, pretend what it is, this matter is to the teacher I also have reason, so many people testify it, you wipe or not? If you don't, you'll have to pay for it. Lin Xingya couldn't stop her tears from flowing down, under the pressure of more than $400, she finally decided to polish Yujing's shoes. When Yujing saw her action, a smug smile appeared on her face and she slightly moved her feet. Aya, you don't have any fucking eyes, do you know that you stepped on my feet? Jiang Yu just heard their conversation in the ear, the heart burned with anger. Well, have not seen such a bully. Yujing and other people have turned their heads to see, only to see a 1.78 or so man is standing behind Yujing. Lin Xingya also heard Jiang Yu's voice and looked up with teary eyes. Yujing, sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. My shoes are Li Ning's, bought over 700, hurry up and pay for it. Yu Jing, several people froze. Jingjing just accidentally stepped on it, and did not give you stepped on the bad, need to pay for it? That is, you a big man, how with the woman caddy, still is not a man? John Yu blared at the side of the speakers, grass mud horse, and then nonsense, believe it or not, old man smoked you, not your business, shut up, if you are willing to compensate for her money on the next say. These people in the side of the posturing more hateful, simply more disgusting than the Yu Jing. If not for these people, Yu Jing would not dare to do this alone. A lot of schoolyard bullying of classmates was because of such a group of people pretending, otherwise there wouldn't be so many things. Those few people were so scared that they didn't dare to speak again. Zhang Yu's height was too advantageous and he had a great deal of momentum. Yu Jing was also a little scared in her heart, but still summoned up the courage to say, I didn't step on it for you, you can just wipe it yourself. That student to you stepped on the bad? You can wipe it yourself. Yu Jing now understands, this man is for Lin Xingya's head. Zhang Yu pointed at her and said, I tell you, there is a next time I go to your classroom in front of all the people to smoke you, there are a few of you, anyway, almost graduated, I'm afraid of who, do not believe you can try, roll. Yu Jing's several people hurriedly left the place. Zhang Yu walked to Lin Xingya's side, took out tissue paper from his pants pocket, it's okay, don't be afraid to deal with people like them, next time you tell me, I'll go and clean them up. Thanks. Lin Xingya wiped the tear tracks on her cheeks. Have you eaten yet? Let's go together if you haven't eaten. Next to Lu Bowen and Feng Dei exchanged glances, isn't this Lin Xingya, when did brother you meet her? Lin Xingya has not eaten, but let her and the opposite sex to eat, where she can do. Zhang Yu knows her character, directly decided to say, let's go, do not ink, I am hungry. Lin Xingya was such a character, when Zhang Yu made a decision, she had no choice but to follow him to the cafeteria. At noon, Lin Xingya played lunch or green vegetables and a steamed bun, the cheapest kind, just $6. Zhang Yu's lunches for several people were over $10, with meat and vegetables. Seeing Lin Xingya's lunch, he chucked the chicken nuggets to her. Chicken nuggets I'm tired of eating, you help me eat it, otherwise I have to throw it away. The country advocates saving food and opposing waste, I can't be a sinner of the country, don't you think so? Lin Xingya's pretty face instantly turned red, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at the three of them, nor did she dare to move the chicken nuggets in the dinner plate. Zhang Yu kicked the two of them, Lu Bowen and Feng Dei, with his foot, and the two of them understood and quickly finished their lunch. We are full, you continue to eat, remember to eat the chicken nuggets, don't waste it. After saying this, Zhang Yu and the three of them left the cafeteria. Lin Xingya looked at the chicken nuggets on her dinner plate and finally chucked them. Outside the cafeteria, Lu Bowen asked curiously, Brother Yu, when did you meet Lin Xingya? A few days ago. Are you going after Lin Xingya, brother Yu? What about Gu Xiaoman? Chase my ass, I just can't stand to see those people bullying people. Feng Dei shared the same feeling. When Wang Mingliang also often bullied him, it was Zhang Yu's help, otherwise he is still being bullied by Wang Mingliang. Back in the classroom, a few people continued to start reviewing. Today is Friday, after the end of the afternoon class, there will be 2 days of vacation. At nearly 6 in the afternoon, the school bell rang and most of the students went back to the dormitory to pack up their things. Zhang Yu packed up some review materials and walked outside with his backpack. When passing by Wang Mingliang, he suddenly whispered, Zhang Yu, have the guts, you don't go, I'll wait for you outside. Zhang Yu sneered, fine, I will wait for you outside. He was just about to try how much his strength and speed had improved, and he happened to take Wang Mingliang to experiment. At this time, the school entrance is crowded, many parents are waiting at the entrance to pick up their children to go home. Zhang Yu rode the tram for half a day before coming out. He scanned around and saw Wang Mingliang not far away. He was standing next to a white sedan, and there were 2 youths around 26 or 27 years old standing beside him. Wang Mingliang also saw him and pointed at him with his finger. Cousin is him. Zhang Yu rode his tram straight to the side of them. You're the kid who bullied my cousin. Guts are not small. Zhang Yu lightly smiled, it is not convenient to talk, let's go to the side of the grove to chat. Wang Mingliang as well as his cousin froze, did not expect him to take the initiative to say so. Good, go to the side of the grove to talk. Chapter 4 Lottery Winning. A few minutes later, Zhang Yu first walked out of the grove and rode his tram towards his home. It was followed by Wang Mingliang and his cousin who came out. His cousin's face was bruised and purple, walking with a limp, and the man he brought with him wasn't much better. Wang Mingliang was not beaten, but his face was the most ugly, because his pants were already wet. The three people didn't say anything and tacitly got into the car and left. Halfway there, Jiang Yu saw Lin Xingya, who was walking with her backpack. "Get in the car, I'll give you a ride." Lin Xingya didn't push back much this time. After hesitating for a moment, she got into his car. Jiang Yu asked as he rode his bike, "Those people didn't bother you again, right?" "No, they didn't. To deal with this kind of people have to give them a tough. If they dare to bully you again, you go to tell me, you see me smoke them. This kind of thing cannot be tolerated. The more tolerated they will get more. Have you seen the Teenage You, which is about this? When I watched it, my lungs were almost bursting. I couldn't wait to beat those bastards to death. There are only 0 and countless times of bullying." Lin Xingya timidly asked, "Is your shoe okay?" "Ah. No, what am I saying to you? What I said to you, did you hear?" "Heard it, I haven't seen the movie." Jiang Yu froze for a moment. "There is a chance to invite you to go to the movies." "No. No need." A few minutes later, Jiang Yu came to the mouth of her hutong. Lin Xingya walked down. "Thank you, Jiang Yu. No need to be polite. As a 21st century righteous young man, this is all I should do. Bye." "Bye." Back home, Mom has already made dinner. Tonight she has to work the night shift. Dad Jiang Jianming has not come back. These days the Bureau of Things are more busy. After dinner, Mom Wang Suxian said, "Mom, to go to work, you at home to study well, almost the college entrance examination, do not just think of going out to play." "I know, Mom, I'm sure to study hard." Waiting for Mom to leave, he went back to his room to study. He also wanted to take a key university, so that Mom and Dad to make a name for themselves. But in the past, it is really not possible, but now it is different. He felt that if he studied hard during this period of time, it might be really possible. At 8 o'clock in the evening, his father Jiang Jianming came back. He urged Jiang Yu to rest early, and went back to bed. Jiang Yu didn't go to bed until after 10 o'clock when he reviewed. It was only at 7 o'clock the next morning that he got up and washed. "Little you go eat outside for breakfast, I have to go to the bureau." "I know, Dad." Jiang Yu opened the treasure hunting system after washing up and started today's treasure hunting, hoping to draw something good. Silently chanting treasure hunt, the lottery interface in front of him rotated. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary lucky card. Elementary lucky card. After using it, you will receive a certain amount of luck value increase for half an hour. Only half an hour's effect? This is not much use. Turning off the system, Jiang Yu went downstairs. He ate a few donuts and drank a bowl of soy milk at the breakfast store not far from the entrance of the neighborhood. After eating on his way back, Jiang Yu saw a lottery store and he suddenly stopped. If I use the junior lucky card to buy a lottery ticket, will I win the jackpot? Thinking of this, he was a bit eager to try. Junior lucky card used successfully, time remaining 29:59 seconds. Jiang Yu walked towards the welfare lottery store. Inside was a middle-aged man. "Young man, buy lottery tickets?" "Yes, uncle, I'll buy a bet." "Do you have a number? Or is it machine selection?" "I'm going to buy a lottery ticket." "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." "What's the meaning of additional?" "It means you double your winnings. You buy 5 of the same, you get 5 times the winnings. $2 a bet, 5 bets is $10. Jiang Yu pockets a total of $63 left. Next week also have to eat. Thought he spent $10, bought 5 of the same number. He didn't dare to buy more. Who knows whether this primary lucky card is useful or not. If it didn't work, it would be a waste of money, and a few $dozen was a lot of money for him. If he really won the lottery, it would be quite a lot if he doubled it 5 times. 2 minutes later, he walked out with the lottery ticket and returned home to continue studying. At around 9 a.m., his mom came back and went to take a break when she saw him studying. The day passed quickly. Mom Wang Suxian woke up at 6 p.m. and saw him still studying hard, slightly relieved. At night, Wang Suxian did not go on duty. Next Monday, normal day shift. At 7 o'clock, Dad Jiang Jianming also came back. Jiang Yu reviewed to more than 10 o'clock on the bed. The next day woke up and ate breakfast to continue to review. Today Mom and Dad are at home resting. In the morning they went out together, bought some good food, intend to treat the son of hard review. At lunchtime, Jiang Yu froze for a moment when he saw such a sumptuous lunch. What day is it today, Mom and Dad? Nothing day. See you so hard to study, eat some good makeup brain. Thank you, Mom, thank you, Dad. Jiang Jianming did not hurry to eat while saying, sure to get into a book? Dad, I'm trying to. Get into a major university. You can get into a book. Dad is very happy, let alone key universities. Their own son, what achievement, they are very clear. In the second scoreline or so, bad luck may not be able to get into the second. Can get into the two hearts also know enough, said a book is also want to let him work hard. Wang Su Xin opened his mouth and said, if you can get into a major university, Mom will buy you a computer and then buy a cell phone. Mom, this is what you said, I have long been looking at a cell phone, Huawei's latest model, when you do not regret. I'll buy you a cell phone if you can get into a major university. His family's condition is not bad, cell phone, computer is nothing. After lunch, Jiang Yu continued to go to review. At 9:15 in the evening, he turned on the computer and searched for the lottery drawings for this period. Well, it would be great if he could win the first prize. The welfare lottery draws every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday at 9:15 p.m., and it was now exactly 9:15 p.m. Soon he opened the checking website, and this time the prizes had already been announced. He took out his lottery ticket and started to match it up. 02-14-16-21-36-39. The first 6 were correct. Jiang Yu was a bit excited, he wouldn't really win the first prize, right? I heard that the first prize is up to $10 million for a single bet, and $6 or $7 million for a lesser one. However, when he saw the last set of numbers, froze for a moment, because the last set of numbers did not match. Well, did not win the jackpot. In spite of this, Jiang Yu still had a smile on his face. He didn't win the first prize, winning a second prize is not bad. He hurriedly looked at the second prize money. This period, because of the first prize and the number of bets a little more, so the amount of the second prize than the previous period is a lot less. The second prize of a bet is only a little more than 160,000 yuan. Like the last period, the number of first prize winning bets was less, so the second prize was more, a bet of more than $300,000. Who cares, that's a lot. One bet is over 160,000, 5 bets is over $800,000. After paying the tax, there should still be about 650,000 left. Jiang Yu stayed for several seconds before reacting, his face filled with excitement. 650,000, this is enough to top up the life savings of an ordinary family. A man cannot get rich without money, and a horse cannot get fat without night grass. Jiang Yu lay on the bed excited for half a day, and then carefully put the lottery ticket into the school bag. Tomorrow will start school, Monday through Friday he simply do not have time to cash the prize, can only wait for the next weekend, but as long as the prize is cashed within 60 days. He summoned the system, he hadn't done a treasure hunt for the lottery yet today. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for making another effort, rewarded with 1 point of lucky value. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, nothing was drawn? Lucky value, the higher the lucky value the better the draw. Forget it, don't bother with you, today brother is in a good mood. The next day early in the morning. Jiang Yu woke up, last night he did not sleep well, dreamed that his lottery did not win, empty joy. When he learned that it was a dream, he was relieved. After breakfast, he rode his beloved trolley to school, and just after leaving the neighborhood, he saw Lin Xingya. It was now about a little after 7 in the morning. Lin Xingya went to school at this hour almost every day, and when she arrived at school, she was still able to catch up with her early morning self-study to review for a while. The reason why she didn't choose to stay in a dormitory was because the dormitory fee for each semester was quite a lot, and she wanted to relieve some of the burden for her family. Her mother was working in a factory to pay for his and her brother's schooling, and she wanted to share what she could with her mother. Jiang Yu saw her with a smile on her face and said, "Get in the car." Lin Xingya softly hummed and sat on the back seat. She could see that Jiang Yu was very happy, as if there was something joyful going on. However, she didn't open her mouth to ask or speak, quietly sitting in the back looking at his tall back. "Do you go to school at this point every day?" "Aha. I'll give you a ride to and from school in the future. Tell you the good news, I won the lottery." "I won the lottery. Congratulations." "Ha, this is a great feeling. I'll treat you to a big meal after I cash in my prize." A few minutes later they arrived at the school gate. Lin Xingya hurriedly got down from the car, said thank you and went to the classroom. Jiang Yu hummed a little song and went to the classroom. He looked at Wang Mingliang's seat, he wasn't here yet. Thinking of last Friday when he was scared to pee his pants, Jiang Yu was a bit speechless, he didn't expect this guy's guts to be so small. A good-looking but useless thing. Later, when Wang Mingliang came, he didn't even dare to look at Jiang Yu and sat there with his head down to review. After reviewing for a while, Jiang Yu opened the treasure hunting system, and there was one more treasure hunting drawing opportunity today. Do you want to use the lucky value for the lottery? No need to use lucky value. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mind reading card. Mind reading card, after using it, you can know the other person's inner thoughts. The time limit is 10 minutes. After Jiang Yu read the introduction, he was a little surprised in his heart. What effect would it have if he used it on Gu Xiaoman? Most of the students went to the cafeteria for breakfast after morning study. Jiang Yu touched Gu Xiaoman's shoulder with his hand. Gu Xiaoman turned her head to look at him. What's wrong? Class president, I don't know this question. You help me answer it. After saying that, Jiang Yu used a mind reading card on Gu Xiaoman. Jiang Yu, this guy knows to review by heart this time. This is a good thing. I don't know if that bastard Wang Mingliang did anything wrong to Jiang Yu. Why is Jiang Yu staring at me all the time? What does this bastard want? He's not confessing to me, is he? What should I do if he confesses to me? Should I refuse or accept? Mom and Dad won't let me fall in love, and this guy doesn't pay much attention to me. Who knows if he likes another girl? Who knows if he likes another girl or not? Well, let's test him by not saying yes. Tomorrow is my birthday. Mom and Dad said they will take me to my favorite meal. Hee hee. Jiang Yu felt her inner fluctuations. The heart cannot help but be a little impressed. Women, inner fluctuations are really many. I'm not sure I understand. Gu Xiaoman finished speaking and looked at him and asked. Jiang Yu nodded seriously. I understand, thank you, class president. Review well. After saying that, Gu Xiaoman turned her head to review her material. Through the mind reading card, Jiang Yu got two important messages. One is that Gu Xiaoman does have a good feeling about herself. 2. Tomorrow is her birthday. Chapter 5, Birthday Gift. How could one miss this opportunity to perform? Gu Xiaoman already likes herself a little bit, plus her own efforts. It shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Yu's heart was a little curious as to when Gu Xiaoman had a crush on himself. He had done quite a few things during his first and second year of high school. After all, he really wanted to chase after Gu Xiaoman at that time. He remembered that he also wrote love letters to Gu Xiaoman in his second year of high school, but there was no reply, as if she didn't receive them. At that time, Jiang Yu was still puzzled for a long time. He remembered that it was clearly clipped to Gu Xiaoman's math textbook. The second semester of the third year of high school only gradually recognized the reality in the gap between the two sides, but also feel that Gu Xiaoman has no interest in himself, then do not want to bother her. Jiang Yu review site thinking about what to send a birthday gift. Too expensive? Certainly not. Both sides are students. The gift must appear to be intentional, not necessarily how expensive. In the blink of an eye it was time for school to end for the evening. Jiang Yu walked out of the classroom with his backpack. He had already thought of what to send. He rode the tram out of the school gates and didn't see Lin Xingya's figure. Didn't he tell her to wait at the door? He waited for a few minutes to make sure no one came out again and rode his bike towards home. Halfway there, he saw Lin Xingya. Stop. Lin Xingya was startled by the sudden sound and had an urge to pull her legs out and run. Didn't I tell you to wait in front of the school? I thought you had left. I waited for you in front of the school for 10 minutes. The gate was closed before I left. Who knows you left alone, to hurt my heart? Which has 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Lin Xingya early walked home. He also waited for 2 or 3 minutes. I am sorry to you. All right, hurry up and get on the car. Don't go alone tomorrow. Wait for the brother point. For minutes later, Jiang Yu sent Lin Xingya to the mouth of the alley. Tomorrow remember to wait at the door of my neighborhood. Ah. Oh. Lin Xingya weakly returned. Jiang Yu didn't go home, but came to a nearby street. Most of the stores on both sides of the street were closed. He rode his bike to a store selling cross-stitch that was still open and lit. It was their own family's store, so it closed later, after 9 o'clock. The sellers were a middle-aged couple. What's the young man buying? The middle-aged boss saw him come in and asked with a smile. Jiang Yu looked around and his eyes settled on a pair of pillows. One pillow was embroidered with a cartoon boy and the other was a cartoon girl, like a couple pillow. Uncle, how do you sell this pair of pillows? 68 a pair. This is too expensive, online only 20 to 30. He also does not know how much money online, completely nonsense. How to cut the price without talking nonsense. The boss hurriedly said, "Young man, I'm this pillow and online is not the same, we are hand embroidered, that online are what things, the quality with us this cannot be compared." "Uncle, it's late, I will not bargain with you, $40. "No, no, that's too low. I don't want to rip you off because you're a student, so give me $60. $45. You know I'm a student, I don't have much money. After I buy this pillow, I'll go hungry. I'll go hungry after buying this pillow. 50 is the minimum. Take it if you want it, that's the minimum. 50 on 50. Jiang Yu almost took out all the money on his body, and then took the 2 pillows out. Back home. Mom and Dad saw him holding 2 pillows back, froze for a moment. "Where did you get this thing?" "A classmate sent, do not have to give me." "Male, female?" "Female." "Pretty?" Jiang Jianming heard his wife ask words, dry cough. "People female classmates send you this, why?" Jiang Yu heatedly smiled, "I'm not inherited urine, my father's good genes, well, too many girls chasing me, but I did not agree. I said that now the college entrance exams soon, the study is important." Mom Wang Su Xan said, "If quite beautiful, you can chat with, after the college entrance examination on the university should also find a girlfriend." Jiang Yu was stunned by the mom, before she was sternly said this problem. "The high school will have to study well, the other don't think about anything." "Mom, I wash and sleep, you also early rest." The next morning. After eating breakfast, Jiang Yu backpacked downstairs, his school bag obviously than before looks a little bulging. Downstairs, he realized that it was drizzling outside, and the rain was coming down very fast. He ran home to get an umbrella. When he came to the entrance of the neighborhood, he saw Lin Xingye standing under the tree next to him. She didn't take an umbrella because it hadn't rained when she went out. Originally, she wanted to go back and get it, but she was afraid that she would miss Jiang Yu going to school, and what if he got angry again then? Jiang Yu rode over and asked, "Why didn't you take an umbrella?" "When I left the house, the sky was fine, but I didn't expect it to rain. It just so happens that my umbrella is quite large, you play the umbrella, I ride the bike." Lin Xingye sat behind the umbrella with one hand. "No need to put the umbrella so close to the front, I have a windshield in front of me, it's fine, don't get wet." Fortunately, the rain was not too heavy, and there was no wind. Came to the school, the two together into the school building. Umbrella Jiang Yu to Lin Xingye used, "Lunch if it is still raining, you can use one with Lu Bo in them." Coming to the classroom, Jiang Yu barely put his book bag into the desk, then opened the treasure hunting system. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host to continue to work hard, get 1 point of lucky value. I didn't get anything today, but the lucky value changed from 1 to 2. Jiang Yu turned off the system and started reviewing. Now there were only 26 days left before the college entrance exam. Most of the students are studying hard, but of course there are individual students who give up on themselves and are still playing. Jiang Yu's hard work in reviewing had surprised many teachers because he was clearly asking questions more frequently than before, and he was slightly relieved. The teacher explained once and he understood it, surprising many teachers. Before noon, the rain outside stopped and the air was fresh and clean. The busy day passed quickly. The evening study hall was dismissed. Jiang Yu saw Gu Xiaoman going out with her backpack and hurriedly followed. There were almost no people on the road to the school entrance. Jiang Yu caught up with Gu Xiaoman with a smile on his face, "Class president." The moon-like eyes of Gu Xiaoman looked at him, "What's wrong?" "I heard that your birthday today, this is my birthday gift to you." After saying that, he took out the pillow embroidered with a cartoon boy and handed it to her. Gu Xiaoman froze for a moment, "How do you know my birthday?" Jiang Yu smiled, "I have always known, this is my embroidered pillow for 2 months, just finished a few days ago, are my stitch by stitch embroidered out, soon to be graduated, and then do not send for fear of the future will not have the opportunity, I do not know if you like it." "I quite like, but now almost the college entrance examination you have to study hard, study is important, do not because of this delay in learning." Gu Xiaoman took it with joy. But on the surface, he could not see any expression, and his pretty face earnestly admonished him. But the slightly raised corners of her mouth were caught in Jiang Yu's eyes, and he knew that at this moment Gu Xiaoman was very happy. "Okay, class president, I will try my best to review. I'll go back first, bye." She walked towards the school entrance with her hands holding the pillow. A smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face, it seemed to work pretty well. He rode the tram out of the school and saw Lin Xingye next to the school entrance. She was waiting for him with an umbrella and a school bag. Jiang Yu rode his bike next to her and looked at her delicate face without any powder. The plain face kills everything, and the single ponytail makes it even more pure and moving. Lin Xingya was stared at by him and her cheeks slightly red, lowered her head. Jiang Yu embarrassed dry cough, get on the car. Lin Xingya is very beautiful, no less than Gu Xiaoman. The most attractive thing was her kind of soft character, which gave rise to a strong desire to protect. He naturally had a selfish interest in bringing Lin Xingya with him every day. If he didn't catch up with Gu Xiaoman, Lin Xingya was not bad. A cunning rabbit still has 3 holes, let alone a human being. On the other side. Inside a BMW sedan. Li Yuxiu looked at her daughter holding a pillow, curious asked, Xiaoman, this is a pillow where? Today is not my birthday, a classmate sent. Male female? Female, my good friend. Li Yuxiu gently a sound, did not ask more, your father has booked a good restaurant, ordered your favorite meal. After dinner at the restaurant, Gu Xiaoman went back home. He took the pillow back to the room. In the room she looked carefully at the pillow, with a silly smile on her face. I didn't expect him to embroider this, his hands must have been pierced many times. He wouldn't have another pillow of a cartoon girl, right? Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoman felt her cheeks burning a little. She went into the comforter and hesitantly put the pillow in the comforter and hugged it in her arms with a beautiful smile on her face. Jiang Yu returned home, played with his cell phone for a while and went to bed. Time turned to Friday again. These days Jiang Yu was just reviewing again every day, nothing else happened. Lin Xingya would wait for him every day when he went to and from school. Although the two of them still didn't talk much, Jiang Yu could feel out a little change that happened to Lin Xingya. In these 3 days, Jiang Yu drew a primary physique card, which increased his physique attribute by 10 points. The luck value increased from 2 points to 4 points. On Gu Xiaoman's side, she was still treating him the same as before and could not see any changes at all. With regard to Gu Xiaoman's character, Jiang Yu knew a little bit about it, the pearl of the family, a little bit arrogant. Even if there is some fondness for Jiang Yu, he never shows it. Jiang Yu is in a good mood, tomorrow is Saturday, can go to the lottery station to cash the prize. Tomorrow turns into a big money in seconds. What is Jiang Yu giggling about? Gu Xiaoman turned her head and saw him alone there giggling, asked curiously. Jiang Yu reacted, nothing, class president, just thought of something funny. What's funny? It's the paragraph that's hotter on the internet these days. What paragraph? Bao, I went to the infusion today, what kind of infusion, think of your night. Gu Xiaoman's cheeks were slightly red, and she glared at him fiercely, review well. She thought that Jiang Yu was saying earthy love words to her. Class president, this is really a paragraph, the internet is on fire, do not believe you, go back to brush the jitterbug. Chapter 6, Redeeming the Prize. Gu Xiaoman turned her head again, do you still have time to brush jitterbug? Combine work and rest, go back and brush for a while and then go to bed. At 5:30 p.m., the school bell rang. Jiang Yu cleaned up a little backpack out of the classroom. Whenever the school is out of school, there are a lot of parents in front of the school picking up students. He rode a tram and squeezed half a day to get out. He saw Lin Xingya not far away, greeted her on the car, and drove towards home. Xingya, where do you want to enroll in college? I haven't thought about it yet, I'll see when the scores come out. How many points do you usually get on practice exams? I'm not sure yet, but I'll see when the scores come out. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath of cool air, good guy, did not see that Xingya is actually a school bully. The best learning in their class is Gu Xiaoman, the time of the practice test is also about 699 points. This score on the Peking University, Tsinghua University is a bit reluctant, if the overplay should be able to. The score line in their province is too high. Xingya, who else is in your family? My mom and my brother. Where's your dad? He passed away. I'm sorry. It's okay. On the way, Jiang Yu probed for information about their family. A blank sheet of paper. Lin Xingya, how would know Jiang Yu's intentions, asked what to answer, honest and well-behaved. During the period he also pretended to casually ask her age, birthday, want to see 2 people who is big. Of course it is Jiang Yu big. Lin Xingya's birthday is also coming up, there are still more than 20 days, just about the time of the college entrance examination. 6 or 7 minutes later, Jiang Yu sent her to the mouth of the alley, and then went home. Back at home, Dad, and Mom were still not back from work. Jiang Yu went back to his room, picked up his cell phone and first added Lin Xingya, chatted for a couple of sentences, then Lin Xingya went to get busy. He brushed a little jitterbug, and then proceeded to review. Not a moment later, Mom and Dad came back. Usually Dad after work passes by Mom's hospital, will lend she a piece of back. After eating a hearty dinner, Jiang Yu returned to his room to continue to study. There are only 20 days before the college entrance examination, and there are still a lot of knowledge points that he hasn't reviewed. At 9 o'clock in the evening, his cell phone rang. Jiang Yu opened it and saw that it was a message from Gu Xiaoman. "What are you doing?" "Reviewing. What's wrong, class president?" "Not in a good mood." "What's going on?" "My dog was poisoned." Jiang Yu sent a message, "Class president, don't be too sad, I'll make you happy." Gu Xiaoman sat on the bed with a sad expression and sent him a message back. "How can you make me happy?" "What kind of toad do you like, class president? I can dye it." "Put." When Gu Xiaoman saw the message he sent, she couldn't help but laugh and her cheeks turned slightly red. But soon she put away her smile. "Humph, my dog died and you're still making me laugh, ignore you." Jiang Yu sent a question mark, but did not reply. Women are really elusive. He also did not send another message. Licking the dog is impossible to do. Just said that, just strategic means, cannot be considered licking dogs. What do you mean by licking the dog? Knowing that the other party does not like you, you still have no dignity and bottom line to use a hot face to stick a cold ass. On Gu Xiaoman's side, her mood had improved. Remembering Jiang Yu's words, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Entering the quilt, she held the pillow Jiang Yu gave her in her arms and muttered softly, "Toad." More than 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Yu turned off the light and went to bed. He woke up at 7 o'clock the next morning and opened the treasure hunting system at the first opportunity. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the swimming skill prop card. Swimming skill prop card. After using it, you can swim skill. Jiang Yu directly chose to learn. Although it's not much use, the skill is not a problem. There's no chance that it will be used at some point. He began to get up and wash up. After eating breakfast, Dad went to work. Now their department is relatively busy. Jiang Yu packed up things, and Mom set a little out of the house. He came to the lottery ticket sales point to cash in the prize. The boss saw him win 5 bets on the second level of envy of the eyeballs are almost red. But envy to envy, he still as usual to Jiang Yu went through the process of prize redemption. At the same time, he also made an archway at the door, which wrote "Congratulations to so-and-so in my lottery store, happy to win the second prize." Jiang Yu clearly told him, "You can publicize but do not put his name on it." He didn't want people to know he won so much. Because the prize amount exceeded 20,000 yuan, so the lottery store cannot directly cash the prize, he took the winning check and went to the bank. After a total of nearly 2 hours of busy work, Jiang Yu was able to get his winnings. He won a total of 806,253, minus 20% tax, to hand is $645,000. Walking out from the bank, Jiang Yu was very excited in his heart. More than $600,000. How should I spend it? Anyway, cannot tell Mom and Dad, or certainly confiscated. Jiang Yu bought a bottle of drink, and think back home. Back home, he began to review. More than 11 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yu's cell phone rang, opened to see the message from Gu Xiaoman. "What is little Yuzi doing? Did you study hard?" Little Yuzi? Although this name sounds like an ancient eunuch, it clearly carries the meaning of closeness. Back to Fairy Lord, little Feathery is reviewing. When Gu Xiaoman saw his reply, a haughty smile appeared on her pretty face. This asshole is really good at making people happy. Xiao Yuzi, where do you want to go in college? Wherever the swan goes, the toad will follow. Gu Xiaoman's pretty face showed a silly smile, her heart blossomed. Her kind of girl who has not experienced social refinement, where can resist this kind of flowery language? Even women who have experienced social refinement, I am afraid that they cannot resist, who does not like to speak well. I should go to Shanghai City. Shanghai is good, the country's top big city, known as the Pearl of the Orient. Shanghai Jiaotong University, Shanghai Huadan are the country's top schools. I would like to go to see the vast sky of Shanghai, maybe from the toad into a golden toad. Put. Gu Xiaoman looked at her cell phone and couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this time, her mom Li Yusho walked in. "Xiaoman, see what it laughs so happy." Nothing, Mom, I saw a funny video. Don't look, eat. After saying that, she hurriedly gave Jiangyu replied a message, I went to eat. Jiangyu put his cell phone aside with a smile on his face. He now clearly felt the change in Gu Xiaoman towards himself. After reviewing for a while, it was also time for him to eat lunch. After lunch, Jiangyu didn't rest and continued to review. Time was short. He also searched the internet for the universities in Zhanghai City. There were a total of 9 key universities in Zhanghai City. The best is Zhanghai Jiaotong University, Zhanghai Huaden. The scoreline of these two universities is quite high, nearly 700 points. Gu Xiaoman could get in if she played normally, but Jiangyu didn't have much confidence. He felt that there was still a gap between his grades and these two universities. The score lines of several other universities were lower, but they were all above 650 points. His usual scores on the mock exams were mostly a little more than 500 points, and to raise nearly 200 points in a month's time was not an ordinary difficulty. More than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiangyu was reviewing and received a message from Lin Xingya. Jiangyu, can you come to my house? My brother was burned. When Jiangyu saw her words, her helpless and anxious expression appeared in his mind. I'll be right there. It only took about 3 minutes to get down from upstairs to her house. Lin Xingya's family lived in an ordinary bungalow with a relatively small compound, 4 north rooms, an east room and a west room. This was Jiangyu's first time here. Previously he had sent Lin Xingya to the entrance of the Hadong. He had just put down the car when Lin Xingya walked out, her eyes slightly red and panicked. Jiangyu, you came. Where is your brother? She brought Jiangyu into the house. His brother was sitting on the sofa, his right leg where the small stomach obviously had a lot of blisters. I'll take him to the hospital to have a look. Lindsay looked at him curiously, thinking, who is this person? Jiangyu assisted him onto the tram and drove him to the hospital. An hour and a half before they came out of the hospital, after applying medicine, Lindsay was much better. Just now the doctor explained that you have remembered, right? Lindsay, I remembered. Change the medicine regularly, it won't take long to get better. Lindsay hesitated and asked, what is your relationship with my sister? Students, my home is in Chuijing neighborhood, very close to your home. My name is Jiangyu, do not mind if you call me a feather brother. Thank you for today, brother you. Don't mention it. It's just a small thing. Isn't Auntie home? My mom went to work at the factory. She hardly has any time off in a month. Auntie is working so hard, it's not easy to raise you too, you have to study hard, don't let Auntie down. Lindsay, well, I know brother you. Back at Lin Xingya's house, she was standing in the yard waiting anxiously. Seeing Jiangyu riding in, he rushed over, how is Jiangyu? It's okay, has been put on the medicine, change the medicine regularly on the line, more than 10 days almost can be good, will not leave a scar. Really, thank you, Jiangyu. Lin Xingya has no friends, out of this kind of thing, she can only talk to Jiangyu. Jiangyu waved his hand, alright, we are at least friends, this thing is nothing, I first go back to study. By the way, how much did it cost? Lin Xingya reacted and asked hurriedly. Not much money, you keep to buy some good food for Xiaozhe. After saying that, Jiangyu rode the tram and went outside. I'll see you later, brother you. Lin Zhe was very understanding and greeted him. Lin Xingya went after him to give him the money, but Jiangyu didn't ask for it, it really didn't cost much. And he doesn't lack this amount of money now. We are now someone who is worth more than $600,000. When Jiangyu left, Lin Zhe looked at his sister and said, Sis, does brother you like you? Lin Xingya's pretty face turned red, don't talk nonsense, we are just classmates and friends. Jiangyu returned home and continued to start reviewing. Back home, he found that Lin Xingya still transferred money to him from WeChat. Jiangyu saw that he couldn't push back, so he accepted it. The two chatted for some time and then she went to make dinner. It was 7 o'clock on Sunday morning. Jiangyu woke up and opened the treasure hunting system. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the squirt card. Sprayer card, after using it, you can transform into a super sprayer and curse whoever you catch for half an hour. Can be used on others. Chapter 7, the college entrance exam approaches. Jiangyu saw the introduction of the spray card and revealed a smile. This is good, give him a sprayer card if you see anyone who doesn't look good, incarnate as a sprayer and offend everyone around him. Turning off the system, he got up to wash and eat. After eating breakfast, he went back to his room to review. Not long after reviewing, his cell phone rang. Jiang Yu opened his phone and looked at it, but it was a message from Wang Mingliang, which surprised him. Are you there? Something wrong? Jiang Yu, do you like Xiaoman? Does it have anything to do with you? Jiang Yu, you cannot match Xiaoman, your gap is too big, only I and she is the right family, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself. Just you scared to wet your pants, you dare to talk big in front of me? Wang Mingliang was furious when he saw his message. This was the shame of his life. At that time, he didn't know what was going on, he was completely stunned, and when he saw Jiang Yu walking, a warm current came out. Jiang Yu, you and her are not all the way. After the college entrance examination she will definitely go to the best university in the country. How about you? You estimate that the best will be on a second degree. Now there are so many college students, the second degree you think there is, what is the use? Do you deserve her? Who says I'll only get a second grade? I can get into a major university. If you get into a major university, I'll eat shit live. You want to cheat again? When Wang Mingliang saw his message, he almost didn't die of anger. This guy's mouth was so poisonous that he was no match at all. He had planned to give Jiang Yu a heart attack, wanting to give up without a fight. Who knows that there is no effect at all? Well, the fight cannot be defeated, and the war of attrition has failed. Wang Mingliang, a little review mood, are no longer sitting there to think of ways. Reviewing time for Jiang Yu went by very quickly, without realizing that a day has passed. He continued to review until 10 o'clock at night before going to bed. Just after lying on the bed, Lin Qingya sent a message. Are you asleep? Just planning to rest, what's wrong? My mom said she wanted me to thank you for her. Is that all? Aha. Nothing else you want to say to me? No, there's nothing. Really? Yes, thank you. Straight girl, go to sleep. When Lin Qingya saw his message, her clear eyes were filled with doubt within them. Did I say something wrong and make him angry? The following morning at 6:30. Jiang Yu woke up, and the first thing he did was open the treasure hunting system. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining primary 1 free attribute points. Free attribute points can be assigned to any physical attribute at will. Jiang Yu allocated it to the intelligence value. The most important thing for him to do now was to study hard and strive for a higher score on the college entrance exam. At 7 o'clock, he rode his electric bike out of the neighborhood and saw Lin Qingya at the entrance of the neighborhood. When Lin Qingya saw him, she asked weakly, "Are you angry?" "Ah. You said last night's thing, no, with you joking, this cannot see." "Oh." She sat back and was relieved to hear that he wasn't angry. "How's Zay doing?" "Much better. He's not walking much." "Auntie came back last night at 10 o'clock? He remembered that when Lin Qingya talked to him last night, it was already 10 o'clock at night. "Pretty much, my mom often works overtime." A few minutes later, the two arrived at the school. When they entered the school, they ran into students from other classes, who were somewhat surprised to see Jiang Yu carrying Lin Qingya. Lin Qingya's cheeks flushed, lowered her head and hurriedly walked towards the school building. Jiang Yu glared at the two men, scaring them into leaving in a hurry. Arriving at the classroom, he sat in his seat and began to review. Just as he sat down, Lu Bowen opened his mouth and said, "Brother Yu, this is what Yang Shanshan asked me to give you." Yang Shanshan? Jiang Yu looked at the love letter and picked it up. At the same time, he glanced at Gu Xiaoman in front of him and realized that she was listening with her ears cocked, so he couldn't really tell unless he looked carefully. "Brother Yu, has Yang Shanshan been secretly in love with you? Seeing that she's about to graduate, did she confess to you?" "I don't know, but it's normal for someone to have a crush on someone as attractive as you are." Jiang Yu is 5 feet 8 inches, the tallest in the class, and although he is not very handsome, he is still a little handsome. After saying that, he opened the envelope and looked at it, it was pretty much the same as he guessed. This is Yang Shanshan's confession letter to him. Yang Shanshan is sitting not far away, is a well-behaved and gentle girl, looks medium, to say the least. In terms of learning, she was about the same as Jiang Yu, about average. Usually he didn't notice that Yang Shanshan had any interest in himself, and he probably has been secretly in love with me. I told him how it was possible that there were no girls in the class who had a crush on me. He doesn't have any feelings for Yang Shanshan, his eyes have been on Gu Xiaoman for the past 3 years. After reading it, Jiang Yu refolded the envelope and put it away. Although not in love, don't hurt. After all, it was the expression of a clueless and youthful girl, and perhaps the other party had summoned up enough courage to write it. Thinking differently, if it was Jiang Yu, he would not want the other party to tear up the love letter and be insulted. What did you write? What can there be? Hurry up and review it, you. Are you not going to return it, brother you? What? Just find her face to face sometime and make it clear. Do you think I should write one to Yu Jia? Yu Jia is also a girl in the class, medium sweet looks, good academic performance, is Lu Bowen's crush. Almost graduated, after perhaps many years cannot see, want to write it, but do not affect the study. This is also the reason why Jiang Yu did not reply to Yang Shanshan. If it is because he rejected her and affected her review and college entrance exam results, that is not good. Lu Bowen said with a smile, I just say what I want to say inside, I will feel very painful to say it, as for how the result is I don't care, I just want to tell her. Jiang Yu smiled, he looked at Gu Xiaoman and then looked at the class. 3 years, this place has everyone's youth. And now a period of youth will come to an end, everyone will soon go their own way to meet different destinies. Perhaps some of them will never see each other again in their lives. There is too much laughter, chasing and playing here, but everything will come to an end. Thinking about this cannot help but make people sad. But think of the future, Jiang Yu more is the fighting spirit. School bell rings at noon, Lu Bowen found an opportunity to write his own love letter to Yu Jia. When Yu Jia saw it, her cheeks blushed slightly and she took it, then walked out of the classroom with her classmates. Lu Bowen came back with a smile on his face, Day, don't you have a favorite? Feng Day shook his head, no. When will you confess to Gu Xiaoman, brother you? Jiang Yu smiled faintly, let's talk about it later. The three walked and chatted to the cafeteria. The night back to home. Jiang Yu washed up and just lay on the bed, the cell phone rang, it was a message from Gu Xiaoman. Xiao Yu Zi. In it, what's wrong my fairy lord? Humph, who is your fairy lord? Jiang Yu saw her arrogant message and did not reply again. Sure enough, a few dozen seconds later, Gu Xiaoman sent him another message, why don't you reply to me? Are you chatting with Yang Shanshan? No, my mom just called out to me. Gu Xiaoman continued to ask, Xiao Yu Zi, you have nothing you want to say to me? Good night, have a good dream. When Gu Xiaoman saw his message, she was so angry that she almost threw her cell phone out. Am I talking about this? I'm talking about Yang Shanshan. Did Yang Shanshan write you a love letter today? How did you know? Humph, I know everything. Did you reply to her? No, I don't like her, but if I reply now, I'm afraid it'll affect her studying mood and college entrance exam results, so I'll find a chance to talk about it later. Gu Xiaoman's heart was relieved, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Why don't you like people Yang Shanshan, they are quite good Jiang Yu saw her message and cried and laughed. Women just now there was that tone, and now this. Because toads like swans. When Gu Xiaoman saw his message, she smiled, didn't bother with him anymore, and lay down on the quilt and hugged the pillow that Jiang Yu sent her and started to sleep. Seeing that she didn't reply anymore, Jiang Yu also put his cell phone aside. Time flies like a shuttle, Xiaohua easily passes. In the blink of an eye, time came to June 3rd. The days from the college entrance exam were getting closer and closer. These days Jiang Yu would take Lin Qingya to and from school every day, and when he arrived at school it was to review. The treasure hunting system didn't know what was wrong with it these days. He hadn't drawn anything once, and his luck value had reached 22 points. But Jiang Yu is not too disappointed, can draw is the unexpected joy, cannot draw also does not matter. I'm lucky if I get it, and I'm lucky if I lose it. He has gained a lot of benefits, and those who are satisfied are always happy. Waking up in the morning, Jiang Yu opened the treasure hunting system. Successful treasure hunt, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Song prop card. God of Song prop card, after use, you will permanently obtain the God of Song talent. God of Song prop card used successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Song talent. This is good, he personally likes to listen to songs more, and occasionally sings a few lines. Jiang Yu started getting up to wash and pack his things. Today was Lin Qingya's birthday. The birthday gift was bought by him last weekend. Mom Wang Suxian opened her mouth and asked, Xiaoyu, are you guys on vacation today? Yes, Mom, today is the last day at school. A few days ago, he has been one after another to the textbooks and all kinds of review materials are back. The school has not many books. He rode the tram out of the neighborhood. Lin Xingya was standing there waiting for him in a pink dress, pavilion, and delicate. Seeing him come out, Lin Xingya's pretty face revealed a smile and two charming dimples emerged. Jiang Yu couldn't help but freeze when he saw it. It was the first time he had seen Lin Xingya smile. In the past it was when he saw her to and from school, sitting in the back he couldn't observe the expression on her face. You look so pretty when you smile, like a flower in spring. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sing. Lin Xingya's cheeks floated with two blushes, shyly lowered her head and sat in the back. Today is going to be a vacation, so I won't have to go to school anymore. This might also be the last day I drive you. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, for some reason Lin Xingya's heart had a hint of loss. She had gotten used to waiting for him to go to and from school every day, and then driving herself to school and home. There were no words along the way. The two quietly enjoyed this last day. Lin Xingya boldly looked up at her surroundings for the first time, no longer timid of the gazes of the people around her. She realized that the scenery around her was beautiful, with willow trees and birdsong. She had been walking on this road for 3 years, but she had never felt that the scenery along the roadside was as beautiful as it was today. Perhaps there was an additional beautiful landscape inside her that didn't exist before. Chapter 8, Another Year of Graduation. Jiang Yu rode a little slower than usual, and it took more than 10 minutes to get to the school entrance. Lin Xingya didn't come down at the school entrance this time, but went all the way to the shed where she parked. Then the two entered the school building together and went to their respective classrooms. Jiang Yu's class was senior class 6 and Lin Xingya was senior class 1. Arriving at the classroom, most of the students had already arrived and were currently gathering in groups to chat. There were only 4 days left before the college entrance exam, and there was no use in reviewing now. Everyone knew that they were about to be separated, so they gathered together to chat and talk, cherishing this last day. Of course, there were also individuals who were reviewing. They were introverted and didn't fit in too well. Lin Xingya was like that, making many people jealous because of his looks and academic performance. Coupled with her introverted and low self-esteem personality, she had no friends at all in the class. It was assumed that she was sitting in her seat at the moment looking at her revision materials while the people around her gathered in groups to chat. Jiang Yu was chatting with Lu Bowen, Feng Dei, and a few other people next to her. Gu Xiaoman's cheerful personality also has a few good friends. At this time they are also chatting. Lu Bowen opened his mouth and said, I hope this time I can get into a book. Dei should have no problem getting into a major university, right? Feng Dei is not very confident. After all, do not know the college entrance examination questions difficult or not. I do not know if I can get in. You brother in the future, I guess we have to go our separate ways. Where do you want to go to college? Shanghai City, right? Where do you plan to go? Feng Dei, I should also be Shanghai City. Lu Bowen, I may go to Sioux City. If I play better, I can go to the University of Science and Technology in Sioux City. Jiang Yu slightly nodded. The distance is not far. Sioux City by train to Shanghai is also more than half an hour. At this time, Gu Xiaoman suddenly walked onto the podium, attracting the attention of the students. She picked up the chalk and wrote on the blackboard. Leave of absence note. Dear class teacher. All the students of senior class 6 are asking you for a leave of absence due to graduation forever. Looking forward to approval. Teacher's signature. There are already many people in the class with red eyes. This place carries 3 years of laughter for all of them, and the time they spend at home is not as much as at school. The school is more like another home for them, and the teachers are more like parents, teaching them. After Gu Xiaoman finished writing, she looked at everyone and said, in a moment, Ms. Zheng came, let's sing a song together, what do you think? What song will the class president sing? I think West Sea Love Song is good, what do you think? Just sing the middle part. It's about a couple of lovers, but it could be used for graduation season. The lyrics and the atmosphere feel right to her. Okay, when the teacher comes in later, let's all stand up and sing together. The students in the class agreed. They felt that Gu Xiaoman's proposal was good. About 10 minutes later, the class teacher Zhang Hanlin walked in. The crowd stood up one after another. Old Zhang had a smile on his face and reached out his hand with the intention of signaling the crowd to sit down, but at that moment, the crowd suddenly opened their mouths and sang in unison. I still remember that you promised me that you would not let me find you out of sight. But you followed the migratory birds returning to the south and flew so far away. Love is like a kite with a broken string, unable to pull the promise you made. I am waiting for the warm spring on top of the snowy mountain. Waiting for the lonely geese to return to the abyss after the snow melts. Lao Zhang froze for a moment, and his smile came to an abrupt end. A feeling of parting sadness lingered in the hearts of the crowd. Some people were sad and shed tears, while others had red eyes. Seeing this group of understanding children grow up, a tear also fell from the corner of Zheng Hanlin's eye. 3 years together, he had already taught all of them as if they were his own children. Now they were leaving this place to spread their wings and fly. He saw the leaves slip on the blackboard and walked over to write his consent and sign his name. A line was also written at the same time. I wish you all the best of luck in your golden exams and a bright future. May the flowers of this trip be as beautiful as the flowers of the past, and meet again still as the same. After the song was sung, everyone sat down, and many people were in tears, infected by the sad atmosphere of parting. Zheng calmed down a bit, said, 3 years, in my eyes, you are my children, but today you are going to step out of this school door. The teacher here again a few words. You have grown up, the outside world is very prosperous, but also full of all kinds of temptations and traps. The teacher hopes that you can be vigilant, do not forget the original intention, move forward, the future, no matter what industry, we must add bricks and mortar to the development of our country. Finally, or that sentence, I wish to go to your prosperity, and then meet again we are still the same. Zhang Yu and others have applauded, old Zhang is quite literate. Such a scene was staged in many places at the same time. This is the hottest season, but carries the grandest parting. After speaking to everyone, Lao Zhang let everyone communicate with each other. Some students started to ask for the contact information of other students, so that they could communicate with each other in the future. Gu Xiaoman also went to ask one by one. She felt that we can get together as fate, now to separate, her heart inevitably some sadness. Zhang Yu was a little better, his heart was more mature, but he was also surrounded by this parting atmosphere. He chatted with Lu Bowen and Feng Day, cherishing the last moments. During the morning, everyone almost didn't review, they just sat together and chatted and talked. Old Zhang later also repeated once again the things to pay attention to during the college entrance exams, so that everyone must not make any mistakes. At 11 o'clock in the morning, everyone had packed up their desks. When Lao Zhang announced the dismissal of school, everyone stood up with fondness. Lu Bowen and Feng Day both went to the dormitory to pack up their bedding. Zhang Yu carried his book bag out of the classroom as he walked towards the carport. Little Uz. Behind him, Gu Xiaoman's voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Yu turned his head to look. Gu Xiaoman walked quickly towards him, holding a cardboard box in her hand. What's the matter, class president, sir? This is what I gave you, you go home and look at it again, I am leaving first. She gave the paper box to Zhang Yu and left quickly, leaving Zhang Yu with a figure. Zhang Yu looked at the large cardboard box in his hand and froze for a moment. It was very light. What is inside this? He walked to the parking shed and put the large box in the basket in front of the electric car, barely able to put it down. When he went out of the school entrance, he saw Lin Xingya, a pink dress, choo-choo. Zhang Yu came to her side. Get in the car. Lin Xingya obediently sat in the back. Noticing some of the gazes around her, she felt her cheeks burning a little. Zhang Yu rode the car and slowly left the place. Not a moment later, Zhang Yu suddenly came to a sharp break. Lin Xingya was caught off guard and her entire body leaned forward, sticking to Zhang Yu's back. Zhang Yu felt the softness on his back and said in a serious manner, there was a pit just now. Lin Xingya's pretty face flushed red and didn't say anything. Soon, Zhang Yu had another sharp break, and again the softness collided with his back. Lin Xingya red face do not know what to say, cherry mouth slightly pouting, looks a few aggrieved. Zhang Yu heart some surprise, did not expect Xingya so material. Just like this, he rode a while to a sharp break. Yachty electric car brakes really good. Lin Xingya, this girl is also a little naive, how do not know to catch a little behind it. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yu did not know how many times the sharp brakes, only to Lin Xingya's hudong mouth. Lin Xingya hurriedly got out of the car, her pretty face was red, and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. I will go back first. Wait. Zhang Yu took out a gray and white female school bag from his school bag with a smile on his face. Happy birthday. Lin Xingya froze. How did he know my birthday? Then she felt her pretty face burning. Why don't you like it? I picked it out for a long time. No, too expensive. What's so expensive about a school bag? Do you want it? I don't want it, I'll throw it in the trash. Lin Xingya heard his words, hastily took it, fearing that he really threw it into the trash. Thank you. You're welcome, I'll go back first. No need to be polite, I'll go back first. Jiang Yu rode away. In fact, he not only bought a school bag, but also bought a pair of casual sneakers inside the school bag. He was afraid that Lin Xingya wouldn't accept them, so he put them in the school bag he gave her. Her shoes are worn out, completely not in line with Lin Xingya's temperament. He deliberately picked a pink casual sneakers, is international brand, more than 400. Jiang Yu's bank card has more than 600,000, $400 is not much. Of course, if he could not get so much money in the past, mom and dad to the living expenses are counted. Lin Xingya also felt that there was something in the book. Back at home, she looked at the off-white women's school bag and her cheeks couldn't help but redden again. After a while, she carefully unzipped the school bag as if she was afraid of breaking the zipper. Inside the bag was an Anta brand shoe bag. She took out the shoe bag, opened the shoebox. When she saw a pair of pink sneakers lying quietly inside, her eyes unconsciously revealed the color of love. In her heart, she actually always wanted to buy a new pair of shoes, and when she saw her classmates around her wearing new shoes, she wanted them too. But the situation at home made it impossible for her to open her mouth with her mother. Lin Xingya carefully picked up this pair of pink sneakers and looked at them carefully, her face filled with love. And thinking that it was from Jiang Yu, her cheeks blushed once again. Jiang Yu returned home. His dad and mom had gone to work. He returned to the room, looking at the box Gu Xiaoman sent himself. He untied the rope above and opened it to look at it. The box turned out to be a single paper folded 1,000 paper cranes. There were red ones, pink ones, yellow ones, and so on. Jiang Yu froze. This cannot be all her hand folded it? He counted them one by one. There were 365 in total. The symbolism of the 1,000 paper cranes. Jiang Yu knows, each 1,000 paper cranes represent a wish. Of course there must be Gu Xiaoman's favorite and love in it as well. This gift was more precious than anything else. Because it represents a girl's wishes and love for the boy. If Wang Mingliang's stupid hangman knew about this, I'm afraid his face would be green with anger. Jiang Yu took back the 1,000 paper cranes on the bed into the box and took out a few and put them on the bookcase. Chapter 9 Chance Card. No one was home at noon. Jiang Yu ordered a takeaway on his cell phone and it was delivered to his home in about 10 minutes. After lunch, he opened the review materials to continue reviewing. His heart was full of motivation. At Gu Xiaoman's home, she was also reviewing in the afternoon, and there was some doubt in her heart. Didn't Xiao Yuzi see the gift I gave him? Why is he ignoring me too? Then she finally couldn't help herself. Little Yuzi. What's wrong? You say what's wrong, I gave you such a heartfelt gift, why don't you show it? Of course she couldn't say that. Missy's arrogance wouldn't allow her to do so. It's okay, look what you're doing. Class president, I'm reviewing. Oh, then you review well. After saying that she did not pay attention to Jiang Yu, he also began to review. In the evening, mom and dad came back. They bought some good food to Jiang Yu to make up. Hope he can get a good grade in the college entrance examination. Lin Xingya's home. Her mother did not work overtime tonight and came back at 8 o'clock. Her brother was also on vacation today. Mom, someone gave my sister a gift. Song Xiuzhen looked at her daughter, and Lin Xingya's cheeks were slightly red. Who sent it? Mom, is Jiang Yu sent. He knows my sister's birthday today, but also sent a pair of sneakers. It is Antaz. My sister can like it, do not let me touch. Lin Xingya glared fiercely at him, while her heart was a little apprehensive. Song Xiuzhen face, Xingya, you talk about boyfriend? No, Mom. Then how do you still receive people's gifts? I. Lin Xingya anxious, do not know what to say, how to explain. Lin Zhe hurriedly said, Mom, Faye is quite good. The last time his Faye sent me to the hospital. No, my sister's birthday to send a gift is not very normal. Besides, my sister will soon go to college, it is time to talk to someone. Xingya, tell Mom if you're in a relationship. Really no, Mom. Song Xiuzhen looked at her daughter and said, Xiao Zhe is also right, to the university should also talk about the object, but you, this child is simple and kind, can never be cheated, everything should be vigilant. I know, Mom. Since people give you a gift, you will receive it, and then give it to her on her birthday. Aha. Xingya, do you like this Jiang Yu? Lin Xingya couldn't lie at all. and her pretty face instantly turned red. Seeing this expression on her daughter's face, Song Xiuzhen knew everything. How is he studying? Lin Xingye shook her head. He and I are not in the same class. Song Xiuzhen did not ask any more questions. If that Jiang Yu's studies are also quite good, it is not impossible. If it is too bad, her heart is not too willing. Besides, no one can tell what will happen in the future. I'm going to go and cook for you. I bought chicken and fish today. When Mom left, Lin Xingye glared at Lin Zhe, itching to beat him up. Lin Zhe hurriedly smiled and said, Sister, this kind of thing sooner or later have to let our mom know. I will now explain to you, so as not to trouble you again later. I think that brother Fei person is quite good. Hurry up to go to study, soon you should also be the midterm. When her brother left, Lin Xingye carefully packed her shoes. It had just been taken out and looked at by her own brother. June 4th, more than 6 in the morning. Jiang Yu woke up out of habit. He laid down on his bed and took out his cell phone to look at it, then lay down to sleep for a while again. It had been a long time since he had slept until he woke up naturally. These days the nerves had been tense, and the school was on a 3-day vacation, just so that everyone could combine labor and rest. It was only after 7 o'clock that he woke up. The first time he opened the treasure hunting system. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a prop card of chance. Fortune props card. After using it, the host will obtain a certain amount of fortune. The time limit is half an hour. What is this? Fortune props card? Shall you get up and eat? Mom Wang Suxian's voice sounded outside the door. Jiang Yu turned off the system to get up and wash, eat breakfast. Mom and Dad went to work. He reviewed to 10:30 and took the key out of the house. In his neighborhood not far away from a good environment of the park, he walked towards there, intending to relax. The weather was getting hot now that we were entering June, but it wasn't the hottest yet. There was a breeze outside and it wasn't very hot today. Jiang Yu opened the system as he walked and he found the chance prop card. Chance prop card used successfully, time remaining 29:29 seconds. What the hell is the use of this thing? Can it pick up money? After walking for more than 10 minutes, he arrived at the eco park, where birds and flowers, green trees, and a beautiful environment. Along the way Jiang Yu was also paying attention to the ground and didn't see any money. At this time, there are still 15 minutes for the chance prop card effect. Jiang Yu also did not care, walking on the green path inside the park, enjoying the surrounding scenery. Inside the ecological park there are a lot of elderly people, some of them gathered together to play chess, some are exercising, there are also sitting together to chat. Eco Park is very large, built around the Busan River. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, suddenly a woman's cry for help came from the front. Help, help ah! Jiang Yu sniffed and hurriedly ran over. Only to see a little boy is struggling in the Busan River, the bank of a middle-aged woman loudly asking for help. Surrounded by some older people, they also want to save but have the heart to do nothing. Quickly save my son. Everyone who can swim down on a bit. Quickly call the police. Quickly call the police. Some old people can swim, but they are too old and physically exhausted, fearing that they will not be able to save the child and then take themselves in. The children in the river the more struggle from the shore the farther. Jiang Yu saw this situation, the cell phone out to the middle-aged woman, jumped into the river. The child was more than 10 meters away from the shore, and he swam towards it. At the beginning, Jiang Yu could swim, only the water was not that good, then he obtained the swimming skill card, plus the strong physical attributes. His current swimming skill was more bullish than even the national professional athletes. In a few seconds, Jiang Yu swam to the side of the little boy and grabbed him with one hand and swam towards the shore. Back to the shore, the little boy's mom rushed over. Little Wei, are you alright? The little boy was also frightened, coughed up a few mouthfuls of water, hugged the middle-aged woman and cried. It's okay, don't cry, our mom is not good. Jiang Yu all wet, fortunately it is summer, if the winter then enough to suffer. The young man thank you if not for you my son may be dead. The middle-aged woman reacted and thanked him. Jiang Yu said with a smile, nothing aunt, next time look after the children, do not let them close to the river, aunt you give me your cell phone, I go home to change clothes. Right, young man, what is your cell phone number? The middle-aged woman then reacted, hurriedly asked. Jiang Yu could not resist, but finally gave her his cell phone number. The middle-aged woman left with her child. Jiang Yu also walked towards his home, he was now like a chicken in the soup. Returning home, he took a shower and changed his clothes. At noon, he ordered a spicy hot takeaway. After lunch, he started reviewing in the afternoon. More than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Yu's cell phone suddenly rang, and inside was the voice of a middle-aged man. "Hello, I am the father of the child who fell into the water in the morning. Thank you for saving my son. Where is your home? Our family would like to pay tribute." "Uncle, do not have to be so polite. I just lift a hand, nothing." "It's nothing for you, but you saved our family." "Don't mention it." "Where is your home?" "Where is your home?" 301, Building 8, Suijing District. "Okay, we'll be there in a minute." Just after hanging up the phone, Jiang Jianming and Wang Suxian came back. "Mom and Dad, our family may come later." Jiang Jianming asked curiously, "What kind of people?" "I went to the ecological park in the morning to walk, saved a child in the water, his parents want to come over to thank." Wang Suxian heard froze for a moment. "Xiao Yu, mom is not opposed to you to save people, but this kind of thing should be measured, do not put yourself in." "I know, mom, my water is very good, otherwise I also dare not go to save people." Around 20 minutes, the doorbell rang. Wang Suxian went and opened the door. Outside stood a family of 3. "Quickly, please come in." Zhao Guoqiang's family of 3 walked in. Zhang Yu and Jiang Jianming also got up to greet them. When he saw Zhao Guoqiang, Jiang Jianming's heart shook. "This is not Secretary Zhao?" Zhao Guoqiang saw Zhang Yu, reached out and shook his hand. "Young man, really thank you too much, if not for you I may never see my son again." "Uncle, do not be polite, quickly please sit down." Zhao Guoqiang and his wife bought some fruit and milk and put them on the side. Then Zhang Yu went to pour water. "Secretary Zhao?" Zhao Guoqiang looked at Jiang Jianming with a smile on his face. "Do you recognize me?" "Go to the city meeting, met Zhao's secretary a few times." Zhang Yu heard his dad's words. This person could be a big official? He poured water and placed it next to Zhao Guoqiang's family. "Uncle, auntie, you drink water. My name is Jiang Yu, this is my father Jiang Jianming, my mom Wang Suxian." "Little Yu is still a student?" "I'm a senior high school student, and I'm going to take the college entrance exam the day after tomorrow. When I see you, I feel old. Society still rely on you young people, good test, and strive to become a useful person to the motherland and hometown." When his wife heard his preachy words, she touched him in a bad mood. "We are here to thank people today, why do you put on your official posture again?" "Uncle is right." "Xiaowei, brother here has fun, I will take you to see." Zhao Hongwei glanced at his parents, who agreed before he followed Zhang Yu to his room. There are a lot of fun things in Zhang Yu's house, all of them are left over from his previous play. Zhao Hongwei is only 7 or 8 years old. It is the playfulness is relatively large time, not a moment in Zhang Yu play very familiar, a mouth a Zhang Yu brother called. Later, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Guoqiang had to leave and called him out. Before leaving, Zhang Yu also gave him a few toys. Anyway, he does not play. "Send away Zhao Guoqiang family." Zhang Yu looked at his parents and asked curiously, "Dad, you just said he is what secretary?" "The deputy secretary of our Bushishui city." "Xiaoyu, you saved his son, this favor can be big to go." Zhang Yu froze. "I saved the child as the deputy secretary of the son? Is this the role of the prop card of chance?" Chapter 10, the end of the college entrance exam. Wang Suxian said with a smile on her face, "Just now he asked about your father, I guess your father is going to transit." Zhang Yu's face was happy. "Really? That's great, congratulations dad." Jiang Jianming performance is very calm, are not certain things, and this matter also do not say out, to Zhao secretary's reputation is not good. Wang Suxian and Zhang Yu nodded, they naturally know this. Zhang Yu went back to his room and played with his cell phone for a while. He sent a message to Gu Xiaoman. Quack. Gu Xiaoman was drinking water when she heard her cell phone ring and picked it up to take a look. When she saw the message from Zhang Yu, she puffed out her water and choked. What happened to Xiaoman? Li Yuxiu heard her daughter's room coughing and hurriedly walked in. Mom, I'm fine, I just choked on my water. Drink slowly, don't be in such a hurry. When Mom went out, Gu Xiaoman gave Zhang Yu a message back. Little feather son, you cannot be serious, I almost choked to death by you. What's the matter with the little fairy? Zhang Yu deliberately called the intimate sum, which also has the meaning of testing, to see what Gu Xiaoman reaction. Gu Xiaoman saw his name, hummed, review, you review how? Examination of a 985 key university should not be a problem. Really? Gu Xiaoman obviously some disbelief, she is still very understanding of the results of Jiangyu, barely in the second admission line or so. Playing bad may not even be able to get into the second grade. He said he could get into a major university. How would Gu Xiaoman believe? There are 365,000 paper cranes for me to wish. I think it is not difficult to get into a major university. Hearing Jiang Yu say the exact number, Gu Xiaoman heart a little happy, which shows that Jiang Yu one by one counted. Cheer up. The two chatted for a while and then went to dinner. At night, Jiang Yu sent a message to Lin Xingya, "What are doing? In review. Almost the college entrance examination should pay attention to the combination of work and rest, and to maintain the energy." Aha. Chatting with Lin Xingya, generally Jiang Yu said she answered. She is such a character. After chatting with Lin Xingya for a while, he went to bed after reviewing for another hour. These few days were mainly about recuperating and adjusting his state to be in the best condition for the college entrance exam. During the 2 days of Saturday and Sunday, Jiang Yu reviewed for a few hours each day and spent the rest of the time relaxing. These 2 days also didn't draw anything. The lucky value increased by 2 points. June 7, 8:30 in the morning. Jiang Yu came to the entrance of the examination room of the second middle school. Originally, his mom Wang Suxian was going to send him over, but was excused by Jiang Yu. He is already an adult, do things in proportion, and his mom's hospital also has a lot of things. In front of the entrance to the examination room there are many students' parents personally send their children over. At the entrance of the exam room, Jiang Yu saw the class teacher Lao Zhang, who was responsible for the students in this exam room, making sure that everyone was on time for the college entrance exam. Lin Xingya, Gu Xiaoman, and him are not in a test center, they are in their own school side of the exam. Jiang Yu was assigned to the second middle school side. Jiang Yu finished registering at old Zhang's place, and old Zhang didn't forget to encourage a word of encouragement. Cheer up, take the test well, Jiang Yu. Don't worry about it, old Zhang. Jiang Yu went to the examination room, find their own classroom, sat down. 9 o'clock in the morning the examination officially began, the first exam language. The afternoon is math, tomorrow morning is the comprehensive literature or science, the afternoon is a foreign language. A total of 2 days, 4 exams, full score of 750 points. Each province and region is different, but they are similar, some of the college entrance examination 3 days, and some 4 days. After the exam started, the exam room was silent. Jiang Yu carefully looked at the language exam paper, the difficulty was not very big. He picked up a pen and began to write. 2.5 hours passed quickly. Jiang Yu finished writing about 20 minutes ahead of time, and then double-checked a few times to make sure he didn't make any low-level mistakes. The bell rang at 11:30, and the invigilator began to collect the examination papers. Jiang Yu followed the crowd out of the examination center and rode back home. I had lunch at home, rested for a while and then came to the test center. Mom Wang Suxian sent him to the examination room after going to work in the hospital. The afternoon math paper, Jiang Yu think it is not difficult, do more easily. 2 days of exam time passed in a flash. Jiang Yu finished the English test from the examination room out, saw the mom stood not far away. Wang Suxian saw him out, hurriedly walked over. How about small feather? Jiang Yu smiled back, are not difficult, the examination of a 985 should not be difficult. Wang Suxian gave him a glance, his son what he still knows, but around so many people are not good to say him. Back at home, Wang Suxian asked again, small you honestly test how? Should be quite good, I think the examination questions are not too difficult, 985 hope is great. 985 University of the country a total of only 39, 211 116, which can be seen 985 University of how high the gold content. But her mom, Wang Suxian, is still in disbelief. Mom, I'm not reviewing this time for nothing, you will know when the results come out, you cannot forget to promise me. Although Jiang Yu also does not know the exact score, but he feels that the examination questions are really not difficult. What did I promise you? Mom, you said I got into a major university to buy me a laptop and cell phone, you forget? Mom thought you were joking at the time, but if you really get into a 985 university, Mom will buy you. After the college entrance examination, Jiang Yu felt relaxed and incomparable, finally do not have to get up early in the morning to study, the bitter days of the past. He lay in bed and took out his cell phone to send a message to Gu Xiaoman. How did the fairy adults do? It was okay, not too difficult, how about you? I don't think it's too hard either. Jiang Yu sent another message to Lin Xingya, how was the exam? Pretty good, and you? I also feel pretty good. He and the two women chatted for a while. Mom Wang Suxian called him out to eat. Put down the phone, Zhang Yu out of the room. Dad has come back, looked at him and asked, "How is the test?" "Quite good, Dad. You are ready to buy me a new cell phone and computer it. You really want to get into 985 key universities, Dad also willing to buy for you." When eating, Dad opened his mouth and said, "Xiaoyu summer vacation if nothing, you go to tested driver's license." What? What's the point of taking this test now? Anyway, sooner or later we'll have to test, why not go to the test now? Zhang Yu thought about it and felt right. I will go to the driving school tomorrow to see. I have an old classmate is open driving school, a moment I give him a call to say. Wang Suxian opened her mouth and asked, "Jian Ming, is there any news about your position?" "I heard that a director to be transferred away, the specific who on the still do not know it, many people are running relations gift." Wang Suxian's face was happy. "Should we go to see Secretary Zhao?" Jiang Jianming shook his head. "No, some things you do not understand, just wait. He at least stayed in the system for so many years, some things inside outsiders do not understand. Back then he also wanted to move up, but unfortunately in this kind of place without background, relationship, too difficult to get ahead. Later on, he was gradually smoothed out. On seniority, ability, he is not bad." After dinner, Mom and Dad went to the ecological park for a walk. Zhang Yu went back to his room and opened the treasure hunting system. In the past 2 days, he hasn't had a treasure hunt lottery, and currently has 2 treasure hunt opportunities. Treasure hunt success, congratulations to the host to continue to work hard, reward 1 point of lucky value. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary power card. The primary strength card he used directly, and the strength attribute value increased by 10 points to 36 points, far exceeding the level of an ordinary person. His current strength attribute value was comparable to the world's Hercules. He didn't have such strong muscles as Hercules, he looked just like an ordinary person, but contained terrifying strength. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang and it was a message from Gu Xiaoman. "Xiaoyu, I'm planning to have everyone get together in the next 2 days when we all go to the school to check out of school, what do you think?" "It's quite good, maybe a lot of people won't be able to see each other in the future, it's good to get together." "Well, then it's settled, then AA system, I will find a restaurant near the school." "Okay, you're the class president, you call the other students. After this gathering, I may go on a trip." "Where?" "So many places. Guilin, Juzhegu, Lijiang. My parents will accompany me." "That's great. I've never traveled before. I've thought it over. If my score's okay, I'll go to Huadan University in Jianhai City. No matter how much I get, I will go to Jianhai to go to university." Seeing his words, Gu Xiaoman's pretty face revealed a smile. "Well, I won't talk to you, I'm going to contact other students." Just after chatting with Gu Xiaoman, Lu Bowen sent a message, "How did brother you do on the exam?" "Not bad, how about you?" "I think it is also good, super level play, brother Fei play 2 King A. Then play 2. The next morning, Zhang Yu woke up and opened the treasure hunting system. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the bad luck prop card. Bad luck prop card, after using it, you will have bad luck, the time limit is half an hour, and can be used on other people. Zhang Yu now has 2 prop cards, one is a jet card and one is a bad luck card. After washing up and eating breakfast, Jiang Jianming opened his mouth and said, "Xiaoyu, the driving school I have already given you a good contact, after eating you go over to take a look, this is your Uncle Yang's contact number." "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." After breakfast, Mom and Dad went to work. Zhang Yu rode a tram to the driving school. When he arrived at the driving school, he contacted Uncle Yang, who directly took Zhang Yu to finish the formalities. The first section is relatively simple, go home and practice on the line. After finishing his work at the driving school, he rode his car towards home. The road he rode not very fast, humming a little song. Plain and simple happiness, there will be no more loneliness. When he was almost home, Zhang Yu saw Lin Xingya. "Xingya." Lin Xingya turned her head at the sound, and when she saw that it was Zhang Yu, her pretty face revealed a smile, gentle and quiet. Zhang Yu came to her side. "What are you doing here?" "I am looking for a summer job." "Have you found it?" "Found it, it is this one." Zhang Yu took a look. "This is a restaurant, the decoration looks good. How much a month? Summer vacation workers to 2003. It's not bad. Are you going home now? I'll give you a ride. Chapter 11 The Gathering. Lin Qingya nodded gently and sat on the back seat of his electric car. What did you go and do? I went to a driving school. My dad said that he would let me get my license down over the summer. Finished Jiang Yu a sharp break. This is not his intention. The front of an electric car suddenly leaned over to his side. Lin Qingya was caught off guard, her upper body leaned on his back, and her cheeks immediately became red. Auntie, you watch out, you almost collided. But in his heart he said, thank you, Auntie. A few minutes later he arrived at the Hudong entrance of Lin Qingya's house, another sharp break against his back. Jiang Yu was full of smiles and turned his head to look at Lin Qingya. Here it is. Lin Qingya walked down from the car with a red face. Seeing his smile, her cheeks burned even more, and without saying anything she turned around and walked quickly towards her home. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Qingya's delicate figure, recalling the taste he just had. It was so refreshing. Back at home, he practiced the subject 1 test on his cell phone for a while. The first practice test was over 80 points, the second was 96 points, and the third was 99 points. He didn't practice again after that, it was too easy for him. What is brother you doing? Take me to the king. 2 days ago when Lu Bowen played 2 games of the king, Jiang Yu to bring the fly, how can he let go of this thigh? Call up Dai and ask him what he is doing. Soon Feng Dai is also online. The 3 people opened the black and played. Playing to the noontime on their own offline. Jiang Yu ordered a takeaway, and while waiting for it he realized that Gu Xiaoman had invited him to a group. The name of the group was Senior Class 6 Classmates Group. Jiang Yu looked at it and the class had already pulled in and were chatting hotly at this time. Some said that they felt that they did well on the exam this time, some said that the questions were a bit difficult and so on. In the end, the class teacher Lao Zhan was also invited in, and the group suddenly quieted down. Then Gu Xiaoman hit first to welcome Mr. Zhang. Everyone just chat casually, don't feel that the teacher can't let go here, now that you have all graduated, the teacher can't control you. Jiang Yu also sent a message, that is, everyone casually chat. Lu Bowen continued to send sexy beauty pictures, students want to see. Lu Bowen saw his message and was filled with black lines, when the hell did I post it? Gu Xiaoman, Jiang Yu. You want to see it yourself. I will go to eat first, classmates you chat first. Class teacher Lao Zhang, in fact, looking at beautiful women can be pleasurable, relaxation of stress, and even longevity, which is based on scientific evidence. When Jiang Yu saw the message sent by Lao Zhang, he almost sprayed the water out of his mouth. Old Zhang, you are really my confidant. Gu Xiaoman froze, is this the teacher Zhang I know? The other students were also dumbfounded. In school Lao Zhang was very strict with them. Old Zhang hurriedly said again, of course, appreciation is appreciation, but everyone should also be moderate. Lu Bowen suddenly came out with a sentence, Mr. Zhang, do you often look at it? Lao Zhang, I'm going to go busy first, you guys feel free to chat. Jiang Yu of course knows that Lao Zhang often read, his office desk has a lot of hot body cover magazines. After all, teachers are also ordinary people, not some saint, a little hobby is normal. When he ate lunch, Lu Bowen sent him a message. Brother Fei, you pit me again, you must take me to the king in the afternoon, or you will not recognize you as a brother. Isn't it okay to go to the king with a hand? I'm sure my strength can go to the king, following you is not easier. In the afternoon, he, Lu Bowen and Feng Dai played another afternoon game. The previous period of time crazy review, and now is finally free. In the afternoon, the 3 of them managed to get on the king, gaining a dozen consecutive victories. The main thing is that Jiang Yu is too powerful. Before Jiang Yu also played, when it was not so powerful, now it may be the reason why the body changes, so that their own game talent has also become very powerful. Brother you, continue at night too good. I'll say it again tonight. I've been playing all afternoon, aren't you tired? I'm not tired, I'll continue at night, and then I'll bring 2 more girls. After dinner, Jiang Yu went back to his room and swiped Jitterbug. What is little Yuzi doing? Not a moment later, Gu Xiaoman sent him a message. In a pleasurable mood. What pleasurable mood? A few seconds later she suddenly reacted, roll, you go on watching, I won't bother you. After saying this, he threw the cell phone to the side and picked up the pillow on the bed and hit it. Bastard, I'll beat you to death. I let you look at beautiful women, I beat you to death. Jiang Yu found a photo of Gu Xiaoman on the playground that he had secretly taken during his sophomore year of high school in his cell phone. At that time, she was wearing a school uniform, her pretty face was smiling, and she was talking about something with the person beside her. He sent the photo to Gu Xiaoman. Isn't this pretty girl nice? Seeing her puts me in a very pleasant mood. Hearing the cell phone ringing, Gu Xiaoman did not look at it. Humph, you slowly go to see the beauty. Jiang Yu saw that she didn't reply, opened shake it and continued to brush it. Gu Xiaoman forced herself to hold back for a few minutes, but in the end, she didn't hold back and picked up her phone to take a look. When she saw her own photo, she froze for a moment. Wasn't this a photo of herself? When did he take it? She had no impression at all. Seeing the message below again, Gu Xiaoman's pretty face then revealed a satisfied smile. Xiao Yuzi, when was this taken? How come I don't know? It was taken during the second year of high school. Humph, sneak peeking maniac. Gu Xiaoman was full of joy, but her mouth was full of words. Jiang Yu sent a few more, all taken by him back then. Pervert, you even took so many pictures. I took all the school scenery. After all, I will leave in the future, maybe I will never see it again. When I take it out later I can take a good look and miss it. The two chatted for a while, and Gu Xiaoman went to watch TV. Lu Bowen told Jiang Yu to play the game. Jiang Yu was idle and bored and Lu Bowen and Feng Dei played the game for a while. The next morning he slept until after 8 o'clock before getting up. He opened the treasure hunting system while lying in bed. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for making further efforts, rewarded 1 point of lucky value. Turning off the system, Jiang Yu got up, washed up, and casually ate something. In the morning, he practiced the subject 1 test questions 3 more times, twice 100 points, once 99 points. After practicing, he saw a lot of chatting in the class group. Gu Xiaoman has already found a good restaurant and notified that tomorrow at noon everyone will head there to eat, and the meal cost will be AA. Everyone was playing receive. Jiang Yu also replied. He then sent a message to Lin Xingya, are you going to school tomorrow? I'm going to go. What time to go? Let's go there together. 9 o'clock. Okay, is there a party in your class tomorrow? Yes, but I don't want to go, I have to go to a restaurant at noon. I'll drop you off tomorrow after you finish the paperwork at school. No, I'll go home by myself. You have to go to the class party. It's okay, no delay, so it's a deal, tomorrow at 9 o'clock in front of the neighborhood waiting for me. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu idly called on Lu Bowen and Feng Dei to play the game. He found nothing to do at home is really too boring, can only brush the jittery voice, play games to pass the time. June 11th, more than 8:50 in the morning. Jiang Yu rode his bike out of the house and saw Lin Xingya waiting for him at the entrance of the neighborhood. Lin Xingya was wearing a white t-shirt and black 7-minute pants today, with a delicate and graceful figure. Her unpowdered face was flawless, making many women envious and jealous. Jiang Yu stared at her figure, and after visual inspection, he felt that Lin Xingya's figure was even better than Gu Xiaoman's. Lin Xingya noticed the eyes, her cheeks couldn't help but float up 2 blushes and slightly lowered her head. Getting into the car. Lin Xingya sat in the back. Jiang Yu drove towards Bush's Wee Third Middle School. Xingya, why aren't you wearing that new shoe? Doesn't it fit? He clearly remembered that Lin Xingya wore a size 38 shoe, which shouldn't be out of place. Quite fit, I want to wear later. The foot will fit on the line. 8 or 9 minutes later, Jiang Yu brought her to the school, agreed to meet here in a while, and then the two went to the classroom separately. They came to the school this time as to apply for leaving school formalities, take some of the information needed by the university file, later go to the university need to use. Jiang Yu came to the classroom, most of the students in the class had come. After a while, all the students came and Lao Zhang also walked into the classroom. He gave everyone a talk about volunteering and so on to avoid making some low-level mistakes. Then he passed the college entrance examination paper and answers to the group, so that everyone could roughly match the scores. There wasn't much left at 10:30. Everyone chatted in the class and went to the restaurant later. Jiang Yu walked out of the classroom and went to the parking shed. Lin Xingya was already standing there waiting for him, standing tall and beautiful. When did you come out? Just came out not long ago. Are you really not going to the party? Maybe we won't see each other again. Lin Xingye shook her head. She didn't have many friends. Jiang Yu was her first friend. She didn't care much if she didn't see those people in the future. As long as she could see Jiang Yu, it was enough. Jiang Yu rode her to the home. The road inevitably had a few sharp brakes collision. Bicycle, well, always a little accident. What time does your hotel get off work? 10 o'clock in the morning to 2:30 in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the evening to 9 o'clock. Well, I'm free to go there to eat, go back. Jiang Yu rode back home to put things down, and back to school. When he came to the school entrance, he saw Gu Xiaoman and the girls coming out. What did you do, Jiang Yu? I went back home. Gu Xiaoman, people are all full, let's go to the restaurant, just over there. We have walked and bicycled to the entrance of the hotel. Hotel decoration looks good, the crowd went in. The box has been booked, a large box, there are 2 large tables, enough to accommodate more than 40 people. There was 1 table for boys and 1 table for girls, and Lao Zheng soon came, and he sat at the boys' table. The food soon came up, some beer was served on the boys' table, and the girls' table was all drinks. Jiang Yu sat with Lu Bowen and Feng Dai. Let's all have a drink together. In the future the mountain is high and the road is far. The teacher is here to wish you a bright future. The crowd raised their glasses and drank a cup together, and soon the table was lively. Later on, Lao Zhang had something to do and left, so everyone let themselves go even more. Because there are female classmates beside, many people drank a lot, other people persuade drink also embarrassed not to drink, plus the imminent departure, many people drink a lot. Coupled with the impending departure, many people drank too much. Wang Mingliang walked to the side of Jiang Yu with a glass of wine. Jiang Yu, let's drink one. Jiang Yu looked at him with a smile on his face, could not understand what he was selling, but also drank it down. Wang Mingliang went to find other students after drinking with him. The reason why he is looking for Jiang Yu to drink is that he thinks that Jiang Yu and Gu Xiaoman will have no chance in the future. With his grades, he can only get into a second university, while Gu Xiaoman was sure to get into a major university, and he himself should be able to get into a major university as well. In the future, Jiang Yu has no chance and no qualification to compete with himself for Gu Xiaoman. So he looked away and didn't treat Jiang Yu as a competitor anymore. The author has something to say. Brother Ball is afraid of being tired. Chapter 12 Admissions Team Call. The crowd had been drinking until after 2 in the afternoon. During this time several people went to the toilet and vomited several times. Jiang Yu finally drank a lot, but there is nothing. Lu Bowen and Feng Dai, 2 people are also okay, did not drink much. From the hotel out, everyone should take the bus to leave, all leave, there are also riding a car to go back. Lu Bowen and Feng Dai, 2 people ride the bus together to leave. At this time, most of the students had left, but Gu Xiaoman had not yet left. Jiang Yu walked to her side. Xiaoman, how did you get here? Do you need me to give you a ride? No, I rode a tram over. The 2 of them tacitly pushed the trolley and walked a distance before going home. The next day, the ancient Xiaoman family went out to travel, at least a month later may come back. Jiang Yu just played games with Lu Bowen and Feng Dai every day, and chatted with Lin Xingye and Gu Xiaoman in the evening. On June 16, he took the Subject 1 test and passed the Subject 1 test with a perfect score. The next day he went to the driving school for the practice of Subject 2, and began the life of 2 points in 1 line. The weather is also getting hotter every day. Jiang Yu practiced during the day and occasionally played games with Lu Bowen and Feng Dai at night or chatted with Lin Xingye and Gu Xiaoman. The treasure hunting system didn't draw anything again these days, so maybe it wasn't very lucky during this time. In the blink of an eye, it was the 24th of June. The 25th was when the results of the college entrance exams came out, and many people were a little nervous and apprehensive. This morning, Jiang Yu conducted the Subject 2 test, easily and smoothly passed the Subject 2 test, and then rode the car to the home. Home because no one. On the road he came to the hotel where Lin Xingye worked. The flavor of the hotel is not many people, this side of the night more people, this season to eat barbecue and drink beer more people. Jiang Yu walked in and saw Lin Xingye. She was standing there, next to a waitress. Lin Xingye also saw him, froze for a moment, and then walked over and asked softly, Subject 2 finished? Successfully passed. Congratulations. Lin Xingye's face revealed a smile, then their own test passed are happy. At this time, the boss's wife in the hotel bar looked this way. Xingye, your classmate? Jiang Yu walked over, talking down. Boss lady, my classmates, if there is something wrong, you take it easy. The boss's wife is full of smiles. Xingye is quite good, work hard. Boss lady, you see at noon there are not many people. I would like to invite Qingya to have a meal here. What do you think? What do you think? How could the boss's wife turn down business that comes to her door? Anyway, there are not many people at noon. Not many people are willing to go out at noon on a hot day. They are at home blowing the air conditioning. Jiang Yu ordered a few meals, all more expensive, with shrimp, a plate of beef and a cold dish. He also wanted 2 bottles of cold beer. Lin Xingya was relatively thin-skinned and sat opposite him with a red face. The boss's wife also saw that the two were not ordinary classmates at all. Looking at the ignorant and shy Lin Xingya, she couldn't help but think back to when she was young. It's so good to be young. Hurry up and eat, I'm starving. Jiang Yu picked up his chopsticks and ate, then drank a large mouthful of cold beer. It felt refreshing. The weather outside is too hot, and there is no air conditioning in the damn exam car. You drink less alcohol, it's not good for the body. Lin Xingya said softly. Drinking is fine, it is too hot outside, you taste the shrimp is quite delicious. He said. He gave Lin Xingya a shrimp. Lin Xingya's pretty face even more red. Fortunately her back to colleagues and the boss's wife, they cannot see. The two of them ate, and it took almost an hour to finish. Lin Xingya said weakly, you go back to rest early, I will go to the checkout. You have money to settle the bill? Just deduct it from my salary. Today is my treat for you to eat, later you treat me to eat again. Lin Xingya got up and packed the dishes away. Jiang Yu went to the bar to settle the bill. Boss lady, your food is good, I will bring my parents to eat barbecue here tonight. The boss's wife was all smiles. Okay. Boss lady, I will sit here for a while, waiting for Qingya to get off work. It's okay, feel free to sit down. At 2 o'clock, the boss's wife let them go. Mainly at noon is not busy, not many people. If there are more people in the evening, you may need Lin Xingya to work overtime. Jiang Yu drove Lin Xingya towards her home. Qingya will be able to check her scores tomorrow. How many points do you think you can score? 689. She had cashed in her scores the other day and probably felt that it was this score. Jiang Yu also on the old Zheng sent down the answers to the examination paper. After he was a little confused, he felt as if he did not have a few wrong. He was looking forward to the results of the college entrance examination. He specifically did not know how many points he would take, but it should not be too bad. 5 minutes later. Jiang Yu came to the alleyway entrance of her house. The main road are not much cars and people. Of course a sharp brake collision is something that cannot be avoided. Lin Xingya got out of the car with a red face. I will go back first, bye. I'll see you later. Jiang Yu returned home, lying on the bed and took a nap. Perhaps the reason for practicing the other day, this sleep he slept until 5 o'clock in the afternoon before waking up. Mom and Dad just came back. Dad Jiang Jianming a few days ago promoted to become the director of the bureau, now full of spring, glowing the second spring of life. Mom and Dad, you're back. Did you pass the second test? I'm sorry. Mom Wang. Suxian, test passed. Also do not make a phone call to say a little, thought you did not pass it. Finished, she continued. I received 2 phone calls today, said with the Peking University admissions team and Tsinghua admissions team. It is now the college entrance examination out of the score of the time. Too many liars. Last year we have a colleague was cheated more than 50,000 yuan. Dad Jiang Jianming nodded, this time to be vigilant. I scolded them. Just at this time, Jiang Jianming's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at the number as a local number to connect the phone. Hello, who is it? He is now the director of the bureau, and the phone calls are obviously a lot more than before. Hello, we are from the admissions team of Peking University. My name is Yang. May I ask if you are Jiang Yu's father, Jiang Jianming? Jiang Jianming froze for a moment and looked at his wife and Jiang Yu. He said it was some kind of NU admissions team. It must be the liar who called me at noon. I want to see how he plans to cheat. Jiang Yu heart thumping, he felt that it may not be a liar. Jiang Jianming opened the speakerphone. Did you call my wife at noon? Yes, Mr. Jiang first explained that we are not a scammer. You can search the internet. I am the teacher Yang Ming of the admission team of the North University in Busan City. These can be found online. You wait a moment. You check our Bushes Hui City. The person in charge of the enrollment team of the university is not called Yang Ming. Contact number is not this. Wang Suxian checked online and froze. It really seems to be. Jiang Jianming heart is full of doubts. Mr. Yang, what do you want to find me? I and your leader Lao Lu are old classmates. I looked for him to ask for your contact information. Yang Ming did not answer directly, for fear that the family would not believe. What is the situation of this family? I call other people's homes are excited. How did her family call me a liar? Thinking of the scene at noon when he was scolded by Wang Suxian, he was a little embarrassed. He had never encountered such a thing. When Jiang Jianming heard it, his face was stunned. No, our director? It seems that it is not a liar. Mr. Yang, sorry, at noon my wife thought it was a liar. I don't know what you are looking for us. Mr. Jiang, Jiang Yu's grades may have reached the admission line of Peking University, but we are not sure. If you want to be sure, it is best for Jiang Yu to sign a contract with us, and we will admit Jiang Yu in advance. Dad, Mom heard his words are confused. Son's grades may have reached the admission line of the North University? Ouch. Dad screamed, what are you pinching me? Mom, Wang Suxian, I'll see if it's a dream. Then why don't you pinch yourself? I'm not going to pinch myself, but I'm going to pinch myself. Dad, Jiang Jianming, after all, is a person who has seen a lot of wind and waves, and quickly calmed down. Mr. Yang, have you made a mistake? My son can reach the admission score line of Peking University? Yang Ming froze for a moment. Your own children you still do not understand? This I am not sure. If now Jiang Yu students sign a contract with us, I can guarantee that he can go to our Peking University. Jiang Jianming has lived for decades and is also a human savant. He felt that the other party must know something. Just then another call came to his cell phone. Mr. Yang, wait a moment, I'll take a call. Hanging up Yang Ming's phone, he picked up another call. Hello, who is it? Hello, we are Tsinghua admissions team. My surname is Liu. My name is Liu Yang. Are you the father of Jiang Yu's student? Yes, I am. Jiang Yu students may have reached our Tsinghua admission score line. Now as long as Jiang Yu students sign a contract with us, you can be admitted early to enter our Tsinghua University. Jiang Jianming smiled and said, Peking University admissions team over there just finished talking to us on the phone. They said right away to my home, Mr. Liu, my son, what kind of I am clear, with his grades to choose which school can be. I'm now looking at you have no sincerity, which is the most sincere? Mr. Jiang said that this will be born, we Tsinghua is certainly the most sincere. My son, about how many points? Mr. Jiang, this is not very good to say. Then forget it. A moment, Peking University's Mr. Yang came, I ask it. Nothing, I hang up first. Mr. Jiang, wait, this is nothing. Anyway, tomorrow the scores will come out. Jiang Yu students' results are very good, 727 points, science the first in the province. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. Dad and Mom heard his words and froze. Their breathing became a little short. Chapter 13, I show my cards. Jiang Jianming asked again in disbelief, how much did you say, Mr. Liu? The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was so happy. Mr. Liu is sure you are not mistaken, is my son Jiang Yu? Definitely right, Busan Water 3 Senior Class 6 Jiang Yu students. Okay, thank you Mr. Liu. Mr. Jiang, we at Tsinghua are very sincere. Do you see the contract? Don't worry, Mr. Liu, I have to discuss this with my child. I will definitely let him give priority to you. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Jianming looked at Jiang Yu with a look of undisguised surprise. Xiao Yu, you just heard it all? Jiang Yu nodded, heard, a little surprised. I think 689 no problem. He really did not think he could test 727 points, the province's top science student. The Huanbei province is a large province of college entrance examination. This year's college entrance examination students nearly 1 million, the province's first science. This is what the concept. This greatly exceeded his surprise. He felt that the test 689 almost. Wang Suxian was pleasantly surprised, but still some dare not believe. How do you test so much? Usually it is not just more than 500 points. These days, I've been revising early in the morning and late at night, so it's normal to get this much, or else I'm sorry I worked so hard. It's great. Wang Suxian excitedly hugged him and cried tears of joy. Her son really gave her a big surprise, a completely unexpected surprise. Jiang Jianming's performance was fairly stable, but looking at his face full of smiles, he knew that he was also excited inside. When Jiang Yu saw his mom's reddened eyes, his heart was also a bit unfavorable. Mom, don't cry, I want to cry when you cry. Jiang Jianming said with a smile, worthy of being my seed, the province's top science student. In the future, Dad can go out with his head held high. And what do you have to do with you? You have managed the child, but it is not all my management. Mom and Dad, I want to go to a barbecue today. Not to mention a barbecue, even if it's a 5-star hotel, Dad is willing to go. Now Jiang Jianming in Wangsu Xian is still like floating in the clouds. His son examined 727 points, the province's first, the top science student. This is the impact and shock of their formation is too big. It is estimated that they will not sleep well tonight. The family of 3 walked out the door and walked for 6 or 7 minutes to the entrance of the Taste and Fragrance Hotel. At this time, Lin Xingya had already come to work, and there were not many people in the store at this time. When Lin Xingya saw Jiang Yu's family froze for a moment, the boss's wife was very enthusiastic and came over. Young man is here again, what to eat? Jiang Jianming looked at his son, what does little you want to eat? Have some lamb kebabs and beef kebabs, and then a few bottles of beer, Dad, you watch and order something else. Jiang Jianming ordered some more things, there are crayfish, waste and so on. The family of 3 found a place to sit down. About a few minutes later, Lin Xingya walked over with the kebabs and carefully placed them on their table. Xingya, this is my parents. Jiang Yu looked at him and smiled. Lin Xingya's cheeks reddened, and he didn't dare to look at Jiang Jianming and Wangsu Xian, hello uncle and aunt. Jiang Jianming saw Lin Xingya and hurriedly said, hey, hello. Are you our little Yu's classmate? Wangsu Xian froze for a moment and asked curiously. Lin Xingya nodded with a red face. Xingya, you go and get busy first. He knew that Lin Xingya was thin-skinned and introverted and shy. When Lin Xingya left, Wangsu Xian looked at her son, Xiaoyu, who is this? Mom, how is this girl? Quite good, at first glance, gentle and virtuous, good-looking, she is out to play summer vacation job? Well, she's working a summer job. I think she's interested in you. How are her studies? Quite good, should be able to test 689. Wangsu Xian nodded slightly, 689, this is definitely the school top students. Dad Jiang Jianming opened his mouth and asked, Xiaoyu, do you plan to go to Tsinghua or Peking University? Yes, which school do you want to go to? Jiang Yu hemmed and hawed and laughed, I don't intend to go to either of these two. Jiang Jianming and Wangsu Xian froze, do not go to these two, you go which one? Probably Zhanghai Jiaotong University. Zhanghai Jiaotong University is really good, but in terms of fame Peking University, Tsinghua slightly higher. Jiang Jianming and Wangsu Xian looked at each other and did not know what to say. Of course they wanted their son to go to Tsinghua or Peking University, but his son now said no. Jiaotong University is still a bit of a gap compared to these two, why do you go there? Because I want to go, Mom. Jiaotong University is also a top institution that counts in the country. If I used to be able to go to Jiaotong University, you must be very happy, now you have changed. Jiang Jianming opened his mouth and said, Xiaoyu has grown up, have their own ideas, we can only suggest, cannot decide for him. Regardless of you, you want to go wherever you want to go, Jiaotong University is not bad, your grades are far beyond Mom's imagination. Thank you, Mom. More than an hour later, Jiang Yu's family ate their fill, and when he left he spoke to Lin Xingya. Back at home. Wangsu Xian said to Jiang Jianming, Jianming want you to persuade Xiaoyu again? Still persuade what? I think he has long thought about where to go, the child is old enough to have their own ideas, you do not worry about it, let's quickly rest. Let's get some rest. What's wrong with your hands? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get the best out of me. Jiang Yu returned to the room, lying on the bed playing with the phone. Lu Bowen and Feng Dei did not look for him to play the game in the past 2 days, presumably the scores are coming out, not much mood. Little Yu Z. Gu Xiaoman sent him a message. Where is Fairy Lord playing now? Today arrived in Lijiang, here is really beautiful, the weather is not so hot, how is your driver's license test? Subject 2 passed this morning, go practice Subject 3 in the next 2 days. Little Feather, the scores will be out tomorrow. Are you nervous? What do you mean? I already know my score. Peking University and Tsinghua University won't get it wrong. They have special channels to get the scores in advance and then grab the students. A little bit. I compiled a list of good secondary schools in Jianghai City, take a look. Without looking, I think I can get into Tsinghua and Peking University. Are you still awake? Yes, you'd better wake me up. Shameless, ignore you. After 10 seconds or so, remember to look at the schools I've organized for you, I'm going to bed, I'm too tired today, good night little feathery. Good night. June 25th, 7 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yu woke up and opened the treasure hunting system and conducted today's treasure hunting draw. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host to obtain calligraphy props card. Calligraphy prop card. After using it, you will permanently master the top calligraphy skill. After Jiang Yu used the prop card, he felt an additional stream of information in his mind. He began to get up and wash, and when he ate, he saw his mom yawning all the time, looking like she really didn't sleep well last night. What time will Xiaoyu be able to check the score? May have to be noon. Today first announce the filing line, and then announce the results. Then your father and I go to work first, we come back at noon. After breakfast, Mom and Dad went to work. This morning I do not know how many people are guarding the computer, waiting for the announcement of the score. 10 o'clock in the morning filing line has been announced, a line of scores set at 526 points, a lot lower than last year. Fei brother, I'm a bit panicked. At this time Lu Bowen sent him a message. You panic ass, this year's score line is much lower than last year. Brother Fei, see this score line, you may also be able to test a book. Ordinary 1? I'm a provincial top science student. Tsinghua, Peking University admissions team contacted me yesterday. Bowen does not pretend, I was going to get along with you as ordinary people, but in exchange for estrangement, do not pretend, I am a school bully, I showdown. Yesterday Tsinghua, Peking University admissions team of teachers contacted me, grabbed me, and let them sign a contract to go to their school. Fei, you don't have a fever today, do you? I'm wide awake now. How long has this condition lasted for you, brother you? What's Dei doing? Waiting for the score, brother Fei. This year, the score line is not high, you should be able to go to a book. Dei, do not pretend, I was going to get along with you as ordinary people, but in exchange for estrangement, do not pretend, I am a school bully, I showdown. Yesterday Tsinghua, Peking University admissions team of teachers contacted me, grabbed me, and let them sign a contract to go to their school. Feng Dei froze for a moment when he saw the message he sent. Brother Fei, is it that uncle and aunt are too harsh on you? Is brother Fei being driven crazy? Dei, wait for the score to come out and you will know, just don't be too surprised. After loading the pen, Jiang Yu felt refreshed, this feeling is really good. He made another call to Lao Zhang, I am Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, this year's score line is quite low, are you sure you can get into a book? Old Zhang, I came to tell you a good news. What's the good news? The scores aren't out yet? Yesterday, the teachers from Peking University and Tsinghua University contacted me and asked me to sign a contract with them to go to their schools. Ahem. A cough came from Lao Zhang's side, as if he was choking on water. Jiang Yu, you now dare to make fun of the teacher, right? Teacher so big thing I lie to you, why? All blame me before too low profile, each time to pressure the score not to test so much. Hanging up the phone, Zheng Hanlin was confused. At this time he is in the school office, many teachers are here. Because today is the day of the announcement of the results, the student's performance is good or bad, and the school and teachers have a certain relationship. If the student's grades are good, the school and the teacher are good. If it's poor, it's not good. The English teacher next to him asked curiously, Old Zheng, who called you? The student in our class, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu has been reviewing very hard for a while now, and his grade should be better than usual. He said that the teachers of Tsinghua University and Peking University admissions team contacted him and asked him to go to their school. The English teacher froze for a moment, then laughed. He must be teasing you, our class has the best chance to go to Peking University and Tsinghua University or Gu Xiaoman, I do not know how she played. Lao Zhang sighed, I hope I can play exceedingly well. Chapter 14, Exceeding Expectations. If Gu Xiaoman had played exceptionally well, there would still be hope. Their province is a big province for college entrance exams, and the score lines for Tsinghua and Peking University are very high, with scores above 700 points every year. Last year there was someone who scored more than 690 points and ranked more than 400 in the province's science department, and could not go to Tsinghua and Peking University at all. These colleges and universities have quota restrictions. If this year's 690 points can be ranked in the province's top 100, it is sure to get on. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the results were announced. Jiang Yu entered the document number and checked, it is indeed 727 points. Language deducted 10 points, 10 points in science, English deducted 3 points, math is full. The score was indeed beyond his expectations. Jiang Yu sent a message to Lin Xingya, how many points did you score? 698. Niu Biao, You are really a beautiful girl with both talent and appearance. What about you? 727. Lin Qingya's side was silent for a few seconds. You're so bad. You really believe it? I believe everything you say. No kidding, I'm Jiang Yu, this year's top science student in this province. You are awesome. At this time, Gu Xiaoman sent a message. How many points did you score in the exam, little Uz? It's not ideal, how about you? I took the test 699, not ideal, it does not matter, this year's score line is low, the second line is only 485, you should be more than 485, right? Hey, don't say it. I don't have the face to say it. Xiao Yuzi, you do not be discouraged, in fact, the third and the second bachelor's degree is almost the same, you do not feel too sad. Wait, my mom called. Jiang Yu connected the cell phone out of the voice of the mother. Small feather, how many points? 727. And they say the same. Really? Great, my son took the test 727 points, the province's top science student. Cell phone Wang Su Xin could not help but say to the side of the colleague. Originally, she was just going to say when she went to work, but she was afraid of making any mistakes and waited for the official announcement of the results. Hang up the phone, Wang Su Xin face smile has not disappeared, ran into a colleague, had to say it again. Dad also called and asked about his results. In the class group, some people have already sent their scores to the group, and most of them have done quite well and reached their goals. Wang Mingliang also sent his score, he scored 668 points, and he can definitely go to a major university. Bull batch. 666,666. 668 points, that's awesome. He'll definitely be able to go to a major university. Which major university is Mingliang planning to go to? I'm so envious. My parents would be so happy if I could go to a major university. Wang Mingliang looked at the compliments and flattery of his classmates and felt very comfortable. This is a good feeling. How come Jiang Yu didn't come out to talk? It is not possible that he did not even get into the second college, right? He also made a special effort to aid Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, how many points did you score on the exam? Jiang Yu didn't have time to ignore him because Gu Xiaoman was sending messages to comfort him. Xiao Yu son, don't be discouraged, to the university after you study hard, you can also take the Key University Graduate School, then we together graduate school. By the way, how many points did you get? You haven't said it yet. Jiang Yu used his cell phone to take a picture and sent it over. When Gu Xiaoman saw his score, her eyes widened with shock and surprise. 727, really? She and Jiang Yu had been classmates for 3 years and knew his score too well, 727 points, simply beyond her imagination. Hey, it's really 727, the exam is not ideal. Thinking that she had just comforted him, and then seeing his pushy words. Gu Xiaoman angry pretty face red, small feather son, you even dare to play me, I kill you. Yesterday Tsinghua and Peking University enrollment team teachers contacted, that's when I knew the score. Xiao Yuzi, why are you suddenly so powerful? The province's top science student. How did you do it? In fact, I've always been very good, just more low-key, every time on purpose to test so low, for fear of blowing your self-confidence. Cut, I will not be hit. At this time, the class teacher Lao Zhang sent him a message to ask for results. The students' college entrance examination results are related to their 3-year performance. How many students can go to key universities? How many students can go to the first line? Jiang Yu sent the picture over. Lao Zhang was dumbfounded when he saw it, and 2 words came out of his mouth for a long time, crouch. What's wrong, old Zhang? Jiang Yu scored 727 points and was the top science student in the province. Really? I see. The office was abuzz with excitement, and all the teachers of the 6th senior class were thrilled. Because this was their performance, this one alone was enough. Number 1 in the province, powering over the group. Now they all couldn't help but shout in their hearts, Jiang Yu, bullseye. I'm going to tell the director and the principal, they must be very excited to know, we bust we 3rd middle school this time to raise eyebrows. Said Zheng Hanlin rushed out of the office to the director's office, Jiang Yu's results told him. Then again, the principal is even more excited, because this is also his performance. There was a leader on the education bureau side who was retiring, and he felt that he saw hope. Very good. On behalf of our school, we'll give Jiang Yu a bonus. How much is appropriate for the principal? Send 20,000. It seems that the alma mater of that top science student last year also awarded 20,000 yuan. Okay, principal, I'll arrange it. Feng Day, Fei brother, I took the test 671, you passed the second line? I didn't do too well. How many points? Jiang Yu casually flung over the photo he had just taken. I'm sorry, brother Yu, I'm sorry to bother you. Lu Bowen, brother Yu, I took the exam 568, Sioux City University of Science and Technology should be 9 out of 10. Congratulations, Bowen, my test is not too ideal. How many points? Brother Fei, don't be discouraged, don't review for another year. Jiang Yu dumped the photo again, and then asked again, Bowen, you say I want to no longer review a year? Grass, excessive feather, brother. Inside the class group. After enjoying the compliments, Wang Mingliang saw that Jiang Yu ignored himself and then aided Gu Xiaoman. How many points did you score, class president? 699. Crap, class president is bullish. Nearly 700 points, class president is too powerful. There were even more people who complimented Gu Xiaoman. After all, she was the goddess of many of the boys in the class. I'm afraid the class president is number 1 in our class, right? I'm not. If the class president isn't number 1, then who is? Is there anyone else with a higher score than the class president's 699 points? At this time, Lao Zhang spoke. Our first is Jiang Yu, who scored 727 points and became the top science student in the province. The class group was dead silent. Wang Mingliang stared wide-eyed at the message sent by Lao Zhang. Jiang Yu scored 727 points? The province's top science student? How the hell is this impossible, on his usual that score can test so much? The system is not wrong? Old Zhang continued, the usual practice exams, Jiang Yu students are deliberately examined so low, the teacher is also only just really low-key. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang Yu. Gu Xiaoman first said in the group. Then Lu Bowen and Feng Day also copied and pasted. Many students also sent out their blessings. Jiang Yu came out at the right time, classmates are polite, teachers have worked hard, this time the test is still not too good, still more than 20 points short of my goal. The students in the class group were full of black lines. Damn, the pen let you loaded, the wind let you out. Be a person. At this time, Jiang Yu received a phone call from Lao Zhang. Jiang Yu's school side decided to give you a bonus of $20,000 to encourage. Really, old Zhang? You are not fooling me, right? I'm not fooling you. Why? A moment people will go over. Good, you this time is really for our Bushy Water 3 middle school. Raised eyebrows, in the future have time to come to school more. Don't worry, Zhang, I have to go even if you don't say so. I'll let you treat me to dinner. I'll let you treat me to a meal. Just after hanging up with Zhang, Mom and Dad came back. What's the score? Mom and Dad walked into his room and asked him. Didn't I tell you? We have to see with our own eyes. Jiang Yu helplessly opened the results interface again. Mom Wang Su Xin. Seriously looked at, language 140, math 150, English 147, science 290, total score of 727 points, the province ranked first in science, great. At this time outside suddenly sounded a knock on the door. Dad and Mom went out and opened the door to see a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Mr. Jiang, hello, I am Yang Ming of the Peking University admissions team, we spoke on the phone yesterday. So it is Mr. Yang, please come in. Jiang Yu poured a cup of water for Yang Ming. Mr. Yang, have a drink of water. Jiang Yu is really a talented person, more handsome than I imagined. Mr. Yang is too kind. Jiang Yu student college entrance examination volunteering, have you thought about it? If so, we can sign the contract agreement now. Jiang Jianming and Wang Su Xin looked at Jiang Yu with an awkward smile. Jiang Yu smiled, Mr. Yang, I have thought about it, but I cannot sign a contract with your school, sorry. Yang Ming froze for a moment, what's going on? Which school do you want to go to, Mr. Jiang Yu? You should know very well about the strength of our faculty at North University. The knock on the door sounded again. Wang Su Xin opened the door. It was Lu Yang from Tsinghua's admissions team. He naturally wanted to pull Jiang Yu into their school this time. Seeing that Yang Ming from Peking University's admissions team was also there, Lu Yang ignored him and sat straight down. The two sides have always been in competition, and there was also a time when they had a bad time because of the competition for students. Jiangyu students, our Tsinghua is a domestic double first class in many specialties. You cannot be deceived, our Tsinghua is the most suitable for your kind of talent. Jiangyu, Mr. Liu, Mr. Yang High School volunteers, I have thought about it. I intend to apply for Jianghai Jiaotong University. Trouble you to run a trip. The two teachers heard his words and were immediately upset. In the north, Peking University and Tsinghua University have absolute dominance. Most students first consider them Tsinghua or Peking University. Jianghai Jiaotong University is not much of a contender over here. Although the difference in their score lines is not that big, but fame-wise Peking University and Tsinghua University are still the biggest. After Yang Ming and Lu Yang persuaded him to no avail, they left with a sigh. They also didn't expect Jiangyu to go and choose Jianghai Jiaotong University. After they left, Lao Zhan brought the school leaders, as well as the leaders of the Bushish City Education Bureau. They gave encouragement to Jiangyu, hoping that he would keep up the good work and whatnot. Jiangyu's family received a total of $50,000 in prize money, completely unexpected. There were reporters who wanted to interview, Jiangyu refused. This day Bushishui City, many people were a news screen. This year's college entrance examination science, Jiangyu, 727 points, from the city of Bushishui 3 Middle School. Jiangyu brushed the jitterbug. All saw the video about himself. The likes have reached hundreds of thousands. What makes Jiangyu most speechless is that this media account even has a screenshot message. Students are polite, teachers work hard, this test is still not too good, still more than 20 points away from my goal. This video is full of the flavor of Versailles. It may also be the reason why it burst into flames. He opened the comments and looked at it. This is still not ideal, Nima, be a man brother, I only scored 427 points. Not very hurtful, extremely insulting. Crass, learning is not better than the school bully, and pretending to be a pen cannot be pretended, leave us a way to live. The old Versailles of the school bully. I am Jiangyu's desk, there are girls who want his contact information can add me. Jiangyu clicked on this person to see, originally thought it was Lu Bowen. I think it's a good idea to click in and take a look at it, but it turns out to be Wang Mingliang. Well, this guy how to have such a riotous operation. Taste of the restaurant. After Lin Qingya checked the score, the boss's wife asked with a smile, how many points did Qingya score? 698. So high, too powerful, my family. The child only took the college entrance examination 563. How much did your boyfriend score? Lin Qingya's pretty face instantly turned red and stammered, 727 points. The boss's wife was stunned, holy shit, so powerful? Peking University and Tsinghua University have to grab it, right? Well, yesterday Tsinghua and Peking University's enrollment team went to grab him. Qingya, can you go to Peking University or Tsinghua University with this score? I don't think so. Then your boyfriend will definitely go to Tsinghua and Peking University, and you won't be able to see him then. Lin Qingya panicked when she heard her words. Yes, afterward perhaps you will never see again. He is not my boyfriend. The author has something to say. The third more, each chapter is more than 3,000 words, top others 4.5 chapters, brothers come to some 5-star praise. Chapter 15 Volunteer for Jiaotong University. The boss's wife heard her words and smiled without saying anything. She could see that both of them were the kind that liked each other. At this time Lin Qingya's mom called and asked about her score. When she heard that her daughter had scored 698 points, she burst into tears. After so many years of pulling her 2 children and sending them to school, only she knew how hard it was. Hearing her daughter's score, she felt that everything was worth it. Why is Xiaojun crying? What happened? A colleague beside her saw her appearance and asked hurriedly. It's okay sisterly, the child scored 698 points. So powerful, my child was only 523 points, such a good thing to cry what? Colleagues also know her family's situation, she is also very sympathetic and take care of her. Qingya, go back to mom at night to give you a good meal, not chatting first. Lin Qingya hung up the phone, her mood was a little dull. Maybe it was her mother's crying, maybe it was the fact that she was going to be separated from Jiangyu in the future. At this time, Gu Xiaoman and her parents were in Lijiang ancient city and were touring the city. However, Gu Xiaoman's excitement was not high. What's wrong with Xiaoman? She looks a bit distracted. Gu Xiaoman, I'm fine, mom. At this time, she was thinking about Jiang Yu's score in her mind. After being happy for him, she thought of a reality. Jiang Yu is likely to go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, then the two will be very far away, and may not even see a few years. Thinking of this, she was not in the mood to swim at all. Jiang Yu's side of the afternoon is rather busy, received a lot of phone calls, mostly from relatives. Just hung up his uncle's phone, Jiang Yu's cell phone rang again, a local unfamiliar number. He answered the phone. Hello, who is it? Hello, I'm Li Xiaoyan from the enrollment team of Jianhai Jiaotong University. May I ask if you're a student of Jiang Yu? It's me, Mr. Li. Hello. Jiang Yu students in Peking University, Tsinghua side signed an agreement? Li Xiaoyan called with a try attitude. In the past years, this kind of student has signed a contract agreement with Tsinghua University and Peking University. Not yet, I want to look at other schools. Li Xiaoyan heard eyes bright. Jiang Yu students, we are the longest history of Jiaotong University, renowned at home and abroad institutions of higher learning. We have a lot of domestic double first-class majors. You want to learn what majors? I want to enroll in the computer program. With his grades, it's not a problem to get into any major. Some of the university's majors are also divided into specialties, like Peking University admitted 100 people, can go on. Their double first-class majors may only be 20 people, other people want to go on cannot go on, can only go to other majors. Li Xiaoyan hurriedly said, our Jiaotong University's computer program is a domestic double first class, absolutely no worse than Tsinghua. As for Peking University, he did not say, because in this specialty, Peking University cannot be compared with their two schools. Jiang Yu students like this, I go over to the trip, let's talk in detail. Yes, thank you, Mr. Li. You're welcome, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoyan rushed to Jiang Yu's home without stopping. If you can snatch Jiang Yu to their school, then this year Jiaotong University in this province is definitely the power of Tsinghua University, Peking University, but also the performance of her work. Thinking of this, her blood boiled in her body. 20 minutes later came to Jiang Yu's home. Ms. Li, please come in. Jiang Yu froze for a moment when he saw Li Xiaoyan. Because Li Xiaoyan was a bit young, looking about 32 or so. She was wearing a slimming hip-wrapped floral dress, with medium to high looks, a mature and sexy body, and long hair with big waves. With a full 100 points, 89 points was no problem. Li Xiaoyan was also sizing him up. Jiang Yu gave her the feeling that he was different from the students she had contacted in the past. He looked vibrant and more sunny. I didn't expect Ms. Li to be so beautiful, please have a seat. Complimentary words, who doesn't love to hear them? Li Xiaoyan sat down on the sofa with a smile on her face. Jiang Yu students, are you alone at home? Yes, my parents went to work, more than 5 o'clock to come back. While saying this, he poured a glass of water for Li Xiaoyan. Ms. Li, have a drink of water. Thank you, Mr. Li. Mr. Li, I'd like to hear about your treatment at Jiaotong University. Li Xiaoyan on the road has long been ready, the treatment of all set out, there is nothing to hide. What scholarships, all kinds of preferential treatment and so on. Jiang Yu has long been considered and did not hesitate, and Jiaotong University signed a contract agreement. Li Xiaoyan looked at the contract agreement, full of smiles, but she still has some doubts in her heart. Jiang Yu students can ask why you choose our Jiaotong University? Because the girl I like also goes to Jianhai to go to college. Li Xiaoyan froze, not expecting this reason at all. That girl must be very nice. Jiang Yu thought of Gu Xiaoman and Lin Xingya, they were both very good. Li Xiaoyan left satisfied, and on the way back she gave the leader a call to report the information. The leader heard that she pulled the top science students to Jiaotong University, her work is very affirmative. At night, Mom and Dad back, Jiang Yu put things in. They said, Jianhai Jiaotong University is also a top domestic school. They both did not say anything. Mom and Dad, that bonus should not give me? What are you doing with so much money? Why don't you let Mom keep it for you? Mom, I'm an adult. I can handle myself. You're too inexperienced, I don't trust you with this money, just ask Mom if you need money. I'm going to buy a laptop and a cell phone tomorrow, so transfer $15,000 to me. $15,000? What kind of laptop and computer are you buying? Buy a better one. Do you want your dad to go with you? Don't be cheated. It's okay, Mom. I'll expose him if he cheats me. I'm at least the #1 in science in the province now, and a lot of media reporters want to interview me. After dinner. Jiang Yu went back to his room and played with his cell phone. He sent a message to Lin Xingya, "Did you go home? I took a vacation tonight and didn't go." "Xingya, which school are you going to enroll in?" There are a lot of high scores on the college entrance exam this year. She could not get into Tsinghua or Peking University with 698 points, and the admission line for Tsinghua and Peking University scores was 704 last year, and 700 this year. Shanghai Jiaotong University's admission line is 697 points, Shanghai Huadan University's admission line is 695 points. She planned to go to Jiaotong University, but was a little hesitant. She looked at a few universities in Imperial, Imperial Normal, Imperial Aviation University and Renmin University are also good. "Where do you plan to enroll?" Jiang Yu saw her message and asked with a smile, "Will you go wherever I go?" Lin Xingya red-faced and gathered enough courage to reply to him. Jiang Yu saw her message and smiled, "Then go to Shanghai Jiaotong University, your score is just enough." "You're not going to Tsinghua University?" "I won't be able to see you if I go there." Lin Xingya cheeks instantly slightly red, heart thumping, I can enroll in other schools in the imperial capital." "That is also not in a school, we go to Jiaotong University together." "Jiaotong University computer major is good, I plan to enroll in this major, you also enroll in this major." "Are you sure you don't want to go to Tsinghua University?" "I can give up Tsinghua University for you." Lin Xingya was touched by his words and her eyes turned slightly red. "Xingya, it's time to eat." Her mom's voice sounded outside the door. "Jiang Yu, I'm going to eat." After saying that, she hurriedly wiped the corners of her eyes. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." Jiang Yu is a little puzzled, how not much reaction? "Shouldn't you be moved to give your body?" Lin Xingya walked outside. Song Xiuzhen said with a smile, "Xingya, want to enroll in which school?" "Mom, I want to go to Shanghai Jiaotong University, just reached their admission scoreline." "Okay, Shanghai Jiaotong University is not bad, by the way, that Jiang Yu test how many points?" "He scored 727 points, the first in the province." Song Xiuzhen froze for a moment, he is so good? Tsinghua University, Peking University must grab him, right? He did not go to Tsinghua University, he also went to Jiaotong University. Song Xiuzhen stunned, not to go to Tsinghua University? Go to Jiaotong University? Is it because of Qingya? She can't imagine that anyone would be willing to give up Tsinghua University to go to another school. "Xingya, to the university, mom does not oppose you to talk to someone, but you have to master the fire, do not cross the minefield." When Lin Xingya heard her mom's words, her cheeks turned red and she gently nodded her head. After Jiang Yu and Lin Xingya finished talking, he sent a message to Gu Xiaoman. "What is Lord Fairy doing?" "Just finished showering, lying on the bed. Xiao Yuzi, you go to Tsinghua or Peking University?" "I go to Shanghai Jiaotong University." Gu Xiaoman froze for a moment when she saw his message, and her heart raced. Really? Jiaotong University in Huadan, in a university city, when the time to meet is also convenient. "Little feather son, you are not teasing me, happy?" Jiang Yu directly signed the contract agreement sent to her to see. "Why do you go to Jiaotong University? Tsinghua, Peking University better." "Because there is sunshine where you are." Gu Xiaoman cried when she saw his words, and the bean-sized tears could not stop flowing. For her, Jiang Yu gave up Tsinghua and Peking University. For Gu Xiaoman's age group, it is too lethal. Unsolvable. Xiao Yuzi, why are you so stupid? Tsinghua and Peking University are the top institutions in China. Jiaotong University is also quite good, not much worse than them. The more he said so, the more touched Gu Xiaoman's heart. Who doesn't know that Tsinghua and Peking University are the best? Who wouldn't go to Tsinghua or Peking University if they had the chance? Who would choose Jiaotong University? Xiao Yuzi, I want to go back. Had enough? Aha. After saying that, she got up and walked out of the room and knocked on her parents' room. What's wrong, Xiaoman? Still not resting? Mom and Dad, let's go back tomorrow. What's wrong? Didn't we just get here? I want to go back. Xiaoman wants to go back, so let's go back tomorrow. Dad will book the airfare for tomorrow. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke up at 7:30 a.m. Last night, Gu Xiaoman talked to him until late and said a lot of things. He opened his eyes and opened the treasure hunting system. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary agility card. Jiang Yu's agility attribute points increased by 10 points. After getting up and washing up, Mom and Dad had already eaten breakfast. They rested today and will only work next Monday. After eating breakfast, Mom and Dad took him to buy cell phones and computers. Laptop computer, he chose a better performance, spent more than 7,000. The phone also changed a new model. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu went to the driving school to practice the department subject 3. And he practiced with the subject 3 of 2 people, a man and a woman, are vacation college students. The man is about 1.72 m, general appearance, called Guo Chao. The female, called Zhao Jia, looks okay, mainly will make up and dress up, wearing navel dress and ultra-short pants, as hot as summer. Coach sometimes cannot help but sneak a look at 2 eyes. Of course, Jiang Yu also look, although not as beautiful as Lin Xingya and Gu Xiaoman, but dress hot, look also quite eye-catching. Guo Chao has something to do in front of a few people bragging about how he is in the university. Sometimes also pretend to be generous, to a few people to buy a bottle of mineral water. Of course, Zhao Jia bought drinks. Guo Chao saw him come and opened his mouth to ask, Xiao Jiang did not come 2 days ago, was out of the score. How many points did you get? Not too ideal. Guo Chao said with a smile, all right, your scoreline this year is relatively low, we were more than 530 points as a line, I took the 506, for now can be on a good 211. Zhao Jia also asked curiously, Jiang Yu test how many points? If you can't, then repeat a year, take a good school, the future has a way out. The first time I saw this, it was a very good time for me to go back to school. Guo Chao and Zhao Jia froze when they heard his words. 727 points? Not too good? Guo Chao's face flushed red, thinking about the preachy expression he just had, he was a bit ashamed. Zhao Jia reacted with a look of surprise. Could it be that you are the province's top science student, Jiang Yu? Sister Jia has heard of my name? Jitterbugs are all over the place, I brushed it many times, saying that this year's top science student in the province is Jiang Yu from Busan Water 3 Middle School, 727 points. Hey, I didn't even accept the interview, but it's still spread. Zhao Jia smiled and asked, I see the video has a chat screenshot, it seems really you said. Originally it was not too ideal, then give me some time to review, I think the full score is not a big problem. Next to Guo Chao, he really wanted to smack himself in the mouth, nothing to ask about his grades for. Seeing the smile on Zhao Jia's face, he was jealous. Zhao Jia has been chatting with Jiang Yu, and even added each other's contact information. Guo Chao, who had been courting her for several days without asking for her contact information, was about to turn green when he saw the scene. The author has something to say. Fourth shift. Chapter 16, Shameless Coach. Jiang Yu and Zhao Jia chatted for a while before the coach drove up. The coach was a middle-aged man, he got down from the car and glanced at Zhao Jia, they're all here, Zhao Jia will practice first. Jiang Yu and Guo Chao didn't have much of an opinion, anyway, the 3 of them took turns practicing, whoever came first was the same. He and Guo Chao sat in the back, the coach sat in the passenger side, Zhao Jia sat in the driver's seat to fasten the seatbelt ready to practice. Now because of the summer vacation, there are more people practicing, so there are 3 people in a car. Normally, when there are fewer people, it's 1 car for 1 person. 3 people a car is also quite good, nothing can also chat and brag. In the afternoon practice, Jiang Yu because in the back of Zhao Jia, so from time to time can see the coach's eyes glancing at Zhao Jia's thighs. The road they practiced on has very few cars, and still in the afternoon, the car is even less. The coach grabbed Zhao Jia's hand and put it down like this, I taught you in the morning. The coach grabbed Zhao Jia's hands and corrected her position on the steering wheel. Zhao Jia was a little embarrassed, but could not say anything. Then the coach went even further. You can't use your legs like this, 1 foot on the gas, the other on the clutch. As he said this, he was also picking at her thighs. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, he is the first time to practice Section 3, did not expect Section 3 coach so shameless. The coach of Section 2 is at most a look, you even take advantage in the name of teaching. This is a little excessive. We are all men, see the beauty more see no problem, but move to take advantage of the excessive. Jiang Yu glanced at Guo Chao, found that this guy looked at the flavor, as if he could not wait for the coach to change into their own. He was a little speechless, so you, but also attentive to chase her? You can't chase her for the rest of your life, you don't have any manliness. Zhao Jia's cheeks were slightly red, her heart was disgusted, but she didn't know what to say. The coach is like this in the name of teaching, and if I say him, will I not be able to get my license off? This is the thinking of many normal women. Jiang Yu pretended to play with his phone and secretly filmed the coach's behavior. The three practiced 3 times each before stopping to rest for a while. When Zhao Jiao was practicing, the coach was incredibly enthusiastic, either pointing out that the hands were wrong or the feet didn't work. But after switching to Jiang Yu and Guo Chao, he was indifferent. Luckily, Jiang Yu's learning ability is extraordinary, need to remember that he has memorized, and do not need to teach anything more when practicing. During the break, Zhao Jia and Jiang Yu are chatting. Guo Chao went to the small supermarket not far away to buy things. Sister Jia Section 3 coach has always been like this? Zhao Jia froze for a moment, knowing what he was talking about, and nodded in embarrassment. This you can also tolerate? It is clear that it is taking advantage of you. Zhao Jia sighed, I don't know what to do. Sister Jia, just now he took advantage of you. I filmed it. If you want to go and report him, I can testify to you. If you don't want to report it, you can only tolerate it all the time. But I still recommend that you report him. Too bad, do not report, it will only help to raise his temper. See a beautiful woman more than 2 eyes, no problem, hands and feet is too much. I think the driving school will certainly be dealt with seriously, you do not have to worry, now the network is so developed, the driving school industry is highly competitive, the driving school certainly do not want you to expose, affecting their business. At this time Guo Chao back, he gave a few people that bought a bottle of mineral water, to Zhao Jia to buy is also a drink. Thank you. Jiang Yu said a thank you. After a while, everyone continued to start practicing. Zhao Jia is the first, she just got on the car, the coach opened his mouth and said, Zhao Jia, I see you, this seat adjustment is not good, I come to give you a little adjustment, you remember next time, so adjusted. After saying that, the coach from the passenger side of the body to the driver's position, hand reached under the seat, began to adjust the seat. Arms and thighs collision friction, head pretends to unintentionally rub Zhao Jia's chest. Jiang Yu hurriedly took out his cell phone and recorded it, paralyzed, too shameless. Dozens of seconds later, the coach was reluctant to sit down. Later he took advantage of it with various excuses. More than 5.5, the practice ended, the coach took them back to the driving school. Out of the car, Zhao Jia found Jiang Yu. I want to go to report him. Where do we go to report? She really can't stand it, the coach is really more and more excessive. Go to the principal's office, I know their principal, to that you have been crying, do not say anything. Jiang Yu took Zhao Jia to the principal's office of the driving school. Yang Zifu was planning to go, saw Jiang Yu and a young girl came in, said with a smile, Small Feather came. Uncle Yang, this is Zhao Jia, also a student of the driving school, we came over to report our coach. What's going on? Jiang Yu opened the album video, Young uncle, you see, this is your Gene Foam driving school coach. Yang Zifu's face was extremely ugly after watching it, and he looked at Zhao Jia, whose eyes were red and tears had already fallen. Bastard thing, how dare you do this kind of thing? Uncle Yang, this kind of thing is too bad, if it spreads to the internet, your driving school is afraid that it will be over. Yang Zifu hurriedly said, this matter I will definitely deal with it seriously, Zhao Jia students let you suffer, I will deal with it. Zhao Jia did not say anything, according to the meaning of Jiang Yu just stood there crying. If you let someone's family know, come to the driving school, enough to eat a pot. Xiao Yu, you come out for a moment. He called Jiang Yu out. How is it, Uncle Yang? I see that you and she have a good relationship, help me to calm him down, Uncle Yang will now go to deal with this matter. Jiang Yu nodded, how does Uncle Yang plan to handle it? Of course it's to expel that person. Not to compensate the aggrieved trainee? Yang Zifu froze for a moment, how to compensate? After all, people are victims, it is normal to give a certain amount of spiritual compensation, I think it is better to deduct the salary of that coach to compensate her. Yang Zifu nodded, this approach is good, anyway, the driving school did not lose. That coach certainly does not dare to make trouble, did not call the police to arrest him is good. Xiao Yu heard that you took the first place in the province in the college entrance examination, and your head is really good. Uncle Yang, you're too kind. It was just a fluke. I'm going to deal with it first, you guys wait here for me for a while. Jiang Yu looked at Yang Zifu's back, his face calm. Although he was Dad's classmate, their classmate relationship was average. If their relationship was good, they would have arranged for Jiang Yu to practice alone, so he didn't have the slightest sense of guilt for helping Zhao Jia out. Besides, it is the driving school is not right, point of mental compensation is reasonable. He returned to the office to Zhao Jia said, has gone to deal with, that coach will be fired today. I also want you to ask for some spiritual compensation, evening treat dinner. About 10 minutes later, Yang Zifu came back. Zhao Jia students sorry, this is our driving school's dereliction of duty. At present that coach has been dismissed by me. This is a little bit of our driving school's heart, but also hope that you can accept the driving school's apology. Zhao Jia also did not politely took over. If it is not shall you stop, I am sure to expose your driving school. This is really our driving school is not right. Zhao Jia students you calm down, tomorrow I will arrange a separate vehicle for you to practice. Yang Zifu, who has been around for decades, also feels that Zhang Yu is not on his side. From the driving school to leave, Zhao Jia full of smiles. Small you want to eat what? I'll treat you. Just now, Yang Zifu gave her $3,500, which is equivalent to her getting back the money for the driver's license. Forget it, Sister Jia, I'm just kidding. I'm not joking. I know a good prawn restaurant. Let's go eat prawns. Okay, I'll just take a bite out of Sister Jia's meal. Zhao Jia led him to a place called Wang's Prawns. Zhao Jia ordered 2 kilograms of prawns and some shabu-shabu dishes, so that he could shabu-shabu the meat and vegetables after eating the prawns. While waiting for the food, Zhao Jia smiled and asked, Xiaoyu, are you going to Tsinghua University or Peking University? I'm going to Jiaotong University. I've already enrolled in Jiaotong University. Zhao Jia heard his words and asked curiously, why didn't you go to Tsinghua or Peking University? I like the girl also went to Shanghai to go to college. Zhao Jia heard his words and froze for a few seconds. In order to like the girl, gave up Tsinghua, Peking University. I guess you are the first. Jiaotong University is not bad, it is a little big difference in reputation. Zhao Jia some envy, that girl is too happy. If a man is willing to do this for me, I will do everything for him. I'd do anything for him. Jia is so pretty, she won't be without a boyfriend, will she? Zhao Jia has been on the 3rd year of college, the summer school is the 4th year. She goes to school in Jinling City in Suzhou Province, a major university. There is, but broke up a while ago. Speaking of these, she is a little sad. It's okay, Jia, you'll meet someone better. Thank you, Xiaoyu. By the way, you drink? Give me 2 bottles of cold beer, this day is too hot. Zhao Jia ordered 3 bottles of beer, and she asked for one herself. A pot of prawns quickly came up, and the two began to eat. The flavor was really good, and it was Zhang Yu's first time eating it. How is it? It's delicious, isn't it? Zhang Yu nodded. The first time to eat, this kind of prawns are really flavorful. Come on, Sister Jia toasts to you, I have to thank you for today. Sister Jia is polite, I just can't stand to see him so shameless. A few glasses of beer down, Zhao Jia words more up. Xiaoyu, you do not know, I fell in love with my boyfriend for 3 years, he even got together with my girlfriends. Zhang Yu froze for a moment. It is true that fire prevention and theft prevention of girlfriends. Zhao Jia continued, thinking about it is really stupid, they got together when they were sophomores and I didn't know. Jia's sister, how do you know? I went shopping with my friends and saw them go into the hotel, the next day before coming out. Zhang Yu consoled her twice, it is indeed a bit miserable. About nearly an hour, the two people have eaten enough to walk out of the hotel, and then each back home. Zhang Yu returned home, Mom and Dad have eaten enough, is watching TV. Back? Who did you have dinner with at night? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to. Back in his room, Zhang Yu opened his cell phone and looked at it, and found that Gu Xiaoman had sent him a message half an hour ago. Xiaoyu Z, I'm back. So fast? Already arrived home? Well, what did you just do? Why are you ignoring me? I just got home and had dinner with a friend after practicing. A man and a woman? I'm sure it's a man. Who else but you would be good enough to eat with me? Even if he has nothing to do with. Zhao Jia, he can't say it's a woman at this time. Because with women simply cannot explain. He. Little feather son, I decided, I also want to go to the driver's license. Take a test, sooner or later you will need it. Which driving school are you at? Jean phone, but this driving school cannot. Today I practiced section 3, a coach took the opportunity to jam oil, take advantage of female students. If Yang Zifu saw what he said, he would probably be angry and spit blood. My dad has already picked me out. My dad and the principal of this driving school have a good relationship, and arranged for me to have a female instructor. That's good, but you have to wait until subject 2 to practice. I've bought something for you, so come and get it tomorrow. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. I know a great prawn restaurant that's pretty good. Chapter 17 The Secret. Seeing that he wants to treat himself to dinner, Gu Xiaoman smiled and said back, good. After practicing tomorrow morning, I'll contact you. I'm too tired today, I'll rest first. Xiao Yuzi, good night. Good night. After chatting with Gu Xiaoman, Zhang Yu sent a message to Lin Xingya. What are you doing? Just got home. Have you finished enrolling in school? I'm done. I'm majoring in computer science at Zhanghai Jiaotong University. Are you tired today? Not too much. Are you tired of practicing? I'm tired, my back hurts and my legs are sore. Do you want to give me a massage? Lin Xingya saw his message, cheeks scarlet, do not know what to return. I won tea. You can learn, you search on the Jitterbug, now there are video tutorials. Study well, rest early, some other day I will invite you to eat prawns. Today I found a store that is quite good. After chatting with Zhang Yu, Lin Xingya downloaded a Jitterbug. There was only one chat software on her cell phone, and almost nothing else. In the past, she didn't play anything, and she didn't even chat. On June 27th, it was more than 6 in the morning. Zhang Yu woke up and opened the treasure hunting system. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary physique card. Primary physique card permanently increased 10 points of physique attributes after use. After using it, Zhang Yu started to get up and wash up for breakfast. After eating breakfast, he rode the tram to the driving school. Today the driving school gave them a different arrangement, arranged a separate car, the car only 2 of them. These coaches vaguely heard about last night's incident, and were not only fired, but also had their wages deducted. They also had a meeting early this morning, and the captain re-emphasized this matter. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Yu finished practicing and said goodbye to Zhao Jia and the coach and left. On the way, he gave Gu Xiaoman a phone call. Did Fairy Lord get up? Humph, what time is it? I'm still not up. Have you finished practicing? On the way back. Where is the store you mentioned? It's on Qianjin Street, Wan's Prawns. I'll ride over and wait for you there. Hang up the phone. Gu Xiaoman cleaned up a bit on the mom said, Mom, I went out, not come back to eat at noon, and classmates to eat together. Oh no. Gu Xiaoman rode the tram to the door of Wang's prawn shop. Not a moment later, Zhang Yu arrived. He saw Gu Xiaoman, in a white dress, with a delicate figure, her long shawl hair scattered on her chest, standing in a pavilion. After not seeing her for a few days, the little fairy was even more beautiful. Gu Xiaoman looked at him with a pair of crescent moon-like eyes, with a smile, you are a little darker. The weather is too hot now, go in quickly. He took Gu Xiaoman inside, ordered a large portion of shrimp, and then handed her the menu. Let's see what there is to like. Gu Xiaoman ordered a few shabu-shabu dishes and didn't order anything expensive. Seeing the dishes she ordered, Zhang Yu knew she was worried about spending too much money, and ordered a small fatty beef for himself. Shabu-shabu and shrimp soup had a different flavor. Xiao Yuzi, I finished filling out my volunteer. It's the economics major at Huadan University. Huadan University's economics major is very famous, like Jiaotong University's double first-class majors don't have economics. This is also the reason why she applied for Huadan but not Jiaotong University. There is no such major in the double first-class majors of Jiaotong University. Going to college and choosing a good major is very important, and it is related to your future employment. Which campus is your School of Economics? Our School of Computer Science in Jiaotong University is in Qingpu campus in Jianghai. We are also in Qingpu campus, the distance should not be too far. Prawns quickly came up, steaming, with a meaty flavor. Zhang Yu grilled a prawn and handed it to her, taste it. Gu Xiaoman's cheeks slightly red, blankly glanced at him, but still took it and put it into the cherry mouth. You've been playing outside for a long time, are you happy? Quite good, Gilan Mountains and waters of the world really is not blowing, you go? I've never been there. I've never even been out of the province. You also have time to go out to play, outside a lot of beautiful scenery. The two ate lunch. Originally Gu Xiaoman intended to secretly check out, but was Zhang Yu preempted the checkout. Said I please you, how can I let you take the money? Gu Xiaoman, it's okay, I have a lot of pocket money. Saying as if I am poor, it's still no problem to treat you to dinner. He still has more than 600,000 untouched in his bank card right now, so dinner is just a piece of cake. Since you've said so, then you'll treat me when we come out to eat in the future. Jiang Yu heard her words, faced with a smile. This is talking about the future? Out of the hotel, Gu Xiaoman took out the bag in the frame of the trolley. Xiao Yu Zi, this is something I bought outside, for you. Jiang Yu took it. It was loaded with quite a few things. I will send you home. Gu Xiaoman nodded. The two rode the tram on the road. There were very few cars and pedestrians on the road. The weather was sweltering on a hot summer day, and most people were at home or at work. Gu Xiaoman's family lived in an upscale neighborhood that wasn't very far away. Sending her to the entrance of the neighborhood, Jiang Yu went back home. Back home, he opened the bag that Gu Xiaoman had given him, and inside were some knickknacks and handmade items. At the bottom was a framed specimen of four-leaf clover. This plant was not found in the north and could only be seen in the south. The flower language of the four-leaf clover was happiness, representing love and symbolizing luck. Its four leaves were said to represent different meanings, symbolizing love, health, reputation, and wealth. When Gu Xiaoman gave him this, she was naturally showing her feelings. Time passes day by day. Section 3 Practice 3 days. Jiang Yu successfully passed the examination of Section 3, and waited for another week's time before the examination of Subject 4. July 7th morning. Jiang Yu in the driving school got a license, and he got a license with Zhao Jia. Guo Chao Subject 3 did not pass the test the first time. 2 days ago I heard that the second test, the test passed. Finally got the license. My mother said I got a lot of tan. Zhao Jia while walking back to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took a look at her long legs. You wear so little, of course, tanning. Cover a little more tightly, okay? Zhao Jia's height is 1 meter 6'2", and her legs are quite beautiful, slender, and white. I'm afraid of getting a heat stroke. The two talked and walked to the parking shed. In the future, finally do not have to get up early in the morning and late at night to practice. Small feather free time. I go to Jianghai to find you to play. Jiang Yu nodded. Good Jia sister. Leaving the driving school, Jiang Yu drove towards home. It took more than 20 minutes to return home. Dad and Mom went to work, and he was alone at home. He sent a message to Gu Xiaoman. Fairy, I got my driver's license. You are great. Where am I great? I want to eat prawns, so I'll eat at noon. I'm going to eat them at lunch. Are you practicing for your second test now? Yes, I'm taking a break. I'll be there at 11. I'll see you at the door. At this time Lin Xingye sent him a message. In? What's wrong, Xingye? Did you come back from the driving test? I'm back, I'm at home. I'm in front of your neighborhood, you come down. Jiang Yu got off his bike and rode to the entrance of the neighborhood. Lin Xingye was standing there with a bag in her hand. This is the t-shirt I bought for you to see if it fits? Jiang Yu heard her words, looked to the white bag, or a branded t-shirt, estimated to be at least more than 100. I have a lot of t-shirts, do not buy me in the future, hear me? He picked it up and then cupped her cheeks with his other hand. Lin Xingye's pretty face instantly became red and slightly lowered her head. Luckily there weren't many people around. Although she didn't use any skin care products, her pretty face was still smooth and soft. Pinching it was very sensual. Jiang Yu pinched for a while. Did you hear what I said? Lin Xingye's voice is very small, and Mosquito General heard. I will send you to work, get in the car. She hurriedly went to the back and sat down, breaking free from Jiang Yu's clutches. In a few minutes, he sent Lin Xingye to the entrance of the hotel. I'll pick you up when I get off work. No need, I'll walk back on my own, it's not far. Jiang Yu's tone is indisputable. Off work and this waiting for me. Oh. Saw Lin Xingye in, Jiang Yu will ride back. Back home he tried the t-shirt, not big, not small, just fit. She was just paid 2 days ago, only $2,000 a month. This t-shirt will have to be 1 or 200, top her 2 or 3 days of salary. This silly girl. You can't even afford to buy new clothes, but you bought me such an expensive one. Jiang Yu put away the t-shirt, changed into the old one. More than 10:50, he rode the tram out. When he arrived at the Wang's Prawn restaurant, Gu Xiaoman had not yet arrived and arrived a few minutes later. Xiao Yu Zi, you will not go in and wait, outside so hot. Gu Xiaoman is wearing a dress with a sun hat, beautiful and attractive. I also just came, not a moment, this is not under the tree, well, sun cannot. The two walked into the restaurant and ate more or less the same as last time. However, when checking out, Gu Xiaoman jumped the gun. This time I count you, next time you invite me. Jiang Yu, I have money now. How much money can you have? Not much, just over $600,000. Gu Xiaoman's pretty face froze. Really? Where did you get so much money? I'll tell you a secret, this secret my parents don't know, only I know. Gu Xiaoman immediately came to interest. What secret? I won the second prize in the lottery some time ago. I won 5 bets, and after paying the tax, I still have more than $600,000. The lottery is not so easy to win. Jiang Yu opened the bank app, let Gu Xiaoman look at the balance. There really is more than 600,000. I didn't even tell my parents, just tell yourself, you don't tell anyone, it's a secret between us. Gu Xiaoman heart sweet honey, even parents did not say, told me. Does this mean that in his heart I am the most important? She nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Xiaoman, after dinner let's go to the mall and take a look around. Gu Xiaoman nodded. There was a large mall nearby. After lunch, the two of them went to the mall and Jiang Yu bought her 2 dresses, making Gu Xiaoman's heart sweet. She also bought 2 dresses for Jiang Yu. After the shopping, Jiang Yu sent Gu Xiaoman back home. He ran back to the mall and picked out 2 dresses suitable for Lin Xingya. Lin Xingya and Gu Xiaoman were about the same height, both around 1 meter 6.5, and Lin Xingya was a bit better in terms of body shape. When he came out of the mall, he went to the hotel where Lin Xingya worked, just as she was about to get off work. A few minutes later, Lin Xingya came out of the restaurant and saw Jiang Yu next to her. Getting on the car. Lin Xingya saw the bag on his electric car and silently sat in the back. Jiang. You sent her to the entrance of the alley and gave him the 2 dresses, go back and try to fit. These are expensive, right? Lin Xingya did not take it. Jiang Yu reached out and pinched her cheeks, hurry up and take it. Lin Xingya's cheeks instantly turned red and took the 2 bags. Xingya, I'll tell you a secret, this secret my parents don't know, only I know. Lin Xingya's bright clear beautiful eyes looked at him suspiciously. What secret? I won the second prize in the lottery some time ago. I won 5 bets, and I still have more than $600,000 after paying taxes. Buying you a few clothes is nothing, don't tell anyone about this, it's a secret between the 2 of us, do you hear me? He even pinched her face hard after saying that. Lin Xingya's pretty face was red, her eyes seriously nodded, at the same time some aggrieved looked at him, just pinching hurt her. Chapter 18, Live to Learn. Seeing her clear bright beautiful eyes and chu-chu-chu look, Jiang Yu couldn't help but pinch again. Go back and try to fit, tell me if it doesn't fit, I'll take it back and change it. Lin Xingya, aha. Go back, have a good rest, don't be too tired, I'll pick you up in the afternoon to go to work. No, I can go by myself. I just want to see you more, listen. Lin Xingya didn't say anything else, gently waved her hand, turned around and walked towards home. Jiang Yu looked at her back with a smile on his face, what a good girl. Thinking about Gu Xiaoman, he now had a bit of a headache. If he didn't know Lin Xingya, his goal in this life would definitely be Gu Xiaoman. But now that he knew Lin Xingya, such a treasure girl, he didn't want to cheapen it for others. Hey, let's take one step at a time. Gu Xiaoman went to practice every day and chatted with Jiang Yu when she had time. Jiang Yu goes to pick up Lin Xingya every day. On July 15th, Jiang Yu, Lin Xingya, and Gu Xiaoman all received the acceptance letter from the university. Shanghai Jiaotong University's opening report time is September 10th to 11th, a total of 2 days of reporting time. Huadan University's opening report time is September 8th to September 9th. The opening times of each university were staggered as much as possible. Lu Boan and Feng Dei's start time was even later than theirs. Dad Jiang Jianming and Mom Wang Suxian looked at his acceptance letter and were full of smiles. Today they are going back to their country home to see Jiang Yu's grandfather and grandmother. Xiao Yu, a moment you drive a car, practice. Dad Jiang Jianming opened his mouth and said to him. Although Jiang Yu's driver's license came down, he hadn't driven a car yet, okay Dad. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the family set off, and Jiang Yu drove a very smooth car. Nearly 2 hours, they finally returned to their hometown Jiang village. Jiang Yu's aunt also came today, with her daughter and son. Jiang was a total of 4 siblings, 2 younger brothers and 1 younger sister. However, the 2 younger brothers were in the old home, and the younger sister was now living in the old county. Grandpa opened his mouth and asked, "Sha, you heard your father say that this college entrance examination you took the first place in the province?" Jiang Yu smiled and nodded, "Yes, Grandpa. The province is first, too powerful," to our old ginger parents' face. Next to the aunt to the daughter and son said, "You also want to learn from your brother Fei, Tsinghua University, Peking University are grabbing your brother Fei." Aunt's daughter on the summer school on the senior high school, the son should be on the first year of high school, are in the county school. He made bitter face, "Fei brother is too powerful, which I got more than 700 points, contest more than 600 points is good." Jiang Yu looked at He Meng, "Small Meng learning how?" "Brother Yu, I am also in the upper middle class, senior high school efforts may be able to get into a major university. Then work hard, get into a major university and the future of the road is broader. Ordinary universities are not competitive, too many college students can read graduate school on graduate school. Now is not the past, before the college students are relatively scarce, now is not missing, the lack of highly educated people." After a while, Jiang Yu's two uncles and aunts also came. However, his two aunts and Mom Wang Su Xin relationship in general may be jealous. Their sons have been married, first county bought a house, has been living in the county. Now only the old man left in the old countryside, most of the young people have gone to the county to buy a house, some directly in the field workplace to buy. Jiang Yu dad married late, his uncle's family's two sons are 2 years older than Jiang Yu, rural marriage is also early. He and those two cousins are not too familiar, because they rarely meet. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Yu's family went back. The next day he went to his grandparents' house. His grandparents' home is relatively close to Busan City, in the surrounding countryside. He has 3 uncles, Mom is the third in line. The family's relationship is also good. His dad and mom were college classmates, and then came together. After the relatives, Jiang Yu resumed the past life. Every day to send Lin Xingya to work, and sometimes will go out to eat with Gu Xiaoman. Time flies to September 8, 8 o'clock in the morning. He opened the treasure hunting system. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the basketball skill prop card. Basketball skill prop card, permanently obtain top-level basketball skills after use. He was more of a basketball player in middle school and high school, and his skills were okay. He used the basketball skill prop card and instantly gained the skills of a top professional player. The other day Jiang Yu drew 3 primary physical attribute cards, which were strength, agility, and physique. There was nothing else, but his luck value had reached 110 points. Jiang Yu's body had reached a very frightening point, as to how strong he himself wasn't particularly clear. There was a chance that when he arrived in Jianghai City, he could go and test his strength. At this time his cell phone rang, it was a message from Gu Xiaoman. "Xiao Yuzi, I've arrived at the airport, I'll be on the plane in a while." "Jiang Yu, well, give me a word when you get to school." Gu Xiaoman's parents sent her to Jianghai City together. After all, a girl to go so far away, how can parents rest assured? Jiang Yu and Lin Xingya had already booked their tickets, and they directly took the high-speed train to Jianghai City. Both parents do not follow, Lin Xingya's mom simply cannot get out. Jiang Yu insisted on not letting his parents follow, and ultimately his father and mother were helpless. Lin Xingya is no longer working in the hotel, she on more than 2 months, earned about 5,500 more. Boss see her work hard, know that she will be going to college, and finally gave a few $100 more. Jiang Yu lying in his room blowing the air conditioning and brushing the jitterbug, he is learning the subject 1. Although the driver's license had already been tested, it didn't stop him from studying it again to consolidate it. Although most of the people in the live broadcast room were coming to see the beautiful anchor woman in a sexy body, he was definitely studying seriously. He guaranteed with his pure personality. This black silk is not right, this question should choose B. B is probably a little small, there should be a C, right? Brothers come to study subject 1 again? I didn't even work this hard in fucking school. I just played Zhuge and hung up, don't ask why, I want to take subject 1. Brothers 135 learn driver's license, 246 learn yoga, and learn dressing on weekends. At this time, Lin Xingya sent him a message, "Jiang Yu, how do we go to the train station the day after tomorrow? My dad drove us there and picked you up at the mouth of the Hadong at that time." "Well, what are you doing?" "I'm studying for my first degree." "Didn't you finish your driver's license?" "I'm learning as I go along." "Oh, you study then." "Xingya, do you like wearing black silk?" Lin Xingya saw his message, and her cheeks suddenly became red. I don't know. She was going to say that she didn't like it, but she was afraid that Jiang Yu would like it. Some other day I will buy you a few. Thinking of Lin Xingya's slender body wearing black silk, Jiang Yu was a little excited. Definitely much sexier than this anchor. JK clothing might be more suitable for Xingya though. Does Xingya go to the ecological park next to her for a walk at night? There are more people there at night, but there are also many hidden places. I'll ask Ozawa if he goes. He likes to play basketball. There's a nice basketball court there. It's lit up at night. A lot of people play there. Ozawa said he'd go. Okay, I'll meet you guys after dinner. At noon, Gu Xiaoman's family arrived in Zhanghai City. Gu Xiaoman got off the plane and sent a message to Jiang Yu to say a word, and then the family went to eat. After lunch, they would go to Zhanghai Huadan University to report. Jiang Yu ordered a takeaway, after lunch lying in bed and took a nap, asleep to more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After waking up, he washed his face and lay in bed playing with his cell phone. Jitterbug really has a kind of magic. Playing games is not as interesting as brushing Jitterbug, which is enough to show how successful Jitterbug is doing. This is also why Shake Voice is so hot. Shake Voice is known as a phenomenal existence in the industry. Its biggest advantage is big data recommendation. This is something that a certain hand does not have, and it is also the reason why a certain hand was surpassed back then. The short video platform of a certain hand was established even earlier than Jittery, and it was hot for a while in that year, but then it was surpassed and crushed by Jittery. One of the key factors is the big data recommendation. A certain hand did not have this function at all, a wide variety of quality levels. Shake Sound is different. What you like generally will give you what kind of recommendation, which maximizes the retention of users. As the traffic gets bigger and bigger, the database skyrockets with all kinds of videos. Users will then keep brushing to different their favorite types. The basis of the large number of recommendations is a large amount of data in the database. Without that large amount of data, where does this big data recommendation go to recommend so many different types of videos to users? Just like this snowball, the traffic is getting higher and higher, and the users are getting more and more. Jitterbug is also the only app software that has gone out of the country and burst into flames abroad. In terms of app users, the domestic Tengfei Group's Fission social software has always been the leading big brother. But in foreign countries, Facebook is the top dominant social software, and people in many countries use Facebook. There are also e-commerce platforms, and Amazon in the United States is the world's #1 e-commerce platform, with a market capitalization of nearly $1.8 trillion. Their apps don't have much of a market at all in the international arena, and the only one that has come out of the country is Jitterbug, which has burst into flames in rice and is loved by users. The pattern of the domestic internet is slowly changing. Who owns the traffic? Who has the right to speak? I'm afraid that one of the 3 giants of the internet in the past will have to step down. Tengfei Group, Abao Nettao Group's position should still be stable, but in the past, I'm afraid that Chita Group, I'm afraid to become a word-moving group. In the mobile internet era, when the major app software appeared, Chengdu Group has been left behind. Now the word movement group carries headlines, Jitterbugs and other app software to rise strongly on the number of users. I'm afraid that Tengfei Group will be able to compete. Various news on the internet. Jiang Yu has always been quite concerned. He enrolled in the computer science program at Jiaotong University, but also for the future. The internet has been integrated into every aspect of people's lives. And there is a great potential for development. The future, whether employment or entrepreneurship, computer science is a good choice. In the afternoon, more than 5 o'clock, Mom and Dad came back. Dad is now mixed with the wind and water. I heard that the deputy director of the bureau is about to retire. Because when Jiang Yu accidentally saved Zhao Guoqiang's son, the two families also have contact. Dad has been to Zhao Guoqiang's home a few times, to take something to see the child, to maintain this relationship. His dad used to be disheartened by the blow. Now there is an opportunity to move up. How will not grasp? He is not a fool. Jiang Yu opened his mouth and said to his mom, Mom, cook early, I want to go to the ecological park to play at night. Chapter 19. A piece of bird shit. Wang Suxian heard his words and said with a smile, How do you want to get up and go out to play today? I don't want to go with you, I don't want to go with you, I want to go with you. I'm not going with you, I've got a date with a friend. Xinya? Wang Suxian turned her head to look at him and asked. and Xingya's brother, were going to play basketball. Wang Suxian gave him a blank look. Simply playing basketball? She was a person who had been there before. How could she not know Jiang Yu's inner thoughts? In the beginning, Jiang Jianming lied to her that he went to the hotel to simply watch TV, and later said that he would only hug and promise not to do anything else. And in the end, it's true that what kind of father has what kind of son? Xiao Yu is so big, you don't care so much. Jiang Jianming sat on the sofa and said, Jiang Jianming, you are talking more and more now. Do you want to go to heaven? A few days without treating you, you don't know what your last name is. Jiang Jianming was so scared that he hurriedly concentrated on the TV and did not dare to speak again. Xiao Yu, I tell you, Xingya is a good girl, you don't want to hurt people. How could it be, Mom? Is your son that kind of person? More than 7 o'clock, Jiang Yu finished dinner, cleaned up a bit holding the basketball and rushed out of the house. Jiang Yu went directly to Lin Xingya's home. She and her brother Lin Zai are eating. Brother Yu. Lin Zai was full of smiles when he saw him. Jiang Yu nodded. You guys eat slowly, don't rush. After the two had eaten, Lin Xingya went to brush the dishes. All cleaned up, the three went out of the house together. Lin Zai curiously asked, Brother Yu, you also like to play basketball? Jiang Yu nodded. Yeah, I liked it when I was in junior high school, but it's been a long time since I played. My skills may have regressed a bit. Xiao Zai, do you like it too? Yes, I'm super fond of playing basketball. I'm a member of the varsity team of our junior high school. I didn't see it, so good. The three of them were talking and walking towards the ecological park. At this time the sun had already set and night had fallen. There were quite a few people on the road who were also walking towards the park. There were old people walking, middle-aged couples who had eaten dinner after work, and there were also small children. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the park, and just as they arrived they heard the sound of music. It was the big moms dancing in the square. Jiang Yu's trio came to the basketball court, which was lit up and very bright. Many people were playing basketball. He brought Lin Zai to the less crowded court to play. Lin Xingya stood by the side, quietly watching the two of them. Brothers playing for a while? Two people short. Jiang Yu and Lin Zai had just played on when a young man came over next to them and asked, Xiao Zai, play for a while? Lin Zai nodded. He also wanted to play for a while. 10 people started to get together, 5 to a team. Jiang Yu and Lin Zai were on a team, along with 3 other young men. Xinghao, you guys abuse us gently, we have a kid on our side. Xinghao was the one who had just invited Jiang Yu and Lin Zai. Listening to his teammates, this means that the other party seems to be quite powerful. Xinghao smiled and said, which team lost, which team people do as a push-up, just said good. Said eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked to the side of the field Lin Xingya. The ball is Jiang Yu's side first, the other 3 people are more familiar, the ball is usually in their hands. After a few rounds, the opposite side had scored 3 goals, and their side hadn't scored a single one. 10 balls to determine the winners and losers, which side to enter the first 10, which side to win. Jiang Yu touched the ball a few times, but passed it to Lin Zai, who threw it twice and didn't score a single goal. His skills were still a bit green. The others were almost all basketball enthusiasts, playing almost every day. Compared to them, Lin Zai was a brat. Soon the score came to 4-0. Come on brothers, don't get zeroed out. One of them opened his mouth and said. Jiang Yu stood outside the 3-point line, looking relaxed and not too concerned. However, Lin Xingya was beside him and said that he couldn't lose. At this time, the ball was passed to Lin Zai, who also knew that he couldn't hit the ball and passed the ball to Jiang Yu. Defending Jiang Yu was a young man who was carefully staring at him. Jiang Yu dribbled with his right hand, leaned forward, and directly made the basketball top superstar Iverson's signature crotch change of pace. Combined with his personal superb body speed, at this time he was even more terrifying than Iverson at his peak. The person defending him didn't react at all, and was broken through by Jiang Yu. An emergency stop and jump shot, the basketball fell into the basket with a perfect arc. Good shot. The teammates couldn't help but applaud when they saw this scene. Xinghao was a bit surprised. Expert, I'll defend him. This time, it was Xinghao who served them the ball, and Xinghao dribbled towards the front court. His skills were very good, he had just scored 3 of those 4 goals, a huge step above the people here. Jiang Yu was defending him, his movements were many broken in Jiang Yu's eyes. Now Jiang Yu's basketball skills far exceeded his. He made a sudden move and directly grabbed the ball and then dribbled and rushed. Xinghao froze for a moment, quickly reacted and chased after him. But Jiang Yu was like a cheetah, too fast for him to catch up. Jiang Yu came with an extremely strong visual impact one-handed tomahawk dunk. Whether it was his teammates or Xinghao's team, they were all dumbfounded. Crouching. Although there were only 2 words, the image profoundly reflected their inner state. Lin Zhe was also dumbfounded and froze there. Brother Yu was also too bullish. Jiang Yu saw their reaction and smiled faintly. Fortunately, there weren't many people around, just a few of them saw it. This move tomahawk dunk, Jiang Yu when he went to school very much like, just that time the technology is poor, physical quality is not good. But now it could be used out easily. Simply not too simple. Brother, where do you mix? Xinghao came over and asked, on the degree of shock he was the most shocked. Because Jiang Yu just that one time, even the top professional basketball players in the country could not use it. This is a real tomahawk dunk. Obviously gliding into the air and splitting action, too standard. I don't mix anywhere. I just graduated from high school. Are you interested in playing for the city basketball team? No, school starts in a few days. Are you still playing? Don't mess around, brother, you're so good how to play. Jiang Yu looked to Lin Zhe. Xiao Zhe, you play here for a while, I go for a walk with Qingya, then come here to find you. Okay brother you guys go. Jiang Yu walked next to Lin Qingya. Qingya, let's go for a walk. Lin Qingya gently nodded her head and the 2 of them turned around and left the place. Xinghao saw the 2 of them and felt some envy in his heart. He had just taken a liking to Lin Qingya at the first glance, and had called Jiang Yu and the 2 of them to play the match because he wanted to show off in front of Lin Qingya to see if he had a chance. Now it seemed there was no chance at all. Jiang Yu led Lin Qingya to the green path. Some places had street lights, some places were pitch black. After walking for a while, Jiang Yu saw the restroom and went in to wash his hands before coming out. Just now playing ball, playing hands too dirty, are embarrassed to hold Lin Qingya's hand. Lin Qingya took out a few paper towels, wipe his hands. After Jiang Yu finished wiping his hands, he threw the paper towels into the trash can and grabbed Lin Qingya's left hand with his right hand. Lin Qingya's pretty face floated red and did not struggle. Under Jiang Yu's leadership, they came to a darker place, which was pitch black without streetlights. Suddenly Jiang Yu stopped. Lin Qingya's heart thumped and her cheeks turned red, not daring to look up at him. Jiang Yu's heart also thumped. He also did not have much experience, this is the first time. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Lin Qingya's slender and soft waist. Qingya, raise your head. With your head down, how can I put my mouth down? Lin Qingya drummed up a lot of courage before raising her head, tasting eyelashes flickering, clear bright eyes not daring to look directly at him. Jiang Yu slowly lowered his head to kiss. Lin Qingya closed her eyes. After a few minutes, the 2 separated. Jiang Yu stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Lin Qingya flushed red and looked at him shyly, her heart thumping. Qingya, that tongue of yours stick out. Lin Qingya was definitely clueless about this aspect and just stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Although Jiang Yu had no practical experience, he had read countless movies and knew a lot of theoretical knowledge, teaching Lin Qingya. Lin Qingya heard his words and didn't know what to say. Jiang Yu lowered his head again, this time it was much better, she did listen and stuck out her tongue. 10 minutes later, Lin Qingya said softly, Jiang Yu, let's go find Xiao Zhe. Let's wait, he's playing basketball. Jiang Yu's hand was placed on her buttocks and gently patted it. Lin Qingya was shy, let's go. Wait a little longer. Jiang Yu's other hand was placed towards her chest. Lin Qingya, aggrieved, almost cried, Jiang Yu. You do not do this. All to this point, how can Jiang Yu stop? He has not been so intimate with the opposite sex. He finally felt the difference between girls and boys. Suddenly Jiang Yu felt a drop of water fall on his arm. He hurriedly let go of his hand. Qingya, sorry, Let's go back. The 2 of them walked out of the dark pathway and he looked at Lin Qingya. I am sorry. I am fine. How did you cry just now? Lin Qingya looked at him blankly. I didn't cry. Jiang Yu looked at her eyes, not like she had cried. Holy shit, what just happened? He took out his cell phone and took a picture. His face was fucking green. There was a pile of bird shit on his arm. You paralyzed. You do a personal. Bird it. Lin Qingya also saw. Pretty face cannot help but smile, hurriedly took out the paper towel to give him a wipe. Qingya, if not, let us go back again. Xiao Zhe may wait for us to wait anxiously. Jiang Yu sighed, heart hate to just that shit bird killed. Well, it's not good for me. After walking for a while, suddenly a voice rang out, Brother Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu turned his head to look, only to see Zhao Hongwei family is not far away walking. I went over to say hello. Aha. Jiang Yu knew that Lin Xingya was introverted and walked towards that side alone. Uncle Zhao, Auntie, you guys are also taking a walk. Xiaowei's mom was all smiles. It's really Xiao Yua, just finished dinner and came out for a walk. Jiang Yu? Zhao Jia froze for a moment when she saw Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu saw Zhao Jia also froze. Jia's sister, you are a family? Zhao Guoqiang asked curiously, Xiao Jia Yu and Xiao Yu know each other? Dad, we took the driver's license together. Xiao Yu is quite good, helped me several times. Jiang Yu, as you saved my brother? I am just passing by, just happened to see, a show of hands. Jiang Yu heart some wonder, your dad's so bullish, when you are afraid of what? It is also possible that Zhao Jia's character is like that. Jiang Yu and they chatted a couple of sentences and left. Xiao Yu, this person is really quite good learning, good character and good. Zhao Guoqiang nodded, quite good young man, the future is unlimited. Chapter 20 Starting School. Zhao Jia looked at Lin Xingya's back and asked curiously, is that his girlfriend? It should be, he is an only child. Jiang Yu and Lin Xingya returned to the court where Lin Zhe was still playing basketball. It's not even 8 o'clock in the evening yet. Jiang Yu is a little undecided. Xingya, let's go around again. Lin Xingya shyly said, do not be seen how to do. Fear of what? We are adults, college students, still afraid of others to see. Lin Xingya shook her head with a red face and said she would not go. Jiang Yu was anxious, just felt the difference between the opposite sex, was a pile of bird shit stirred up. He was about to explode with anger. Xingya, let's go for a walk. I promise to just take a walk and do nothing else, it's too meaningless to sit here. Hearing his words, Lin Xingya couldn't bear to refuse and gently nodded. The two left the field and strolled through the park. Jiang Yu grabbed her hand and the two of them just walked. The breeze was a little cool. Xingya, why don't you wear the skirt I bought you? Lin Xingya also enjoyed this feeling. I want to wait until later to wear it. Why wear it later? I'll buy it for you later. You don't spend money frivolously even if you have money. Got it, my housekeeper. Lin Xingya's cheeks turned red when she heard his words, but didn't say anything. Jiang Yu's hand had been placed on her waist, which felt much better than holding hands. At 8 o'clock or so, Lin Xingya's cell phone suddenly rang. It was his old mom calling, asking where she had gone. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xingya said to him, my mom let us go back early. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, it's more than 8 o'clock, go back and rest early. The two came to the stadium and called Lin Zhe to go back. Jiang Yu first sent the two men to the home. Xiao Zhe, basketball you take it to play, I will soon start school, put at home is also useless. Okay brother you free time you teach me to play basketball. The first thing I want to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for it. Jiang Yu saw the two go in, before turning back to the home. Mom and dad are still not back. Lying on the bed and took out his cell phone, he found that Gu Xiaoman sent him a lot of messages. Xiao Yu-san, I'm already in the dormitory. What are you doing? Why are you ignoring me? I'll ignore you if you ignore me again. It's been 10 minutes and you're still ignoring me. Xiao Yu-zi, I'm going to pull the plug on you. Jiang Yu hurriedly replied a message, just came back from the park, and my mom went out for a walk. Really? Gu Xiaoman replied quickly, should be just waiting for him to reply. Of course it's true, did you all go to the dormitory? Jiang Yu hurriedly changed the topic. There are two of them, there is still one who didn't come. Get along well with your roommates. I know, we have a good relationship. The two of them chatted until after 10 o'clock before Gu Xiaoman went to rest. Jiang Yu lay on the bed, the figures of Gu Xiaoman and Lin Xingya appeared in his mind from time to time. In his heart, he knew very well that sooner or later he would be exposed if he continued like this. What should he choose then? Choose Gu Xiaoman or Lin Xingya? Thinking about this gave him a bit of a headache. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. The next morning at 7 o'clock or so, Jiang Yu woke up and opened the treasure hunting system. Looking at his 110 points of lucky value, he was considering whether to use some of it. The winning rate of treasure hunting these days wasn't too high. After thinking about it, he planned to try using 50 points of lucky value first. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Spirit Do Drink formula. Spirit Do Drink recipe, a drink recipe secretly made from various raw materials that can invigorate the spirit, strengthen the body, and have special effects when taken over a long period of time. Jiang Yu froze for a moment when he saw what he had drawn. Surprisingly, there was something like this, not bad. Whether it's selling the recipe or starting his own business, it's fine. The 50 lucky points hadn't been spent in vain. Turning off the system, Jiang Yu began to get up and wash. Mom had already made breakfast and was packing up his things at this time. Mom, don't pack so many things, I'll pack it myself. You have never traveled, know what to pack. When you get to school, you can buy whatever you need. Jiang Jianming also spoke up and said, what is missing then go to buy, the road to take so many children is also quite tired, and you give the child to take what pickles, or a glass bottle. I'm not thinking that my son wants to eat my pickles at school. Who cares about eating pickles, hurry up and take it out. Jiang Yu heard mom and dad's conversation, some speechless, mom pickles on don't take, too much trouble. After eating breakfast, Jiang Yu also began to pack things, need to prepare things or not much. Change of clothes, daily necessities, etc., quilt, pillow and so on do not have to take, the school unified distribution. A morning time Jiang Yu and mom are cleaning up, especially mom is afraid he will forget something. Jiang Yu heart some excitement, that is the vision and outlook for the future, but also the expectations of the unknown life. After lunch, he took a nap and woke up at 4 o'clock. He took out his cell phone and looked at it, then sent a message to Gu Xiaoman, what's going on fairy lord? After that, he sent a message to Lin Xingya, what are you doing, Xingya, have you cleaned up? I've packed it up, and you? I cleaned up in the morning, just woke up from a nap, did you take a nap? I just woke up, did you take a nap? At this time, Gu Xiaoman sent a message, just woke up, morning and classmates in the school around. How is the school scenery? Quite beautiful, small feather you things packed well, remember to bring electric mosquito coils, there are mosquitoes. You were bitten? Yes, I got a few bites on my legs. I want to be a mosquito too. You're a toad. Toads are good, they have long tongues and can lick. When Gu Xiaoman saw his words, her cheeks turned slightly red, shameless. Which shameless, toad tongue is not originally long well. Xiao Yu Zi wait for you to come, let's go to eat seafood together on vacation. Good, then I invite you. Gu Xiaoman's bunkmate, watching her chat with a smile curiously asked, Xiaoman and your boyfriend chatting? No, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Humph, small feather son also do not confess with me, I should not imply him a little? No, this is not to appear that I am not reserved at all. You look like you're chatting with your boyfriend. Which university is he in? Jiaotong University. Why didn't he come to Huadan? The computer science program at Huadan is no good. He can't bear to leave such a beautiful girlfriend here? There are a lot of people looking for your contact information today, and there are a few handsome seniors. Another roommate also spoke up and said, yes, let him come to Huadan to study a different major. He could have gone to Tsinghua or Peking University, but he came to Jianhai Jiaotong University for me. No, how many points did he score? 727 points. Damn, that's awesome. I'm interested in Xiaoman's boyfriend now. When your boyfriend comes, bring us to meet him. We want to see what a 727-point student looks like. He's average looking, I guess. In the evening, Jiang Yu chatted with Lin Xingya and Gu Xiaoman, and then chatted with Lu Bowen and Feng Dei for a while before going to bed. September 10th, 6:10 in the morning. Jiang Yu woke up and looked at his cell phone, then opened the treasure hunting system. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for making another effort, rewarded with 1 point of lucky value. He gets up and washes then eats breakfast. What time is the train for little you? 8 o'clock, Mom, you've asked several times. You haven't forgotten anything, have you? No, I packed everything yesterday. After breakfast is not yet 7 o'clock, Jiang Yu sent a message to Lin Xingya, have you eaten breakfast? Well, just ate. My dad will leave. Jiang Yu sat on the laptop bag, carrying a school bag. Dad took the suitcase downstairs. Put things in the trunk, Dad drove out of the neighborhood. In Lin Xingya's hut mouth stopped. At this time, Lin Xingya, her mom, and Lin Zhe were waiting there. San Shojin, I'm so sorry, I still have to trouble you guys. Jiang Jianming smiled back, no trouble, Xiaoyu and Xingya are classmates, by the way. Jiang Yu put Lin Xingya's suitcase into the trunk, then the two sat in the back. Mom, Xiaozhe, you guys go back. Auntie, you guys go back, I'm here, we'll definitely make it to school. Be careful on the road. Jiang Jianming drove towards the high-speed train station. Lin Xingya didn't say anything in the car, she was too introverted and shy, she didn't know what to say, and she was afraid of saying the wrong thing. Mom and Dad are quite satisfied with Lin Xingya, it would be better if she could become their future daughter-in-law. At 7:30, Jiang Yu arrived at the high-speed train station. There are a lot of people at the high-speed train station, it's the peak time of the school year, many parents will send their children to school. Xingya, give me your ID card, I'll go get a ticket. Waiting for Jiang Yu to leave, Wang Suexayan smiled and said to Lin Xingya, Xingya, if Xiaoyu bullies you, you can give Auntie a word, Auntie will cure him. Lin Xingya's cheeks blushed slightly and gently nodded. 5 or 6 minutes later, Jiang Yu came back, holding 2 high-speed rail sleeper tickets. This was a high-speed train from the imperial capital to Jianghai City, the whole journey was 8 or 9 hours. If Bushishui City goes to Jianghai City, it will take about 5 or 6 hours. Mom and Dad, you guys go back, the tickets will be checked in a few minutes. It's okay, we'll leave after you get on the train. At 7:50, the ticket inspection began. Jiang Yu pulled 2 suitcases, carrying a school bag, and Lin Xingya lined up to check the tickets. Jiang Yu waved his hand at his mom and dad as he entered the ticket-checking channel. Jiang Yu and Lin Xingya into Mom Wang Suexayan wiped the corner of the eyes of the tears, he suddenly left home, I'm still a little uncomfortable. The child is big, cannot always stay at home. Wang Suexayan did not have the good taste to pinch him a hand, I just lamented a couple of sentences, you also educated on me, you are not now hardened? I was wrong, wife, how dare I did not. Jiang Yu and Lin Xingya are standing in the waiting area at this time, the high-speed train has not yet come. Lin Xingya is a bit nervous, she has never been on a train before. Xingya, stay close to me for a while. Lin Xingya nodded and leaned towards his side. At 7:55, the high-speed train pulled into the station and stopped. Jiang Yu entered the carriage with a suitcase in one hand, and Lin Xingya followed him with her school bag. There weren't many people heading to the sleeping carriages, and most of them were in regular seats. Soon Jiang Yu found their place and he placed the suitcase under the bed. The sleeper carriages were double-decker beds, and across the street was also a double-decker sleeper. There were people there, but with the curtains drawn, probably sleeping. Xingya, are you on top or below? I'll go on top. She climbed onto the top bunk and lay there not knowing what to do. The high-speed rail sleeper is more luxurious, except for the smaller space, it's not worse than a hotel. Jiang Yu relied there to play with his cell phone for a while, and the high-speed train soon pulled out of the station and headed towards the terminal station, Jianghai City. Chapter 21, Housemates. Jiang Yu played with his phone for a while, then looked at Lin Xingya. Finding that she was looking out the window in a daze. What is Xingya thinking about? Nothing much. Some fear in your heart? Lin Xingya gently nodded. Her character made her a little apprehensive about the unknown, but thinking of having Jiang Yu by her side, her apprehension was much less. In her heart, Jiang Yu was everything to her. It's okay, college life is much better than high school, but also much more free. Love teacher does not care, but also can go out to live in the hotel. Ahem. Jiang Yu and she chatted for a while, and then lay there looking out the window. He also went out for the first time, his heart was only excited, there was nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, he was like a young eagle that was about to spread its wings and fly. Looking at the flickering scenery outside made one long for it. After watching for a while, Jiang Yu began to close his eyes and rest. He woke up at 11 o'clock or so. He picked up his cell phone and looked at it, it was already noon, and Lin Xingya on the upper bunk was also asleep. Jiang Yu covered her with a blanket, the air conditioning in the carriage was a bit cool. He looked at the messages on his cell phone, Gu Xiaoman had just sent him a message. Where is little Yuzi? There are still more than 2 hours should arrive in Jianghai, just woke up. Be careful on the train, I heard there are quite a lot of thieves. Yes, my fairy. I and my roommate went to eat. Jiang Yu put down his cell phone, at this time the high-speed rail dining car also came to their compartment. He bought 2 chopped pepper chicken nuggets over rice, $120, more expensive than outside. Jiang Yu stood there looking at Lin Xingye, who was still sleeping, and stretched out his hand to scrape at her agitated nose. Lin Xingye opened her eyes, her clear and bright eyes were exceptionally moving. Seeing that it was Jiang Yu, her pretty face floated up with two blushes. "What's wrong? You're hungry, have some lunch before you sleep." Jiang Yu handed her the boxed lunch. Lin Xingye took it. "Thanks." Jiang Yu did not have the good sense to pinch a handful of her cheeks. "Still with me so polite, in the future can not say this, hear me?" Lin Xingye actually is not that meaning, she just think let Jiang Yu buy rice, hard-owed, not very good at expression. "I'm sorry." "Forget it, you're hopeless, eat quickly." Lin Xingye's bright and clear eyes were a little flustered. "Did I say the wrong thing?" "You're not angry." "Yes, I am angry, you kiss me, I will not be angry." Lin Xingye's cheeks were suddenly red. "Eat dinner." Seeing her appearance, Jiang Yu didn't tease her anymore and sat down to start eating. After lunch, Jiang Yu lay on the bed and played with his cell phone. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the moving train entered the border of Shanghai City. A skyscraper stood in the distance. This was one of the most developed and prosperous cities in the country. I believe that everyone who comes here for the first time will have a longing in their heart when they see the prosperous scene of Shanghai. I will be in this prosperous city, to fight a future. A few years later, the factory's steamed buns are so fragrant. Oh. Lin Xingye was also looking out of the car window. The skyscrapers surprised her, but also a touch of timidity. At 2:10, a high-speed train stopped at the Shanghai City High-Speed Rail South Station. Lin Xingye got off the moving train right after Jiang Yu. She was a little confused when she got off the moving train. The surroundings were too big, she had no idea where to go. Jiang Yu saw her look and said with a smile, "Just follow the crowd, and there are signs there." "I'm a bit of a wayfarer," Lin Xingye said with slightly red cheeks. Hearing her words, Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Then you can't go out alone in the future, or you will lose it again." The two of them walked out of the high-speed train station while talking. The weather in Shanghai City was fine, it was now past the hottest time. If it wasn't for Jiang Yu taking her, she wouldn't have known where to go, it was too big outside. Jiang Yu directly hit a car, put the suitcase, and Lin Xingye sat in the back seat. "Master, to go to Shanghai Jiaotong University Qingpu campus." "Well, young man, you are just started college students?" "Yes, master, today is the time to start school reporting." Driver master more talkative, "Which province are you over?" "Huangbei province." "Huangbei province, the admission score line is relatively high, young man. How many points you took the test?" "I took the test 727. "Good guy, this score can go to Tsinghua University, Peking University, how to Jiaotong University." "I like the city of Shanghai better, so I came here." "Not bad, you've got a good eye." All the way the driver was chatting with him, and Jiang Yu also chatted with him. Lin Xingye quietly looked out the car window at the skyscrapers and colorful people. About half an hour or so later, the cab arrived at Qingpu University City. Eventually, it was blocked at an intersection not far from the entrance of Shanghai Jiaotong University. Jiang Yu saw the opening and said, "Master, stop here, how much?" "A total of $42. Jiang Yu scanned code to pay the end, and Lin Xingye out of the car, take the suitcase toward the door of the Shanghai University of Transportation to go. At this time, although it was afternoon, there were still very many people sending their children to school. The two of them walked along the side of the road. Lin Xingye followed him, and her eyes didn't dare to look around. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the school. There were signs and banners right in front of the small courtyard they entered. The computer college reporting office was over there. Jiang Yu led Lin Xingye towards that side. There were a few computer college enrollment offices, not a lot of people, but also quite a few. Jiang Yu found a line with fewer people and lined up at the back, taking the opportunity to take out the required documents. A few minutes later it was his turn, and Jiang Yu handed over the various documents. "You are Jiang Yu?" The young girl in front of him looked at him with some surprise. Because in front of the young girl there was a report list with the names of all the new students in the computer science major, including of course the scores of the college entrance exam. His score of 727 points could be said to stand out from the rest. "It's me." 727 points on the college entrance exam, that's awesome. After saying that, he hurriedly started to register. A few people around him turned their heads to look at him. Usually the ones who help out here are sophomores and juniors. After Jiang Yu's registration as Lin Xingya, the two of them were busy for more than half an hour before they finished everything. Then Jiang Yu walked towards the freshman dormitory building under the leadership of the senior. Lin Xingya also followed a senior to the girls' dormitory building. After walking for some time, Jiang Yu and Lin Xingya separated. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yu arrived at his dormitory. Inside the dormitory was a standard quadruple room, with beds on top, desks below, and a separate bathroom. "This is your dormitory, I'll put the stuff here for you first." "Thank you, senior." "No need to be polite, I first go back to busy." Jiang Yu came in. "There are two people in the room have come, are lying on their respective beds looking at the phone." Seeing someone come in, the two looked at each other and continued to swipe their cell phones. Jiang Yu's bed was number 2, just to the right of the doorway. He made his bed, put his things in the cabinet, and cleaned up already 10 minutes later. "Brother, where are you from?" The man on the opposite side of his bed asked with a smile. "Yellow North Province, my name is Jiang Yu, and you?" "I am the North Soviet Province, my name is Wang Hongba." Another person sat up and introduced himself. "My name is Fu Rui, is a local Jianghai." Fu Rui is relatively fat. It is estimated that there must be 189 pounds, maybe too good food at home. After all, it is the local people of Jianghai. At this time the fourth dormitory came, a young man with short hair, general appearance. He was followed by a middle-aged couple, should be his father and mother. "Other people have come, I am Han Gaojia's father, after you are roommates, we have to help each other." Jiang Yu said with a smile, "Don't worry, uncle, we get together in the south and north of the world as fate." Wang Hongba also smiled and said, "Yes, we can get together as fate." "Smoke a cigarette." Han Gaojia's father threw a cigarette to several people. Smoked Jiang Yu also smoked before, just no addiction. He saw Fu Rui and Wang Hongba took out the lighter or lit, said with a smile, "Smoke secondhand smoke is not as good as smoking a hand." He gave Wang Hongba to ask for a lighter also lit up. Soon Han Gaojia's bed was cleaned up, and his parents gave some instructions, and then left. Jiang Yu got out of his bed and opened the dormitory window a bit. He sent a message to Lin Xingya, "Is it packed?" "Packed up." "Is there anything missing?" "I'm short on toiletries, let's go buy them together." "Aha!" Jiang Yu asked her dormitory building number, then said to a few people in the dormitory, "I'm going down to buy some things, do you have to buy things?" Fu Rui and Wang Hongba came in the morning, and the missing things were bought. Han Gaojia opened his mouth and said, "I also go to buy something." Wang Hongba reminded, "The cellar is in our dormitory area to the west." "Good." The two walked out of the dormitory. Jiang Yu said to Han Gaojia, "I have to go to the girls' dormitory to wait for someone, why don't you go and buy it first?" "It's okay, I don't have much to do anyway." Han Gaojia followed him to the freshman girls' dormitory building, building 6. When he came here, Lin Xingya was already waiting for him. When Han Gaojia saw Lin Xingya, he was really surprised by her appearance and temperament. "Xingya, this is my roommate Han Gaojia, he also went shopping." Lin Xingya nodded slightly and did not greet Han Gaojia. Originally, Han Gaojia wanted to introduce himself. The three of them went to the school supermarket, bought some toiletries, and then went back. Sending Lin Xingya back, Han Gaojia asked curiously, "Jiang Yu is your girlfriend?" "Yes. I think she can definitely be the flower of our department." Han Gaojia is full of envy, but there is no other idea. The two walked back to the dormitory while talking. Fu Rui, Wang Hongba is playing king, saw the two back and asked, "Do you play king?" "A moment we open black to play a hand." "Good." Han Gaojia and Jiang Yu are playing. "What is your level?" Han Gaojia replied, 30 stars in king, how is it? "I'll take you guys flying." "Crap, cowards we just king, Jiang Yu? I just hit glory 2 days ago." "Glory king?" "Crap, Hongba quickly surrender, let's go black, I pull another person to start a game." Wang Hongba and Feng Dei followed him to the King of Glory. Jiang Yu's operation and awareness are all superb, not inferior to professional players. Chapter 22, College Counselor. Wang Hongba was a bit speechless. "What the hell, we can't match with Glory King because our level is too low." "Nothing, I borrowed a number to let Jiang Yu take us." Jiang Yu sat on a chair holding a cell phone and chatting with Gu Xiaoman. "Fairy Lord, I'm already in the dormitory." Roger Little. Feather, I'm in the classroom. Well, let's talk tonight then. Han Gaojie, Jiang Yu, let's play a game first, they are too low to rank with you. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Jiang Yu has nothing to do anyway, and Han Gaojie played a game. In the last group battle, he used Luna to get a 5 kills, destroyed the opposite side of the group, and won the victory. Crap, Jiang Yu too Cao Pen, this Luna really show 5 kills, the group destroyed. Fatty Fu Rui hurriedly said, brother you wait for us, we immediately finish playing, I give you a loan number, take us. 2 minutes later, Fatty and Wang Hongba also won. He quickly borrowed a number, or a woman's number. Is this your girlfriend's number? Still V10 it, charge a lot of money. Fatty, my sister's number, charged also a few tens of thousands of dollars. Jiang Yu sighed, worthy of being Shanghai locals, well, really rich Fu Rui hurriedly said, I invited you guys, wait for me to pull someone in the public channel. Glory Wild King to lead the team, to a voice-able sister. His number is also V10, as soon as he spoke, a girl came in instantly. Can the girl voice? Can take you to the clouds, I'm starting. The game started instantly. The girl is playing the auxiliary position. Fu Rui is playing shooter, Wang Hongba is on top, Han Gaojie is in the middle, and Jiang Yu is in the field. Nazi you pick a Yao, I like it when people ride me. Jiang Yu 3 people send a look of admiration, I did not expect the fat man so flirty. In the end, the girl still took a Yao, Jiang Yu chose Luna to play the field, and the skin used was Purple Haze Fairy. His number has no skin, or has a skin handsome. The girl asked curiously, Luna is the Glory Wild King? That's right, my roommate, Glory Giant are able to 5 kills peak Wild King, a moment you will watch it. In the early stage, Jiang Yu is just developing, the strength of the fat 3 people is also okay, and is not a headwind game. Middle and late as Jiang Yu rule the game, his Luna dashing handsome, silky smooth incomparable. When playing group, he started to enter the field only after the enemy control skills were handed over. This game Jiang Yu 18-0-6 ended the game. Feather Brother Bull Batch. It's too good to be true. I feel that Jiang Yu's Luna is not worse than those game anchors. Continue. But then the girl used Yao to keep riding on Jiang Yu's body, leaving Fatty a bit speechless. The feelings of the 4 people were rapidly heating up because of playing King. They played until dark and didn't lose a single hand. Jiang Yu opened his mouth and said, no more playing, I'm hungry, let's go eat. Fatty Fu Rui, it's not easy for the 4 of us brothers to get together, let's eat outside tonight, my treat. Jiang Yu opened his mouth and said, how can I let you treat me for the first time, we are still AA, you want to invite again in the future. Wang Hongba and Han Gao nodded their heads, they weren't that bad. Both of their family conditions were quite good. Let's go. The 4 brothers in the dormitory walked out of the school and there was a barbecue restaurant not far away. A few people ordered some kebabs, asked for some bottles of wine, and then drank. A few cups of wine down, the relationship between the 4 people dramatically warmed up, and later ranked size according to age. Jiang Yu is the oldest, to be precise, his birthday is bigger than Fu Rui and Han Gaojie. Followed by the fat Fu Rui and Han Gaojie, son Hongba the youngest, a year younger than them. 4 people drank nearly 2 hours before going back. Back in the dormitory a few people huffed and puffed. Jiang Yu sent a message to Gu Xiaoman and Lin Xingya and went to bed. The next morning, he woke up after 6 o'clock. He first opened the treasure hunting system. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance card. This was good, the last time he used the chance card, his family directly established a connection with Zhao Guocheng's family. Dad had become a director from an old section officer, and he heard that Dad's boss, the deputy director, was about to retire. He took out his cell phone and looked at it, then sent a message to Lin Xingya, did you rest well last night? He was worried that Lin Xingya would not rest well in a strange place. He was worried that Lin Xingya would not rest well when she came to an unfamiliar place. I just woke up. Drinking is not good for the body. I know, just like my mom. When Lin Xingya saw his message, she pouted with her cherry lips, somewhat unhappy. At this time, Jiang Yu sent another message, wash up, let's go eat breakfast. Aha. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu went down the dormitory building and came to the girls' dormitory downstairs. Lin Xingya also happened to just come down. At this time, there are not many people on campus, and most of them have not gotten up yet. The breeze in the morning is pleasant, blowing on the body has a cool feeling. How is your roommate? Jianyu asked while walking. They are quite good. This character of yours is what worries me the most. If someone bullies you, don't hold back, tell me, okay? Lin Qingya nodded, got it. The two walked for a while and came to the school's cafeteria. There were some people in the cafeteria, but not many. Jianyu bought 2 breakfasts and found a place to sit with Lin Qingya. The two sat opposite each other. Lin Qingya wanted to say this feeling, as long as there was Jianyu by her side, she felt at peace. She herself didn't know when she had become so dependent on him. After breakfast, the two of them circled around the campus and then came to the playground. Many people were walking or running on the playground. The two walked around the playground twice and then went back. It was a bit hot now that the sun had risen. Back in the dormitory, the fat three had already gotten up and were eating breakfast in the dormitory. What did Fei get up so early for? Go to the playground to turn 2 laps. Han Gaojie smiled and said, Brother, you was with your girlfriend? Jian Yu nodded. Fatty and Wan Hongba hurriedly asked, Brother Fei have a girlfriend? Pretty? Han Gaojie, yesterday and Brother you went to buy things to see. Brother you so good, girlfriend cannot be beautiful? Brother you, when will you take us to meet your sister-in-law? She is more introverted, see you guys are afraid to say, you can also see you in class later. Fatty, come on, play the game, on the King of Glory to send a circle of friends to install a pen, and by the way, hook up with the girl. The 4 housemates played the game again, and the way for men to enhance their feelings is so simple. Play games and drink some wine. A day's time, they are almost all playing games. The segment level rose very quickly, to more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they have almost reached the King of Glory. In the afternoon, the class counselor notified in the group that at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, all the new students will go to the class to gather. After eating dinner, Jian Yu's 4 returned to the dormitory. He was lying on the bed playing with his cell phone, and the fat trio was brushing Jian. Jian Yu looked at his phone for a while and opened the treasure hunting system. He was looking at the Spirit Dew drink recipe. There were 5 flavors of Spirit Dew drink, and the recipe said it clearly above. Jian Yu was thinking in his head. At first he had the intention of selling the recipe, but after thinking about it, it wasn't very realistic. He is an ordinary college student. Those large beverage companies' senior leaders he would like to see cannot see. Even if he did, he was afraid that the price would not be high. He simply does not understand the market price. The value of a formula in the end is how much, but also need to market to test. Thinking about it, Jiang Yu or think of their own business. Regardless of success or failure, at least it is a life experience. And he is still young time not to break through, do not wait for the old to break through again. He is now on the 600,000, although for students a lot. But in the future, he wants to give Gu Xiaoman and Lin Qingya a good life. He needs a lot of money. After seeing the bustling metropolis, whoever has the opportunity wants to stay here to live. A cheap house in Jianghai City costs several $1,000,000, and a better one over 10 million. Entrepreneurship must start their own business. The idea in Jiang Yu's mind is becoming more and more determined. He then began to query various information on the internet. After all, he knows nothing about these aspects. It was more than 10 o'clock at night before he went to bed. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke up to see a message from Lin Qingya, who went to have breakfast with her roommates. The fat trio also woke up after a while, and the 4 of them went to the cafeteria after washing up. After eating breakfast, they went to the classroom. There were 3 classes for their freshman computer majors, 50 people in each class. When Jiang Yu came to the classroom, most of the people had already come and were sitting and chatting with their dormitory mates. When they saw someone come in, they all looked at each other and then turned their heads back to continue chatting. He saw Lin Qingya, and Lin Qingya saw her. Next to her sat 3 people, one of whom was upper middle class looking, and the other 2 were surprisingly not inferior to Lin Qingya at all. Especially the one next to Lin Qingya, the lowly face, looked cute to the extreme. This kind of lowly he had only swiped on Jitterbug. Brother you, let's sit over here. Fatty Fu Rue found a few seats at the back of the classroom. The 4 people sat down. Fu Rue asked curiously, Brother you, which one is sister-in-law? Jiang Yu pointed to Lin Qingya's position. Worthy of being Brother Yu, his vision is too poisonous. From my many years of experience, sister-in-law is definitely the ultimate goddess level. Wang Hongba also looked at Lin Qingya, but he didn't notice the front face just now. Fatty, those 2 next to her are not bad either, that one has a lowly face and is wearing a double ponytail, so cute. The other one is also very pretty. A few people were tasting the class in the back. There were about half of the class girls, and there were quite a few upper middle class beauties. Soon the class counselor walked in, a beautiful woman who looked to be just 27 or 18 years old. She stood on the podium and looked at the students below, with a smile on her face. First of all, introduce yourself. I will be the counselor of your university in the future. My name is Wang Qingyi. Jiang Yu did not expect his counselor to be so young and beautiful, wearing a tight dress, with a delicate and moving figure, with a different kind of flavor. The boys in the class immediately sat upright, their eyes unblinking as they looked at the counselor on the podium. Jiang Yu didn't feel much except a little surprised. The counselor's overall rating could reach 90, right, but it was still a bit worse than Lin Xingya. Lin Xingya can at least hit 99 points, looks, body impeccable. As for that 1 point Jiang Yu did not hit, afraid of her pride. Chapter 23 Entrepreneurial Ideas. Most people were looking at the counselor. Jiang Yu was looking at Lin Xingya. The corseted dress she wore today, which Jiang Yu had bought for her at the beginning, fit her very well and showed her body more when she wore it. After the counselor introduced herself, she smiled and said, "Everyone briefly introduce yourself so that the other students can get to know each other," starting from the right. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Yang, from Baisa Province." "Hello everyone, my name is Li Lu, from Jia Province." Everyone was introduced and soon it was Lin Xingya's turn. She stood up and lowered her head and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Xingya, from Huangbei Province." Her voice was rather small, but everyone heard her. Soon it was Jiang Yu's turn. "Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Yu, from the Huangbei Province." Fatty stood up. "Hello everyone, my name is Fu Rui, Zhanghai local, single." Wang Hongba and Han Gaojie stuck out their thumbs with an expression of admiration. Some of the girls in the class revealed smiles. This fatty is still a bit interesting. In about 5 or 6 minutes, all the students finished introducing themselves. Counselor Wang Qingyi gave them another talk about military training and the things they needed to pay attention to in school, and finally also talked about the selection of class cadres. "After the military training, we will let everyone vote to choose the class president, secretary, study committee, and other class cadres. Brother Yu, are you interested in being class president? We brothers all vote for you." Jiang Yu shook his head, "Not interested, whoever you want to be." University class president has too many things, can be said to be the counselor's assistant. Many things need to be class president to deal with. Of course there are benefits to this, you can exercise yourself, and there are bursaries and so on. Fu Rui, Wang Hongba and Han Gaojie didn't have the idea of being class president either, they didn't want to be any class president. But although Jiang Yu didn't become class president, the Fat Three pushed him out to become the dormitory's housemaster. "Come a few boys, follow me to get everyone's military training clothes." Fatty, Wang Hongba, and Han Gaojie stood up without saying a word and walked over, and there were quite a few boys who also followed them out. The counselor left, and the class murmured softly again. Jiang Yu got up and walked over to Lin Xingya's seat, which was empty next to her within a seat. Lin Xingya's cheeks slightly reddened when she saw him come over. Xia Chuchu and Wang Zixuan beside her turned their heads to look and sized up Jiang Yu. "Xingya, what's for lunch?" Lin Xingya lowered her head with a red face and whispered back, "Eat anything. Wait for me after school." Seeing her appearance, Jiang Yu did not stay any longer. Lin Xingya's skin was too thin. If he kept sitting there, it was estimated that Lin Xingya couldn't do anything. Waiting for Jiang Yu to leave, Xia Chuchu curiously asked, "Xingya, that is your boyfriend, ah?" Lin Xingya had a red face and didn't know how to answer. In her heart she felt that it was already, but Jiang Yu hadn't confessed to her yet. She didn't know if it was or not, and she didn't care about that. "Oh, I get it, like each other, haven't finalized the relationship yet." Lin Xingya nodded lightly. When they were in the park, what Jiang Yu did was something that could only be done between a boyfriend and girlfriend. In her heart, she had already acquiesced that Jiang Yu was her boyfriend. More than 10 minutes later, the counselor and the others came back, each student holding 10 sets of military training clothes. The counselor then handed them out to everyone according to their different models. Tomorrow they will start military training for 7 days, and other schools compared to Shanghai Jiaotong University's military training time is shorter and easier. Because there were things that happened during the previous freshman's military training, and then the military training was much easier. After the issuance of military uniforms, the school was dismissed. Jiang Yu let Fatty and the others take the uniforms back to the dormitory, and then went to the cafeteria with Lin Xingya to eat lunch. There were a lot of people in the cafeteria, and Lin Xingya kept her head down the entire meal, not daring to look at the people around her. Jiang Yu saw her appearance, said with a smile, "In the future, or you should follow the roommate to eat together. Follow me to see you too uncomfortable." I. Just at this time, Lin Xingya's 3 housemates came next to them with their meals. Lin Xingya's 3 housemates, Jiang Yu remembered what to call the name, like the lowly one called Xia Chuchu, another beauty called Wang Zixuan, the upper middle class one called Fan Lily. Wang Zixuan sat down and looked at Jiang Yu, said, "Jiang Yu, you want to run for class president?" "I have no idea about class president." "For the sake of Xingya's face, you vote for me then. I want to be the class president." "Okay, no problem. You're the head of your dormitory, so the other 3 people's jobs will be yours." Jiang Yu glanced at her. The boys sighed. "I see someone seems to be planning to run for class president. I can help you, but our dormitory 2 brothers want you and Xia Chuchu's contact information." Wang Zixuan is indifferent. "Anyway, our classmates want a contact information is normal. You add me and my cousin it." Jiang Yu, some surprise, "You 2 are pro-cousin, ah?" "Yes." Jiang Yu added the 2 of them, said to Lin Xingya after eating, "Xingya, I first went back to the dormitory." Lin Xingya gently Xia Chuchu looked at Lin Xingya and asked, "Xingya, your boyfriend really scored 727 points on the college entrance exam?" Mr. Lin Xingya asked, "Xingya, did your boyfriend really score 727 points in the college entrance exam? He doesn't look like a school bully at all, and school bullies aren't all a bit dull." Jiang Yu returned to the dormitory, opened the computer, idle. He looked up the information on the internet. He intends to open a beverage store, see what all needs to be prepared. Soon, Fatty Fu Roy, Wang Hongba and Han Gaojie came back. Jiang Yu opened his mouth and said, "Just now Wang Zixuan looked for me. She said that she wants to run for class president. Let's vote for her then." Fatty said indifferently, "Anyway, no one is willing to be class president. Brother you say to vote for whoever you want." Wang Hongba is more interested in Wang Zixuan, then we will vote for her. Han Gaojie favored Xia Chuchu. "I've got the contact information for Wang Zixuan and Xia Chuchu. You 2 don't like them, do you? Whether you can catch them or not is up to you." "Thank you, brother you." Wang Hongba and Han Gaojie immediately excited, and quickly took out his cell phone to add 2 people's friends. Fatty Fu Rui said on the side, "Brother Fei just eat when I added our counselor. Bull batch. Counselor looks really good, 89 years old, is the most charming time." Wang Hongba lewdly laughed, "Second brother original, you like this type of. Haven't heard the saying, young people don't know how good a mature woman is," wrongly regarded the young girl as a treasure. Now several people have a goal, but Jiang Yu is not too optimistic about them. Wang Zixuan and Xia Chuchu look at the family as rich. Wang Hongba and Han Gaojie probability of chasing the hand is too low. Fatty, not to mention, he has the least chance. Of course, this is just his analysis. See a few roommates' fighting spirit, he is also encouraging them. It's good for young people to have pursuits. No one sleeps in the dormitory at noon, either playing games or brushing jitterbug. Jiang Yu is checking all kinds of information and understand the industry-related enterprises. Today is not the golden age of the 1990s. At that time, as long as a little bit of brains and ability, you can earn a pot full of money. Now the pattern of various industries has been set, the competition is brutal, want to stand out from it, a unique, is an extremely difficult thing. Just like the beverage industry, the competition is equally fierce. Outside the Starbucks, Costa Coffee and other international giants, inside the tea, Nestea, Big Kasi, Fresh Fruit Time, Shanghai Anti, Guliang Drinks, Honey Snow Ice City and so on. Especially in first-tier cities like Zhanghai City, the competition is even more intense. Casually walking down the street you can see large and small drink stores. Xiao Yuzi. Gu Xiaoman sent him a message. Jiang Yu, in it, what's wrong Fairy Lord? Military training is so annoying, I feel like I'm getting a tan after applying sunscreen. It's okay, I don't mind. Humph, who use you dislike, small feather son when you military training? It starts tomorrow. It's a 7-day training program. We'll be in class afterward. We have a lot of classes freshman year. After training, I'll treat you to dinner this weekend. I want to eat lobster. There's a restaurant near our school that has lobster. Well, then you will take you to eat. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Yu and his roommate went to the classroom. Now there is no class. Come to the classroom as the counselor let everyone familiar with each other do games. At 5 o'clock or so it was fine, everyone went back to their dormitories or took a walk around the school. Jiang Yu and Lin Xingya strolled in the school's green path, the breeze, exceptionally cool. Xingya, after a while I plan to start a business and open a store. Lin Xingya froze for a moment when she heard his words. Will this affect your studies? No, those courses are nothing difficult, and I do not stare there every day. When to get? Now there is a preliminary idea, such as military training after the weekend. I go outside to look at the market, not necessarily when to get it. Aha! When you earn money, I will take you to live in a 5-star hotel. Lin Xingya's pretty face suddenly turned red, as if she understood his deeper meaning. The two of them strolled around for a while, and then went to the cafeteria for dinner. After dinner, they went back to the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Yu opened the treasure hunting system. He didn't draw any prizes today and planned to save up more times. Without using the lucky value, the probability of winning was not high. Fatty's trio soon returned, and the four of them played the game for a while longer. Jiang Yu stopped playing. Gu Xiaoman was chatting with him. What is little Yuzi doing? Playing games with my roommates, but I told them not to play. I'm going to chat with my little fairy. Humph, who is your fairy? You tell me. I don't know. Hey, I gave up Tsinghua and Peking University and came to Shanghai alone. Even a stone should be warmed by me, sad. He came with a move to retreat. Little feather child, I'm kidding you. I'm angry. Don't be mad, okay? If you let me take advantage, I won't be angry. When Gu Xiaoman saw his message, her pretty face reddened. Shameless. It's okay to look at it. Xiao Yuzi, if you continue to be like this, I will ignore you. Xiaoman, are there many people chasing you in your class? There are a few people. Shit, just a few days into the school year and there are people chasing after me? But it's no use. Luckily, I've already captured her heart in advance. The foundation of high school isn't laid for nothing. When can I go to the hotel with Xiaoman to watch TV? Chapter 24, Treasure Hunt, Lucky Draw Again. Xiao Yuzi, your computer college have beautiful women? There are. Which college has not a few beautiful women? You are not allowed to talk to them, understand? Jiang Yu saw her message and smiled slightly. This little girl is quite bossy. What if they take the initiative to talk to me? Taking the initiative doesn't work either, you're just not allowed to talk to them. In his mind, Jiang Yu could imagine her pouting cherry mouth, pouting. The two chatted until 9 o'clock or so, and then said goodnight to each other and went to bed. The next day, the freshmen of Jianghai Jiaotong University began their week-long military training. Now that the weather was not so hot, it was a little better. There were several people competing for class president, 2 among the girls and 3 among the boys. They were all canvassing for votes, hoping to be able to vote for them. Wang Zixuan, with her pretty face and sweet voice, was the strongest contender. Of course, as for who will be the class president in the end, it still needs to be finalized by the counselors. Military training is really boring for Jiang Yu, but he can't not participate. This thing is related to credits. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and for many it would be an unforgettable event. A lot of people had gotten a lot of tan, but Jiang Yu hadn't changed much, and a lot of the girls hadn't gotten a tan either. They had all applied sunscreen. Lin Xingya didn't wear sunscreen and didn't get a tan. After the military training review was already more than 10 o'clock, Jiang Yu and the others returned to the classroom. Counselor Wang Qingyi walked in, dressed in a long black loose dress. A week of military training has passed. I think students should be familiar with each other. Today we are going to select the class president. These people are interested in running for class president. Everyone can vote for whoever they want. Jiang Yu and the others began to write their names on the slips of paper. He naturally wrote Wang Zixuan. It was all said and done. Later on, there was also a boy who came to draw him in, and he vaguely dealt with it, not saying yes or no. Although that person had the intention of soliciting, in fact, there was also a test. Everyone came up to the podium to put their notes inside the box. When everyone finished writing, Counselor Wang Qingyi opened her mouth and said, Jiang Yu, Xia Chuchu, you two come up and announce the vote. Jiang Yu froze for a moment and got up and walked up to the podium. Xia Chuchu's double ponytail has turned into a single ponytail these days, but it is still beautiful and moving. Jiang Yu opened the cardboard box and picked up the note and read it. Wang Hao. Xia Chuchu added a vote for Wang Hao on the blackboard. Wang Zishuan. Li Ping. Wang Zishuan. Wang Zishuan. When Jiang Yu finished reading the last note, the results were already presented on the blackboard. Wang Zishuan had the highest number of votes, overpowering the others. The counselor nodded to Jiang Yu and Xia Chuchu before letting them return to their seats. Wang Qingyi looked at the crowd and said, "The results of the class president's selection have come out, everyone has seen it. In fact, several of you are very good, but interpersonal relationships are also very important, especially into society. How to get along with your bosses and co-workers, this is a kind of ability. This kind of ability can't be taught in the textbooks, all of you can learn it by yourselves." The following I declare Wang Zishuan elected class president of the first class of computer science majors. The future of the class affairs by Wang Zishuan responsible for what you can look for the class president. The class president cannot be resolved to find me. She continued after a pause. Wang Hao selection of the second, as vice class president it, Li Ping as class secretary, want to be a member of the life of the members, sports members can find the class president said. Jiang Yu student, do you want to serve as the class study committee? The class all looked at Jiang Yu. After this period of time, they also all know that this is a college entrance exam scored 727 points of the school bully. The person who could totally go to Tsinghua and Peking University did not expect to come to Jiatong University. Teacher, I want to focus on my studies. The study committee may take up my study time. Although the study committee can contact the teachers of various subjects, but he also intends to start a business, there is not so much time to serve as a class cadre. Wang Qingyi didn't expect him to refuse. Forget it then, anyone who wants to be one go to the class president to sign up, and the class president will hand it over to me after screening. Classmates look at Jiang Yu's eyes a little different. You rejected the counselor, not to offend her. In the university, counselor's rights cannot be small. Offend anyone cannot offend counselor. Wang Qingyi is not only their counselor, she is also the teacher of their professional courses Jiang Yu. These days the fat man has Wang Qingyi's situation clear. She graduated from this school as a graduate student and stayed on to teach after graduation. The counselor explained things and then dismissed the school. Fatty, brother you're not offending the counselor by refusing her. As a teacher, how can you be so careful, and she is also in her first year of teaching. He was right, Wang Qingyi did not hold a grudge, just a little upset in her heart. A few people talked and walked out of the classroom. Lin Xingya and Xia Chuchu, Wang Zishu and several people went to eat. After lunch, Jiang Yu returned to the dormitory. He opened the treasure hunting system and currently he had 8 chances to draw. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for making further efforts, rewarded with 1 point of lucky value. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of physical freedom attribute. Point. Treasure hunt success, congratulations to the host for making further efforts, rewarding 1 point of lucky value. The treasure hunt was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the friendship card. 8 draws, only 2 things in total, adding 6 points of lucky value. The 1 attribute point he added to strength. Friendly card can be used on a specific person. After using it, the friendliness of both parties will be permanently and significantly increased. This prop card was also fine, it could brush up some friendliness. For example, if Counselor Wang Qingyi became disgusted with him, he could use this to brush up his friendliness and become a good friend in seconds. Little feather. What's wrong, Fairy Lord? Tomorrow is the weekend. Jiang Yu saw her message and pretended to be confused. Tomorrow is the weekend? Finally can take a good rest, these days military training exhausted, I want to sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. I'm going to sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. Did not say good weekend treat me to eat big lobster? Are you forgetting something? No. What did you forget? Humph, ignore you. Gu Xiaoman beamed, a face of reluctance, a little aggrieved. How could he not remember it, said that after military training weekend to treat me to eat big lobster. Hey, the fool is teasing you, tomorrow morning I'll go find you. Gu Xiaoman saw his words before a smile appeared on his face. Humph, I'm not going. Really not going? Fake. I'll look for you tomorrow after 7 o'clock. Okay. Jiang Yu's mind was thinking about tomorrow's plan. Should he not invite Xiaoman to watch a movie tomorrow night? Waiting to see the movie and then eat some snacks, then it is estimated that their hostelance will be closed, so you can find a hotel to live in the name. When he was fantasizing, the fat Fu Rui opened his mouth and said, "Brother, you will play the game?" You do not look for counselor chat to play what game? The counselor ignored me. Did you tell her that your family has 2 suites in Jianhai City, each suite is worth 16 million? I didn't. I'm looking for true love. Fatty, where can you find true love like this? Brother, you is overdoing it. Do you know how many people are chasing me online? Calling me little brother in every breath. No video, right? Fatty, if you have your own strengths, you have to show them, that's a plus. Then I say a little try. Then he is going to send a message to Wang Qingyi. Fatty, is your emotional intelligence too low? On the internet you have quite a lot of flirty talk, can you say this kind of thing directly? To say it implicitly and unintentionally. Wang Hongba, that is, invisible pretense, the most deadly. Fatty, Hongba, how did you chat with Wang Zishuan? Don't mention it, don't pay much attention to me at all, no chance. The old 3, you and Xia Chuchu chat how? Han Gaojie, hey, I'm not as good as the old for it, I added after sending a lot of messages, once did not return to me. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, so miserable. Is it so cold? I see in the classroom quite lively Han Gaojie, maybe people simply do not see me. It is not possible to give you a fake number, right? Feather brother, you send a message to Xia Chuchu, see if she returned. Jiang Yu found Xia Chuchu's number and sent a question mark. Why? Back. Jiang Yu's eyes sympathized with the oldest 3. Han Gaojie, brother you, I'm so sad, my first love is just gone. Aren't people not in love with you? Can it be considered first love? Jiang Yu replied, nothing, what is my family Qingye doing? She's reading a book. Oh, thanks. Jiang Yu didn't bother with her anymore and opened the map on his cell phone to search. He planned to buy some raw materials for the spirit dew drink in the next 2 days over the weekend. After all, he didn't know how the taste of the spirit dew drink was. If it was similar to the taste of the drinks on the market, it wouldn't be much fun. If it is far more than those drinks on the market, it can still give him some confidence. The most important thing is the taste of the drink, good taste, so that customers like, in order to cultivate repeat customers. This kind of fast-consuming goods, what you need is repeat customers and word of mouth. The formula of the spirit dew drink is not very complicated, there are a few herbs in it, the kind of mild herbs. In addition to these there are the basic raw materials of the drink, which can be easily bought on the market or online. Some of the raw materials he had already bought online, and it was estimated that they would arrive tomorrow. A few herbs he planned to go to a Chinese herbal medicine physical store to buy. After resting for a while at noon, Jiang Yu and his roommate went to the classroom and started the first professional class of his freshman year. Just after coming to the classroom, class president Wang Zishuan notified everyone that the college will hold a mid-autumn welcome party on the weekend night, so that everyone will be on time then. The mid-autumn welcome party is the seniors, older sisters, or teachers to perform programs to welcome the freshmen, will be held every year after the military training. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Yu started their classes. The first specialized class is a middle-aged male teacher. He is talking about the principles of computer composition, which is the most basic. The second class is a language class, which is a middle-aged female teacher. She spoke very attentively and seriously. Afternoon, a total of 2 classes, finished already is more than 5.5. Why don't you take notes, Brother Feather? What notes do I need to take? I've got it all in my head. Well, excuse me. The fat man forgot that he is a demon who scored 727 points in the college entrance exam. The school bully is really a school bully. The author has something to say. Today, one more chapter, thank you for your support. Chapter 25, Xia Chuchu. After the afternoon class, it was just under 5 o'clock. Some students went back to the dormitory, and some stayed in the classroom to review the topics the teacher talked about. Jiang Yu came to the side of Lin Xingye, a moment after dinner. Let's go to the playground to skate around. Lin Xingye gently nodded her head and gave a hum. Next to Xia Chuchu looked at him and said, Jiang Yu, how did you score 727 points on the college entrance exam? Just so test. It is not simple. Simple? Wang Zishuan, Jiang Yu, you really do not study, member? No, it affects my studies. I think it's affecting your love life. Lin Xingya's pretty face was red and she looked down at the textbook material. Class president, you've never been in love, have you? You definitely don't understand. Wang Zixuan gave him a blank look. She really hadn't been in love. Jiang Yu sat here and accompanied Lin Xingya to read books together, not long after the vice class president Wang Hao walked over. Jiang Yu, can you give way? I have something to discuss with the class president. You can discuss with the class president even if you sit in front. Can't you see that I am studying here? When Wang Hao heard his words, he was a bit upset, but he didn't say anything and sat in front of Wang Zixuan, discussing with her about the class fee collection and some other things in the class. Lin Xingya said softly to him, Jiang Yu, are you offended by our counselor? No, our counselor is beautiful and generous. How can you hold a grudge against me because of this small matter? You are to a small man's heart to measure the gentleman's heart. Oh. Lin Xingya is more trusting of his words. He said it's fine, it should be fine. Xiao Chu Chu, Jiang Yu, you two high school in love? These words he asked Lin Xingya, but Lin Xingya is too thin-skinned to say anything. No, we are good students, how can we fall in love in high school? I don't think you're a good student at all. Still talking about me, my roommate Han Gaojie looking for you to chat, how do you not return people? Xiao Chu Chu skimmed his mouth, why do I return? I have no feelings for him, I'm letting him die. Cannot do lovers, can do friends. Xingya, his thoughts are very dangerous, there is a pure friendship between men and women, honestly, you do not have a lot of female friends, has been hidden from us, did not tell us Xingya? Jiang Yu, Xingya, after what she said you do not believe, you are too simple, easy to be taught by her, bad. Chu Chu is quite good. Xiao Chu Chu proudly looked at Jiang Yu, and then embraced Lin Xingya in her cheeks, kissed, Xingya, you really good. Jiang Yu looked at her with strange eyes. Paralyzed, this Xiao Chu Chu will not be a lesbian, right? Xiao Chu Chu noticed his strange eyes. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Nothing, Xingya, I have a few dirty clothes there, you wash them for me. Lin Xingya softly You a big man to be shameless, why let Xingya to you wash clothes? And did not let you wash, you excited what? Xingya happy to give me a wash. I don't want to be ashamed, but I don't want to give him a chance to wash his clothes. Lin Xingya said softly, it's okay, I need to wash my clothes anyway, so let's do it together. It's dinner time, let's go eat. Xiao Chu Chu, I'll go too. She carried her backpack and followed the two out of the classroom. Jiang Yu, put the textbook into Lin Xingya's bag, put the textbook in your bag, and bring it to the next class for me. Don't you want to go back and review? I remembered it from a glance, so I don't need to review it. Finished, he looked to Xiao Chu Chu, why don't you eat with your cousin? My cousin does not know when it is finished, I am hungry. Jiang Yu did not say anything more, after all, it is Qingya's roommate, cannot offend them, or Qingya was isolated, how to do. A line of 3 people walking on the road, turnover rate is very high, mainly Xiao Chu Chu tied a double ponytail, dressed in youthful beauty, too attractive to the eye. Qingya, Jiang Yu, you two high school is the same classmate? No. Then how did you know each other? One day after school in the evening study, in my ride home on the road, see there are 2 drunken people in the hooligan, see this kind of thing, I as the 21st century of the promising young people, how can I ignore? I stopped the tram, rushed to the past, and they theorized that they are arrogant, and then fought, beat them all over the place. Wow, this is a hero saving the day. What happened then? Why are you like a curious baby? I'm just curious. What happened? I forgot. Xingya, go back and you tell me. Before they reached the cafeteria, a handsome-looking senior walked towards them. He looked at Xiao Chu Chu and said, hello schoolgirl, can you recognize it? I'm Zhao Peng from the 3rd class of the sophomore year of the computer science major. Sorry senior, I have a boyfriend. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Yu. The senior also looked at Jiang Yu, embarrassed smile, sorry to interrupt. When he left, Xiao Chu Chu said to Lin Xingya with a smile, Xingya, you're not angry, right? I just borrowed him as a shield for a bit. No. Nothing. Jiang Yu hurriedly said, how can it be alright, I mind this has an impact on my reputation. Xiao Chu Chu upset look at him, you wanna mind, night I will sleep with Xingya and Est. Well, this is definitely lesbian. Nothing, Chu Chu students, I do not mind at all, Xingya sleep do not like to sleep with others, except of course I. You two have slept together? Lin Xingya pretty face more red, no. Did not. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xingya heart. Sighed, this girl is too honest. I am protecting you. You, this girl is too simple, do not understand the evil of the heart, I am afraid that even Lara does not know. The 3 of them came to the cafeteria and Jiang Yu treated them to dinner. Lin Xingya's family was not in a good condition. Every time he had dinner with Lin Xingya, it was him who paid for it, just to ease her financial pressure. After dinner, the three of them went to the playground to skate around, and there was an extra light bulb next to him, which made him a little speechless in his heart. This guy must have followed on purpose. Generally, lesbians are very mindful of their girlfriends being close to other men. Jiang Yu and Lin Xingya chatted idly, and Xia Chuchu interjected a sentence from time to time. She was curious about the two's past and kept asking questions. This made Jiang Yu more certain of her lesbian status. At dusk, the western colorful sunset was red. Standing on the playground and looking to the west, it was extraordinarily beautiful. Xingya, do you see it's beautiful? Lin Xingya looked at the western sky, also could not help but be attracted by the red evening sun, plus the playground green shade backdrop, even more beautiful. Xia Chuchu was also looking at it. She seldom quieted down to appreciate the scenery around her before. But today she also felt that the scenery was so beautiful, her mind relaxed, as if she could embrace the whole world. Jiang Yu suddenly opened his mouth. Why are you hugging Xingya? I'm happy, what do you care? Xia Chuchu also felt Jiang Yu's vigilance towards himself and glanced at him. Shit. He seems to really have no way. Xingya, let's sit for a while, enjoy the sunset and then go back. The three of them sat on the lawn, looking at the western sky, silent and speechless, enjoying the beautiful scenery. After more than 10 minutes, the beautiful scenery disappeared. The three of them got up and went back, but Lin Xingya and Xia Chuchu followed him to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory, attracting a lot of attention. Jiang Yu took the dirty clothes down and gave them to Lin Xingya. Xingya worked hard for you. It's okay. Shameless. Xia Chuchu pulled Lin Xingya away. Looking at Lin Xingya's back, Jiang Yu had a smile on his face. He understood Lin Xingya's character, soft on the outside and tough on the inside. If Jiang Yu kept helping her, she would feel indebted in her heart and it would not be a good thing in the long run. Letting her help herself with the laundry could also dissolve the feeling of indebtedness in her heart. Lin Xingya and Xia Chuchu were on their way back. Xia Chuchu couldn't help but say, there are men who let women wash their clothes. Now it's all about men washing for women. They don't know how to feel sorry for you at all. It's okay, Chuchu, I'm willing to give him a wash. He must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of virtue to meet you. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world, and then you'll be able to get your hands on some of the most popular ones. Jiang Yu returned to the dormitory first to the mother to make a phone call. He came to the school for more than half a month, just to the school that day to make a phone call, and then did not play. You still know how to call. I think you're forgetting about your mom. How could I? We just finished military training today. How's school? Fine, Mom, don't worry. Your dad got promoted a few days ago. That's great. What's good about it? I think your dad's drifting away. He's got a lot of social engagements now. Don't worry, Mom. You know my dad well enough. That's why I'm saying this. If he dares to fool around, I'll divorce him. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not that kind of person, Suxin. I'm dedicated to you. I'm going to put off all the useless entertainment in the future. Mom, my father is surely no problem. You are just too much. Before you always want to let my father to go up, now go up, you start to think again. In fact, before quite good. Jiang Yu and Mom hung up the phone. Heart sighed, people is this way. The person who is contented is always happy. Feather brother to play the game, we will soon be the king of glory. Play 2, take you to glory. 8 o'clock in the evening. Little Feather. What's wrong, Fairy? What are you doing? Why don't you talk to me? I've just finished washing my clothes. I was looking for you. Hazuko, where are we going to play tomorrow? I'm not familiar with this place. Do you know any interesting places? Happy Valley is not far from here. Okay, but I have something to do. Let's go when I'm done. What is it? I have to go shopping. I'll tell you tomorrow. Feather, it's Mid-Autumn Festival weekend. Is there a Mid-Autumn welcome party at your school? Yes, it starts at 7:30 p.m. All students have to attend. The two chatted until nearly 10 o'clock before taking a break. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Jiang Yu got up and washed up. The fat three were still sleeping. He ate breakfast in the cafeteria, then left the school and walked towards the bus stop. Jiaodong University and Huadan University are not far from each other. If you walk, it will probably take more than 10 minutes, one stop by bus. Chapter 26, Stay away from her. At the bus stop, there were several student couples waiting for the bus. It looked like they should be taking advantage of the weekend to go out. After a minute or two or so, the bus came and Jiang Yu swiped his card to get on the bus and found a free seat to sit down. He opened the treasure hunting system and then looked at the character attribute panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Treasure hunting count, 1. Luck value, 67. Strength, 47. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 36. Physique, 45. Props card, spray card X1, bad luck card X1, chance card X1, friendly card X1. He didn't know how strong his physical attributes were, but they were certainly far beyond those of an ordinary person. He opened the treasure hunting and drawing interface. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bad luck card. In 3 minutes, the bus arrived at the entrance of Huadan University. Jiang Yu walked straight in. The campus of Huadan University was not worse than their school, and the scenery on campus was also very good. He called Gu Xiaoman as he walked. The phone was quickly connected. Packed up, my little fairy? Already packed. Where are you? I've entered your school. I'm almost at your dormitory. Which building are you in? Number 6. I'll be right down. I'll be right down. Hanging up the phone, Gu Xiaoman cleaned up a bit. Xiaoman is going to play with her boyfriend? You guys sleep in, I'm going. When Gu Xiaoman went out, her roommates rushed to the window to look down, quickly see what Xiaoman's boyfriend looks like. The 3 roommates all came together in front of the window. They were on the 2nd floor and could clearly see down below. When Jiang Yu came to the front of their dormitory, Gu Xiaoman happened to have just come down. She was wearing a black corseted dress. Her figure was exquisite. Her long flaxen wavy hair was scattered in front of her chest. With airy bangs and light makeup, she looked beautiful and moving. Xiao Yuzi. When Gu Xiaoman saw him, a cute smile appeared on her face. Jiang Yu grabbed her hand. You are so pretty today. Humph, wasn't I pretty before? Pretty, you've always been pretty. Today is especially pretty. Xiaoman had a good time. At this time, a woman's voice suddenly came from upstairs. Jiang Yu looked up and 3 girls were poking their heads to look at them. Gu Xiaoman's cheeks slightly reddened as she pulled Jiang Yu and hurriedly left the place. Leaving the dormitory building, Gu Xiaoman let out a long breath. The 2 of them held hands and walked towards the school entrance. Gu Xiaoman enjoyed this feeling. Holding Jiang Yu's hand and strolling through the university campus was something she had always fantasized about. She was a person who loved romance. Little Yuchan, you said you were going shopping? Buy what kind of stuff? To buy several kinds of herbs. What's wrong? Are you sick? No, I'm going to research a drink and start my own business. How about I try the drink first? Gu Xiaoman was a little surprised. You're going to start your own business? I have this idea, but I still need to observe the market. Drink store then have to open in the place of high traffic. We are not a university town near a shopping mall. Let's go there to see. We'll look at it tomorrow. We're going to play with you today. Gu Xiaoman heard his words, pretty face with a happy smile, hands holding his arm. Tomorrow I will also accompany you. Jiang Yu gently pumped his arm, soft and moving. Good. Tomorrow we go together to investigate the market. The 2 went out of school, took the bus to the Happy Valley in Zhanghai City. Weekend Happy Valley is more people. There are a lot of fun projects here. Valley with swimming dragon, otherworldly space, double-decker carousel, storm tour, and so on. The 2 played until noon, and Gu Xiaoman was still excited. At noon they found a seafood restaurant nearby and ate the big lobster that she wanted to eat the most. After lunch, the 2 of them went to the Happy Valley to play until after 5 in the afternoon. Coming out of the Happy Valley, the smile on Gu Xiaoman's face hadn't faded, and Jiang Yu was also full of smiles. There are a lot of exciting programs in here, and sometimes Gu Xiaoman would be so scared that she would hug him tightly. Jiang Yu also enjoys it, occasionally taking advantage of it, and Gu Xiaoman didn't realize it. Happy? Jiang Yu wrapped her small waist and asked. Aha. There are still a lot of projects I've not played it. Next time we come back to play. Little feathers, son, you really good. This time should not show a little? Said Jiang Yu, put his face over. Gu Xiaoman hummed and pouted her sexy cute cherry mouth. After a few seconds, she quickly gave Jiang Yu a kiss on his cheek. The surrounding people looked at it and turned their heads. Now this kind of thing has long been commonplace for the crowd. However, Gu Xiaoman was still a little shy, but she was soon fine. The two left the place on a bus, but instead of going back to school, they went to buy herbs. Jiang Yu bought the herbs he needed at an herbal store. Bus. Xiaoman, let's go to the shopping plaza in our university town first. It's still early to go back anyway. Tomorrow, I'm tired of playing today. Tired? Why don't I go find a hotel to rest and watch TV? Gu Xiaoman gave him a glance, cute and charming. My mom said you can fall in love, but not to go to the hotel. You do not want to. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Well, now what era? Go to the hotel how? If you don't mind, the field grove is also okay. Hiss. Jiang Yu almost screamed out in pain. Gu Xiaoman pinched his waist. You say it again? What did I just say? What I said was to go on a picnic. Never mind strangling you. She let go of Jiang Yu, then helped him gently rub it again. Does it hurt? Ouch. Do not talk nonsense in the future. After saying this, Gu Xiaoman hugged his arm with both hands and leaned on his shoulder. Jiang Yu smelled the fragrance of her hair, the heart serene, looking out the window at the scenery. 10 minutes later, the bus arrived at the entrance of Huadan University. Xiao Yuzl go back first. She stepped off the bus and waved her hand towards him, somewhat reluctant to part. Jiang Yu also waved his hand. After the bus started, Jiang Yu thought about giving Lin Xingya a call. What is Xingya doing? Reading in the dormitory. I found out that there is a restaurant off campus that is quite good, so pack up and come out, I'll treat you to dinner. Thinking that he accompanied Gu Xiaoman for a day, Lin Xingya washed his clothes in the dormitory. He felt a little guilty. I'll just go to the cafeteria to eat. Hurry up and come out, I'm at the school gate, I'll wait for you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Xingya dormitory. Xia Chuchu hurriedly asked, is it Jiang Yu's call? Well, he asked me to go out for dinner. I'll go too, to save him from bullying you if I'm not there. Xia Chuchu is mainly in the dormitory to stay too boring. His cousin is busy, the class a lot of things she has to be busy. Jiang Yu got off the bus, sniffed the t-shirt with his nose, a bit of the fragrance of Gu Xiaoman's body. He hurriedly walked not far to buy a box of cigarettes. Sucked a mouthful of smoke, spit a mouthful of smoke into the t-shirt, spit a few mouthfuls of smoke on top of the only smoke flavor left. Classic quote, details determine success or failure. 4 or 5 minutes later. Lin Xingya and Xia Chuchu came out. Jiang Yu saw Xia Chuchu froze for a moment. How come you also came? I'm here to protect Xingya and save you from bullying her again. Nima. Forget it, let's go, it's not far from the side. The three of them walked for a few minutes and arrived outside that restaurant. The interior of the restaurant was decorated in a high-class and luxurious manner. In a cosmopolitan city like Zhanghai City, how can you attract customers without decorating in a luxurious manner? Jiang Yu ordered 3 large lobsters and then ordered a few more meals. This day he spent more than 1,000. Ordinary college students are afraid that they cannot afford it. Normal college students lived between 1,000 and 2,000 a month. Xia Chuchu ate with gusto. How Jiang Yu looked at how to think she was not good. Xingya, you taste very delicious. Lin Xingya ate slowly and methodically. The flavor was really good, and it was the first time she ate it. Xia Chuchu suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Jiang Yu, what did you do this day? Busy to go, and you have something to do with it? Eat your meal. It is not possible to go on a date with another woman, right? I don't want to talk to you, Xingya, you taste this dish. Damn, I'm lucky I'm mentally strong, or I'd be exposed. The dinner lasted almost an hour, and the checkout cost more than $1,000. Lin Xingya heard this price some heartache. Jiang Yu has no reaction. It is normal to spend money to enjoy better things. Xia Chuchu also did not react much. Jiang Yu can see, her family should belong to the kind of relatively rich. Just lobster, eat very skillful, obviously eat more than once or twice. Walk out of the hotel. Outside the sky is already dark, dim streetlights lit up. Jiang Yu grabbed Lin Xingya's white and tender hands. Is it good? Tasty is delicious, just too expensive. In the future, I will often invite you to eat, and in the future I have to clothes you wash for me. Shameless. Jiang Yu gave her a glance. You rubbed my meal, but also said that I am shameless. We in the end, who is shameless? Originally, you are shameless, you also want to let Xingya in the future to you wash clothes. Xingya is willing, and did not let you wash, Xingya you willing? Lin Xingya softly Xia Chuchu did not know what to say, some hate, Xingya you like this sooner or later he bullied to death. She also had a certain understanding of Lin Xingya through her contact in the past few days. Lin Xingya was a gentle and quiet girl who was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. She listened to Jiang Yu in almost everything and did whatever he told her to do. Her inner love and dependence on Jiang Yu reached a point that was unbelievable. If you're fine, hurry up and go. Xingya and I have to whisper for a while. I'm not leaving, I'll follow you, I'm afraid you'll bully Xingya. Nima. I'm the tender father. He even wanted to give her 2 whole internet buzzwords. Walking into the school, there weren't many people on the campus road, but there were quite a few people on the playground. Jiang Yu took her hand and walked to the playground. Xia Chuchu fucking pulled her hand on the other side as well. She didn't feel that she was a light bulb at all. Jiang Yu really wanted to yank her 2 double ponytails and teach her a lesson. After turning around twice, Jiang Yu sent Lin Xingya back to the dormitory floor. Jiang Yu, you wait, I'll go get your clothes. After saying that, she and Xia Chuchu went upstairs. A few minutes later, she came down with the bag, the clothes inside neatly folded. Jiang Yu pinched her cheeks. Xingya, you are so nice. Lin Xingya's pretty face was red, her heart was happy and sweet. Go back and rest, away from that Xia Chuchu. Chuchu is quite good. I know, she is a lesbian, will teach you bad. Chapter 27, Examining the Market. Lin Xingya was a little confused in her heart. What is a lesbian? Go back, rest early. Lin Xingya turned around and walked into the dormitory building. Jiang Yu also went back. Back to the dormitory. Xia Chuchu hurriedly asked, Xingya, he did not bully you, right? Lin Xingya whispered back, no. Hesitating for a moment, she asked curiously, Chuchu, what is a lesbian? What does it mean? Jiang Yu said you are a lesbian, let me stay away from you. She inwardly felt that Xia Chuchu was quite good, helped her several times, and was very good to herself. In the dormitory, only she and Wang Zixuan talked to themselves. That Fan Yali simply despised her. She wasn't stupid, she could feel out who was good and who wasn't. When Xia Chuchu heard this, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Jiang Yu, you wait for me. Achoo. Jiang Yu sneezed on the way back. Chuchu, what does this mean? Xia Chuchu, is the meaning of homosexuality, well, Jiang Yu bullied too much, I'm not finished with him. Chuchu, don't be angry, Jiang Yu should be misunderstood. Lin Xingya hurriedly explained, fearing that Xia Chuchu really go to find him to settle accounts. For the sake of her treating her to dinner tonight, then forget it. Wang Zixuan on the bed asked curiously, Jiang Yu invited you to eat what? Boston lobster, it tastes pretty good. Fan Yali, Lin Xingya, what does your boyfriend's family do? Is he so rich? The 3 of you have to spend more than 1,000, right? Xia Chuchu lazily ignored her, adoring vanity, jealousy is too strong. I do not know what his family does. Xingya, come, let's sit together and watch TV, the drama should be updated. She pulled Lin Xingya to sit on her seat and turned on the computer. She didn't want Lin Xingya to take care of Fan Yali, this woman has too much heart. Jiang Yu came to the dormitory floor and picked up his delivery and returned to the dormitory. Fatty, 3 people are playing games. See, Jiang Yu just came back, opened the door and asked, what did brother you go, a day have not seen you shadow? Out to play. Wang Hongba, feather brother go out to play, do not call us, not righteous ah. Friends asked me to go together, next time we go together to play. Brother you, come and play some games. You guys play first, I still have something to do. He unpacked the courier, put all kinds of raw materials on the table, and began to drum up his own spirit do drink. The fat trio were playing the game with vigor and didn't have time to pay attention to what he was doing. After more than half an hour, Jiang Yu finally made a cup of spirit do drink. The spirit do drink could be drunk hot and ice could be added, it had little effect on the flavor. Jiang Yu looked at the cup of pale yellow drink and picked it up to take a sip. Just after taking a sip, his eyes lit up, the taste was really good. Worthy of being something rewarded by the system, it really wasn't a problem. The taste of this drink, compared to the ones he had drank before, was absolutely crushing. Remember, Jiang Yu had just drank some ordinary drinks, like Starbucks, high tea, Nesquik. This kind of high-end drinks, he hadn't drank them and didn't really know how they tasted. However, he was certain that no matter what drinks he had drunk, or those bottled drinks, in terms of taste they were inferior to the Spirit Dew drinks. This instantly gave Jiang Yu confidence in his heart. He packed up his things and then took a cup and drank it. The more he drank, the better it got. Has little Feathery gone to bed? Not yet. Aren't you tired? Still not sleeping? I just took a bath, and I'm lying on the bed. You're not wearing any clothes? Take a picture and I'll see. I'm in my pajamas. I don't mind wearing pajamas. I never realized you were so horny before. I'm not horny. I'm horny when I see a beautiful woman and think about that kind of thing. I only have that kind of feeling for you. To be precise, I'm infatuated. Gu Xiaoman heard his words, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, flowery language. The two of them chatted until after 9 o'clock before going to bed. Gu Xiaoman is too clingy now, making him a bit unbearable. He had just said why Jiang Yu didn't open a voice video with him. If this opened a voice video, the dormitory people would know. Fatty and the others knew about Jiang Yu and Lin Qingya's relationship, and now another beautiful woman had popped up, so that would be bad. Determined not to open the voice video. His reason is very good: open voice video, affect the study and rest of the roommate. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Jiang Yu began to get up and wash. He didn't have a treasure hunt lottery and planned to save up 10 or 8 times together for a treasure hunt lottery. While eating breakfast in the cafeteria, he sent a message to Lin Qingya. Qingya, I'm going out to investigate the market today, so I'll take you to play next time I'm free. HM. It was still Qingya who was more understanding. After having breakfast, he left the school and walked towards Huadan University. He admired the surrounding scenery. There were several large hotels around the university, mainly for college student couples within the university town. There were also several residential neighborhoods around. There weren't many people living here. Because of the beautiful environment near the university town and the many beautiful college students, many people buy houses here for a purpose. Not far away there was the accounting college and the Academy of Fine Arts, and there were very many beautiful women. On the way, Jiang Yu received a call from Gu Xiaoman asking him where he was. A few minutes later, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of Huadan University, where Gu Xiaoman was already waiting for him. However, there were 3 girls standing next to her. One was upper middle class in looks, and the other 2 were average. Little Feather. When Gu Xiaoman saw him, she quickly ran over and took his arm. Those 3 girls sized him up. Jiang Yu looked tall and handsome and had a special air about him. Xiaoman, this is your boyfriend? He's quite handsome. Gu Xiaoman smiled and nodded. Jiang Yu, I'll introduce you. This is my roommate Lu Dan. This is Wang Jia, Xingya Ping. Jiang Yu with a smile and they greeted. Hello, my name is Jiang Yu. I hope that in the future your roommates can help each other. Several people greeted and walked towards the bus stop sign. Lu Dan 3 people also went outside to shop and familiarize themselves with the surroundings. The bus came quickly, and Jiang Yu's few people boarded the bus. The shopping plaza was not far from Huadan University. It was about 20 minutes on foot, and by bus it was only 3 stops, 7 or 8 minutes. At 8:30, Jiang Yu and Gu Xiaoman arrived at the Wanhua Shopping Plaza. The Wanhua Shopping Plaza was very large and busy. Students from the surrounding universities and people living in the nearby neighborhoods usually come here to buy things. Right next to the shopping plaza there is also a commercial street with food, clothes, drinks, and fun. Xiaoman, you guys go shopping, we'll go in first. Okay. Waiting for Lu Dan 3 people to leave, Gu Xiaoman looked at him and asked, where do we go to shop? First go to this commercial street to see it. There are not many people on the commercial street now, and the stores on both sides of the street have just opened their doors. Just walked into the commercial street, Jiang Yu saw a Honey Snow Ice City drink store, is the kind of small store. The positioning of Honey Snow Ice City was the low-end market, and the spending power of college students was not that strong. Most students could not afford to consume coffee and milk tea that cost tens of dollars a cup. Gu Xiaoman was also looking along with his gaze. Jiang Yu continued to walk towards the inside, and dozens of meters away, he saw another drink store called Happy Lemon. This was also a drink store targeting the low to mid-range market. Both of these stores were franchises. Franchise is a personal business, take a franchise fee, and then the company gives you authorization, you can use people's names. Of course, the store needs equipment, Goods need to be from the head office into the store. Profit and loss is all your own business, and the head office has nothing to do. This approach has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the expansion is very fast, can get a lot of money in a short period of time. The disadvantages are also very obvious. The franchisee is uneven. What happened will greatly affect the brand reputation. But now in the management system, training has been strengthened. Back then, Shangshima Coffee was a living example. It was a coffee food company from the province of Baodao. It was the first to enter the domestic market in the late 90s, when there was no Starbucks or Costa. The first coffee shop most people went to at that time was Shangdao Coffee. At that time, it was the favorite place for urban petites and business people to go. Later, the franchise was liberalized, and the number of franchises reached more than 3,000 in just a few years, spreading all over the country. This also exposed a lot of problems. Franchise way is simple and rough, there is no late service. Management system is not standardized. Shareholder infighting. There were also negative scandals at the time that made Shangshima Coffee fall to the bottom and fall to the altar. Later, Starbucks, Costa and other foreign brands moved in and quickly occupied the high-end market. Now many domestic beverage companies have also risen to the top, competing fiercely for the market. Zhang Yu and Gu Xiaoman walked around the commercial street and found 4 beverage stores. In addition to Honey Snow Ice City and Happy Lemon, there was also Fresh Fruit Time and Big Cass. He bought 2 drinks that he hadn't drank before in passing, and the taste was far from his Spirit Dew drink. "What are you doing drinking my drinks, little feathery?" "I'm just tasting how their drinks taste." Gu Xiaoman hummed and continued to drink her own drink. Although she said that on her lips, she didn't mind at all in her heart. A few hundred meters of commercial street has 4 beverage stores. This competition is not generally big. Along the way, he also observed the stores on the street. There wasn't a single unused store. That meant you couldn't necessarily rent a store even if you wanted to right now. After all, this area is also considered a very good area, and the traffic is not small. Not only were there several universities, there were also several residential neighborhoods. Even during the summer and winter vacations, it's not too bad, but there must be some impact. "Are you scared, little feather?" "Nothing scares me except you." "Are you calling me a tigress in disguise?" "No, I mean I feel sorry for you, I'm afraid you're not happy." Gu Xiaoman took his arm and smiled cheekily. The two of them walked towards the 10,000 Flowers shopping mall. On the first floor of the 10,000 Flowers shopping mall, there were KFC, McDonald's, and designer clothing stores. There was also a Starbucks. It was a high-end coffee shop, and there were people sitting inside every day. They sat there, typing on their computers, or 2 or 3 women chatting. "Xiaoman, I'll buy you a cup of coffee." "I'm almost full." "I'm still drinking." Examining the market well, throw away the hand. Chapter 28, Store Opening Plan. Gu Xiaoman was pulled into the Starbucks. Zhang Yu looked at it, the cheapest coffee inside to $30 or $40 a cup. He ordered 2 cups and drank them while looking around the store. To be honest, the taste of Starbucks coffee was just that, and probably not to his taste. Starbucks can do so well in China, naturally it has its advantages. He felt that most of the people who came here to really drink coffee were not many, but mainly wanted that kind of taste and style. In this regard, Starbucks has done a good job. The store environment is beautiful, most people are white-collar workers and petty capitalists, fully reflecting the taste and style of the customer base. A cup of coffee up to dozens of dollars, invariably has been most of the ordinary. People turned away from the door. What they do is also aimed at the middle and high-end market. Today the number of their stores in China has reached more than 5,000. The country's economy has developed rapidly over the years, and people's quality of life is getting better and better. There are more and more rich people, and consumption is naturally much higher. When a brand becomes synonymous with taste and style, then his customers will not be less. Even if the taste of your home coffee is the same as that of small stores outside, other people will still come here, because there is taste and style here. They wouldn't care about the tens of dollars at all. Zhang Yu and Gu Xiaoman sat at Starbucks for a while and left after drinking their coffee. "Xiaoman, how do you feel about this place?" "It's okay, I feel pretty good." "If the 2 coffee flavors are the same, do you choose this place or the small store?" Gu Xiaoman thought for a while back. "This depends on personal economic strength, if not lack of this money, I'm sure to come here. So Starbucks did a very successful. It is said that there are 5 or 600 stores in Zhanghai City. Zhanghai City is one of the most developed and prosperous cities in China. The city's per capita income and per capita consumption were very high, making it a must for many brand companies. The two of them came out of Starbucks and circled around outside the mall, and on the other side, they saw another drink store called Urban Tea Drink. But this store was shipping something out. He walked over and asked curiously, "Bro, are you guys changing places?" "Not doing it, it just so happens that it's about to expire as well." Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Although there is a lot of traffic here, the competition is also very big. If there is no branding effect, it is not necessarily able to compete with other beverage stores. Like the several drink stores on the commercial street, he had at least heard of their brand names. This city drinks have never heard of. In the brand effect is a little worse. Have not even heard of your name, the people who come in will naturally be less. If your drink has no specialties, it is also difficult to retain customers. The location of this store is not very good, not as good as the commercial street on the few drink stores. To summarize, it could only be said to be average. Jiang Yu and Gu Xiaoman circled around and then went inside the mall. This was a large shopping mall. The first floor was a living supermarket, and the second, third, and fourth floors were branded stores selling all kinds of clothes. Most of them were domestic brands, and there were only a few foreign brand stores. The fall-style clothes were already on the shelves, and Jiang Yu bought 2 fall-style clothes for Gu Xiaoman in passing. Gu Xiaoman hugged his arm with both hands, her face full of happy smiles. Xiao Yuzi over there sells ring jewelry. Let's not look at that stuff. He understood that Gu Xiaoman meant to go buy a pair of couples' rings. That thing was too risky to buy. On the 3rd floor, there is a tea store, let's go take a look. He pulled Gu Xiaoman to go to the 3rd floor of the Hei Tea Store, where the store Zhuangxiu is no less than the Starbucks downstairs. There are quite a lot of people in here as well, mostly young women, but also some young men. Shi Tea was a domestic high-end beverage brand, and its fame had already hit the ground running. Jiang Yu and Gu Xiaoman sat here and rested for a while, listening to the soothing music in the store. Xiao Yuzi, how's your expedition going? Almost have a rough idea. What idea? Quickly tell me, I will advise you. Jiang Yu saw her look, said with a smile, this also use counseling well, the entire commercial street plus shopping plaza, only that city drinks to quit, we can only rent a store there. The location there is just average. Good location we cannot rent, and rental costs will be very high. Are you sure you want to start your own business, Yu-chan? Well, I've already thought about it. Anyway, there is nothing to do, it's better than wasting time, maybe I'll succeed and become a billionaire. Gu Xiaoman skimmed his mouth, but in his heart there is still some expectation. Sheer small feather son, I believe in you. You are not afraid that I will become a billionaire by then, do not want you? Don't want it, anyway, there are people chasing me. Even if I don't want anything, I have to have my fairy lord. Gu Xiaoman smiled cheekily, it seems like you haven't confessed to me yet, little Yuzi. Do we still need to confess between us? I like waiting for me to brew someday, pick a good day. Jiang Yu first perfunctory passed, and so on a few days to get busy and forget about it. At noon, the two ate lunch at a Western restaurant in the mall. This was the first time he had eaten in a Western restaurant, and it was indeed not bad. From the Western restaurant out, Jiang Yu looked at Gu Xiaoman and asked, Xiaoman, we still shopping? How, you do not want to accompany me shopping? I'm not afraid that you are tired. I'm not tired, let's go to the 3rd and 4th floor around. Jiang Yu accompanied her in the 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor around for more than 2 hours, and then found a place to sit down and rest. Gu Xiaoman held his arm with both hands and leaned her head on his shoulder. It's so nice to shop with you, little Yu-chan. Jiang Yu intentionally or unintentionally gently shook his arm, I also feel quite good. Hate, your arm does not move. Gu Xiaoman also felt his movements, her cheeks slightly red. Can't blame me, my mom says I've had ADHD since I was a kid. You're so shameless, Sayo-chan. Do you like it then? Don't like it. Seeing her playful look, Jiang Yu couldn't help but give her a kiss on the cheek. There weren't many people around, just 1 or 2 young men and women who turned around to look. Disgusting. Gu Xiaoman was just a little shy, with more of a sweet smile on her face. She was enjoying every minute she was with Jiang Yu. At around 5 in the afternoon, the two of them went back by car. Zhang Yu and Gu Xiaoman got off the bus at the Huadan University stop sign, then he sent Gu Xiaoman to the bottom of the dormitory building before leaving. After leaving Huadan University, Zhang Yu took the bus back to the Wanhua shopping plaza. He bought Lin Xingya 2 more fall-style clothes. Hey, being a man is so tiring. Returning to the entrance of the university, Zhang Yu first lit a cigarette to eliminate the marks on his body. Then Zhang Yu gave Lin Xingya a call. What is Xingya doing? Watching TV with Chu Chu. You come to the dormitory downstairs. Oh. Hang up the phone. Xiao Chu Chu looked at Lin Xingya. Zhang Yu looking for you? Well, I'll go downstairs first. I'll go with you. When Zhang Yu came to Lin Xingya's dormitory downstairs, she had already come down and was standing there waiting. There was also Xiao Chu Chu standing beside her, but Xiao Chu Chu looked at him with bad eyes. This reinforced Zhang Yu's suspicion that she was a lesbian, and now the hostility was clearly stronger than the previous 2 days. I went to the surrounding shopping plaza today, and by the way, I bought a few clothes for you, go back and try to fit. Lin Xingya whispered, I have clothes. I know, but I like to buy them for you. If you don't want them, I will send them to someone else. Lin Xingya hurriedly took over. I didn't say I didn't want it. Next week my clothes to you to wash, okay? Aha. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. If you don't eat, let's go together, you go put the clothes down. I'm sorry. She hurriedly went upstairs and put the clothes in the dormitory. Downstairs, Zhang Yu looked at Xiao Chu Chu, and Xiao Chu Chu was also looking at him. The hostility between the two sides was thick. Zhang Yu, I am not a lesbian. If you dare to say I am again, I will really become a lesbian and take Xingya down. Ahem, Chu Chu student, there may be so little misunderstanding between us, let us do it this way, I will invite you to the cafeteria for dinner at night. Xiao Chu Chu gave him a blank look. At this time Lin Xingya came down. The 3 of them walked towards the cafeteria. This evening the college also has a mid-autumn welcome party, held in the staircase classroom. On the road they had a high rate of return, mainly Xiao Chu Chu's double ponytail and exquisite features attracted people. Chu Chu students, you next time cannot tie a double ponytail, too eye-catching, the whole college only you a double ponytail. I'm happy, what do you care, don't know how to appreciate. After saying that she also jumped 2 steps, more attracted the attention of the surrounding students. At this time, a boy walked toward her. Hello, you are very beautiful, can I add your contact information? My boyfriend won't let me add others. After saying that, she looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, I'm not her boyfriend, I don't care. Who said you are my boyfriend, shameless? Nima. Zhang Yu didn't want to take care of her. Xingya, don't learn from her, it's easy to bring you down, hear me. Lin Xingya nodded her head obediently. Coming to the cafeteria, Zhang Yu invited the 2 to eat dinner. University cafeteria food is not bad, the price is also cheaper than outside. After dinner, he and Lin Xingya were walking in the playground. Xiao Chu Chu still followed and was holding Lin Xingya's hand. Zhang Yu was thinking about the drink store and walked quietly, not bothering with her. After 7 in the evening, they left the playground to go to the college's large stepped classroom. Many students had already come, each class was divided into areas. Wang Zixuan as the class president was standing there registering names. Zhang Yu's trio found a random seat in the class area and sat down. At 7:30, the mid-autumn welcome party officially began. The faculty leader first gave a speech, which was nothing more than talking about the history of Jianghai Jiaodong University, its brilliant achievements and welcoming the new students and so on. After the leader's speech, another leader gave a speech, and then the formal performance began. They were all sophomore and junior sisters and seniors, either singing or dancing. Zhang Yu was also looking at the stage, but his mind was planning his own things. He planned to go and rent out that store in the 10,000 Flowers shopping plaza in a few days. Although the location is average, it's not bad for him, and a store in a good location wouldn't be his turn. Chapter 29, Skipping Classes and Encounters. He planned to talk about the store lease in the next couple of days. The Wanhua shopping plaza was in a good location, and the stores there were good for renting out. If he was late, it might have been rented out. I'm afraid it will be hard to find a store by then. Rent the store, simple decoration, buy equipment, recruiting personnel. As for how to store brand in the later stage, he is also considering. The brand effect is still more important. For example, 2 beverage stores. One is a familiar brand, the others have not even heard of. Most of them, I'm afraid, will choose to go to buy drinks from the branded drink store rather than the silent one. This is a direct loss of 80 to 90% of the customers. As for how to enhance the brand, Jiang Yu already had a bit of a plan. But it still depended on the circumstances to implement. The mid-autumn welcome party ended at 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Yu returned to the dormitory, washed up and went to bed. Little Feather, did you guys finish the welcome party? It's over, I just finished washing up and went to bed. Little Feather son, next week is the National Day, you go home? Probably not. Are you going home? My parents want me to. They say they miss me. I don't want to go back. I haven't been here long. Since your aunt and uncle miss you, you should go back. What day do you leave? On the 30th at 5:30 p.m., a high-speed train ticket will take you to Bushesui at less than 11 p.m. I'll see you off then. I'll see you off then. Did you miss me, Yu-chan? Didn't we just meet during the day? You just saw me and you don't want to think about me? If you leave me for a second, you'll miss me. I was thinking about you in the shower. I made my second brother cry. Humph, you're playing tricks on me again, I'm ignoring you. Xiaoman, I've made up my mind, I'm going to go and rent that store. Xiao Yuzi, cheers, I am optimistic about you, flying kisses. The two chatted again until almost 10 o'clock before going to bed. 8 o'clock on Monday morning. Jiang Yu began classes. There are more classes in freshman year. Not only are there classes during the day, but there are also classes at night. No one in the class skipped class, after all, those who can enter Jiaotong University are better learners and know to study hard. In the afternoon, after Jiang Yu finished the counselor's class, it was about 4 o'clock. Jiang Yu said to the Fat Man 3, Fat Man, next class roll call, help me sign in. What are you doing, brother Yu? There is something to deal with. After saying that, he left the classroom. Xia Chuchu said to Lin Xingya, what did Xingya do? I don't know. If you don't ask, aren't you afraid he'll go on a date with another woman? Lin Xingya didn't know what to say. Xia Chuchu was anxious, you will be sold by him at that time, may also give him to count the money. He will not. Jiang Yu took a bus and went directly to the Wanhua shopping plaza. He came to the store called Urban Drinks, which was already empty, and everything that could be moved away was moved away. It says store for rent, contact phone investment department manager Wu. Jiang Yu took out his cell phone and called, after a few seconds connected. Hello, may I ask, is manager Wu? A female voice came out from the cell phone, it's me, which one are you? I see that there is a store for rent under the mall, I am interested in renting it, and would like to inquire about the price. Then you come to the investment promotion department and let's talk about it in detail. Okay, manager Wu, wait a moment. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu entered the mall, and then came to the 6th floor of the mall. This is where the Wanhua Real Estate Management Company has its office. At the front desk stood a young upper-middle-class beauty. Hello, sir. I'm looking for manager Wu of the investment promotion department. Go straight to your right and you will see manager Wu's office on your right. Okay, thank you. Jiang Yu walked towards that side and soon arrived at the investment promotion department manager's office. He knocked on the door and a woman's voice came from inside. Please come in. Jiang Yu pushed the door and walked in. Inside sat a mature woman in her 30s. Wu Jingdan saw Jiang Yu's eyes obviously froze. You are the one who just called? Jiang Yu nodded. Hello manager Wu, my name is Jiang Yu. How old are you? Jiang Yu smiled. I am 19 years old. After saying that, he sat on the chair opposite Wu Jingdan. You want to rent that store down there? Wu Jingdan was a little skeptical that he was not teasing himself. Yes, Sister Wu, I am a student of the nearby Jiaotong University, and I intend to come out to start a small store. Address him directly, called Sister Wu, full of smiles, coupled with his age was originally small. Wu Jingdan sounds very comfortable. Invisible also draws the relationship between the two closer. So young to come out to start a business, really powerful, worthy of being a Jiaotong University student. Sister Wu overpraise, regardless of success or failure, are considered valuable experience. The future work or start a business will be of great help. Jiang, our rent is at least 1 year, are you sure you can rent it? Money is not a problem, Sister Wu, what is the rent on your side? The store is 60 square feet, our rent is $25 per square meter per day, a monthly rent of $45,000, a year rent is about $54,000. Jiang Yu heard this rent, his heart was shocked, this price is really a little beyond his expectations. But his surface did not change, this price is not low, Sister Wu can still talk about it? Little Jiang, what kind of store are you planning to open? If it is a branded franchise, it can be discounted a bit. I plan to open a beverage store, but not a franchise. If it is not a franchise, there is no brand effect, it is difficult to operate, and our shopping malls also hope to find some brand franchisees, which is beneficial to both sides. This morning and afternoon there have been a few people came to look at, there is also a drink store, there are also two intend to do bakery store, are brand franchises. If it's not a brand name franchise, can't we negotiate the rent anymore, Sister Wu? Yes, I'm sorry, Jiang, it's a company rule. It's okay, Sister Wu. I'll go back and think about it. Alright, take your time. Jiang Yu turned around and left, and Wu Jingdan's conversation he felt that the price can still be negotiated. Just their own drink store is not a brand franchise. The two are just a one-sided acquaintance, even if there is a little bit of goodwill towards Jiang Yu, Wu Jingdan is not likely to let his rent and brand franchises the same. It is estimated that the price of the branded franchise rent may be around 22 or 23, or lower. Out of the mall, Jiang Yu walked towards the bus stop sign, thinking about what to do as he walked. Kong Yu? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Yu turned his head to look and froze for a moment, then walked over with a smile on his face. Teacher Wang, why are you here? Wang Qingyi was wearing light makeup, dressed in a tight black dress, her exquisite figure was revealed. She sized up Jiang Yu. I still want to ask you, how did you run here without class? Wang teacher, I have something to do. Teacher, you come to buy things? Wang Qingyi, no skipping classes in the future, freshman year courses are basic, very important, the foundation is good, in order to learn more deeply. Good teacher, this time is a little thing, surely not next time. Let's go back. It's okay to go back, teacher, I'll go shopping with you, help you carry things. He felt that he might have to miss classes in the future, so he had to make a good relationship with the counselor first, so that everything would be easier in the future. No, I just came to buy some clothes. It's okay, teacher, I'm going back. He shamelessly followed Wang Qingyi, no matter what she said is not go. In the end, she had no choice but to let him follow. The two went into the mall together. Wang Qingyi was familiar with the place and went directly to the brand store on the third floor that sold clothes. She started to pick out the new fall clothes, but after walking through several stores, she didn't see anything she liked. Women buying clothes is just troublesome, picking and choosing, Jiang Yu sighed in his heart. When she came to the fifth store, Wang Qingyi saw an autumn model gray casual dress. Jiang Yu staffed next to him. Teacher, this body of clothing is good, very consistent with your temperament. I also feel good. Teacher, you go to the fitting room to try, I hold the bag for you. After saying that, he took the small bag that she carried on her shoulder. Wang Qingyi took the clothes and went into the fitting room, walked out 2 minutes later and stood in front of the mirror. She looked slick and charming in a casual outfit. Teacher, this outfit is good, let's have this one. The shopper also smiled and said, yes miss, this dress is very suitable for your temperament. Wang Qingyi turned around and looked at it, and also thought it was quite good. She went into the fitting room to change and then asked for this dress. Jiang Yu of course grabbed to pay, but how could Wang Qingyi let him take the money, he was a student after all. In the end, Wang Qingyi still pay, Jiang Yu is just to do the appearance, did not want to really check out. The appearance must be done, so that you can get more good feelings. In the future, skip class, as long as there is a counselor's signature can be, do not have to worry about deduction of credits, cannot get a diploma or something. Wang Qingyi finished buying a dress and turned around again, and after 10 minutes bought a coffee-colored autumn blouse and a black knee-length skirt. Jiang Yu was already carrying 3 bags in his hand. Wang Qingyi walked into the underwear store, and Jiang Yu was a little embarrassed to see the wide array of women's underwear. Actually, Wang Qingyi was also a little embarrassed in her heart, but she just didn't show it. She bought 2 upper body underwear and 2 lower body underwear, the lower body was black lace. Jiang Yu hurriedly turned around and pretended to look outside the store. Wang Qingyi glanced at him with her afterglow, just in time to see him turn around, her cheeks feeling slightly hot. Coming out of the lingerie store, Wang Qingyi went back to the store selling shoes. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart, it's true that women have a superior talent in shopping. She bought 2 more pairs of shoes, and Jiang Yu had a total of more than 10 bags in his 2 hands. Well, almost. Jiang Yu said with a smile, "Teacher, it's getting late. I'll invite you to dinner. There is a Western restaurant here is quite good. I should be my treat, so many things if not for you, I carry back alone do not know how tired it. Teacher is too polite, I am just strong, carrying this stuff is not tired at all." The two came to the Western restaurant. This is where Jiang Yu and Gu Xiaoman came last time. Chapter 30, Helping Each Other. Jiang Yu handed the menu to Wang Qingyi. "Teacher, you order first." Wang Qingyi ordered a fruit salad, an Italian steak and another pudding. Jiang Yu also ordered a few. The Western restaurant is quite good in all aspects, is the amount of small point. Wang Qingyi looked at him and said, "Jiang Yu, you are very smart, to study well, do not waste." Teacher, you can rest assured that the knowledge in our textbooks I have read some of these basics I have memorized, even if not in class is also fine. That's not good, the class that should be taken still has to be taken. Jiang Yu hurriedly nodded. Teacher said yes. What did you come here for today? Nothing much. Nothing is not in class. Jiang Yu did not dare to tell her to start a business to open a store. I guess that if I told her, she would not agree. It is too early to think about starting a business when you are just a freshman. Generally, our juniors and seniors before students start their own business, who went to start their own business, freshmen and sophomore are learning, supplementing the knowledge of the time. Teacher, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it next time. I'm sorry for this time, but I can't do it again. Thank you, teacher. At this time the food came up, the two ate. Halfway through the meal, Wang Qingyi's cell phone rang, and she answered the phone. Hey, Mom. Qingyi. Remember to come back for the National Day vacation, Mom, this time to find you several excellent objects, when you meet. Wang Qingyi heard her mother's words, immediately revealed a helpless expression. Mom, I'm not with you, you do not worry about my things, I have a number in mind. You have what number? Why don't you find a boyfriend? Qingyi, you're almost 30, and in 2 years you'll be a leftover woman. Mom, I'm out to dinner. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Her mom heard immediately came to the spirit, in the outside dinner? And hoo-ah! The man, you are satisfied with it? Really? I don't believe you here. She handed her cell phone to Jiang Yu and gave him a wink. Auntie, hello. Hey, hello. Wang Qingyi, Mom, this time you are relieved, right? That a few dating object you have given me push it, our country celebration does not go back. How can you not come back? You have to come back, bring your object also back. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and then you'll be able to get a new one, and then you'll be able to get a new one. He had to go back to his hometown for the National Day, and I still have to work overtime to deal with some things. Next time, Mom, there is a chance that I will take him back. The old man on the phone sounded a little regretful. Well, next time you can remember, don't forget. Hang up the phone. Wang Qingyi long out of breath. Sorry Jiang Yu, trouble you. It's okay teacher, not at all troublesome. This time you trouble me, owe me a favor, next time I skipped class you can't be ruthless, right? My parents are now urging me every day to find a partner, are almost worried to death. Jiang Yu smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt may also be anxious to hold grandchildren, the old man mood you have to understand. Of course I understand, but the right object is not to say find can find, this is a lifetime of things, have to be careful. The teacher is right, we must be careful. I believe that the teacher will certainly find a good match. I'm sure you'll find a good match in the future. After dinner, it was already past 7, and it was already dark outside. 2 people out of the mall, outside the bright lights. The night here is also a lot of people, out to play, most of the college students. Jiang Yu also saw someone shooting a dance video in the square, showing their long legs, twisting and turning. It is estimated that they want to burst into flames in Jitterbug and earn $1 million a month. Wang Qingyi came in a car, her seat is a BMW MLNL, at a glance the family is very good. Jiang Yu put the things on the back seat and sat on the passenger seat. There was a light fragrance in the car that smelled good and didn't make people feel sick to their stomachs. Wang Qingyi drove towards Jiaotong University School. 5 or 6 minutes later, they returned to the school. Wang Qingyi parked the car in the parking space under the dormitory building. She was a faculty member and had a separate dormitory at the school, a 1-room, 1-bathroom house, very nice. Teacher, I will take it up for you. No, I'll take it myself. It's okay teacher, why are you still polite with me? He insisted on carrying things to send Wang Qingyi upstairs. Her dormitory is on the 3rd floor. When she opened the door, Jiang Yu put the things down and left. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was nearly 8 o'clock. I guess Fatty and the others were still having their last class. He went straight back to the dormitory. On the way he took out his cell phone and added Wu Jingdan from the investment promotion department of the Wanhua shopping plaza. The other party quickly agreed. Jiang Yu had wanted to say hello, thought better of it. Back to the dormitory. It is true that they are still in class did not come back. Jiang Yu washed up a bit lying on the bed thinking about the store. At a price of 25 per square foot per day, a year's rent would be $540,000. He now has $620,000 in his card, minus the rent there will still be $80,000. There was still a need to buy equipment, get materials, and recruit staff afterward. $80,000 was estimated to last for a while. Equipment costs about $10,000, raw materials, not expensive, the initial few $1,000s will be enough to use for a long time. Store decoration do not have to engage in, the original decoration is still there, you can make do with it. Employees, the first recruitment of a store manager, the store manager's salary of $8,000, a month later and then send, can last a few months. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang, Liu Bowen sent a message. They just finished military training today. What is you doing? Nothing to stay in the dormitory. You guys don't have classes tonight? Yes, but I didn't go to class. That's great. You're skipping class at Jiaotong University. Don't the teachers care? Why not, but I took a leave of absence. The two chatted for a while, and then Jiang Yu and Feng Dei chatted for a while. Feng Dei is also in Jianghai City, he went to the Jianghai University of Political Science and Law. When it was almost 9 o'clock, Fatty and the three of them came back. The fat man saw him lying on the bed, opened his mouth and said, "Brother Yu, when did you come back?" "Come back half an hour," the teacher counted the names. "The teacher has taken the roll call?" "The teacher has taken the roll call, but we have blocked it for you, and we have not been found out." "But I went out and met our counselor." The fat three froze for a moment, and then laughed. "Fei brother, that you have enough back, I'm afraid you have to deduct your credits." "No, the night counselor also invited me to eat a dinner." The fat man stared wide-eyed. "Holy shit, really?" "Lying to you, I, just in the 10,000 Flowers shopping mall Western restaurant." "Wang Hongba, bull batch off feather brother, you are to take down our counselor?" "Nonsense, I'm just in counselor to get good relations, after skipping class is also convenient, fat man is not in pursuit of counselor well." Fatty Fu Rui said with a smile, "Feather brother, I have given up." "Wang Hongba, feather brother, you do not know, online chasing the second brother of the beauty is too much, every day shouting second brother husband. This fucking is the money ability it." Suddenly Jiang Yu's cell phone rang, he looked at it was actually the counselor Wang Qingyi's phone. "I'm going to pick up a phone." Came to the dormitory outside, he picked up the phone. "Hey, what's wrong with the teacher?" "Jiang Yu, I gave your cell phone number to my parents, you help me cope with it." Jiang Yu froze for a moment. "Teacher, what do you mean? How can I cope?" "My mom just called me and have been asking about your situation." "I said your situation, said you are graduating senior, intend to start their own business. My mom asked you to say so perfunctory on the line." "Ahem, teacher, this is not good?" "I just asked. You seem to have 3 classes today, did not go, right? Didn't I damn well accompany you to buy something for so long?" "Okay teacher, I know. Don't ever show your face, I don't want to go back to a blind date on the 4th of July. Before the phone was hung up, a strange number from Jianghai City called. Here comes the call. "Is the number 3221 your mom?" "Yes, it's my mom's." "You say, well, if it reveals you know the consequences." Jiang Yu hung up her phone, connected the phone. A woman's voice came out of the phone. "Is it Xiao Yu?" "Auntie, hello, it's me." "Xiao Yu, heard Qingyi say you and her dating it?" "Yes, auntie, we have known for some time." "I heard Qingyi say that you are graduating from senior high school. How old are you?" "Auntie, I'm 24. I'm 4 years younger than Qingyi, but that's good." "Qingyi said you're planning to start your own business?" "Yes, auntie. After all, I'm young. I want to start a business while I'm young. It's good to be young." "What kind of business do you plan to do, Xiao Yu?" "I plan to open a beverage store, and then slowly grow bigger and stronger." "I don't know much about this, so I can't help you. If you need any help, just ask." Thank you, Auntie. Don't mention it. Whenever you and Chingy are free to come to the house, let Auntie take a look at you. Okay, Auntie. After chatting for a while, Wang Qingyi's mom finally hung up the phone. Jiang Yu returned to the dormitory, and then gave Wang Qingyi back, already hung up. Thank you. Teachers are polite. Tomorrow there is something to take a leave of absence. Still hope that the teacher can agree to it. Tomorrow leave of absence? Well, I'd like to take the morning off tomorrow. What for? I have some personal business to attend to. Wang Qingyi wanted to refuse, but thinking that she had just troubled him, she was too embarrassed to do so. Just this once, there can't be a next time. Good teacher, thank you. In the future, if Auntie has something to do, you let her feel free to find me. Lin Xingye sent him a message. Why didn't you come to class at night? I saw a store that I plan to rent, and I talked about it in the afternoon, so I'll go over there tomorrow morning to talk about it. Oh, are you skipping class again tomorrow? Not skip class. I've already asked the counselor for a leave of absence. Xia Chuchu didn't do anything to you, right? No, Chuchu is fine. Get some rest. I'm a little tired from shopping all afternoon. I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night. After saying good night to Lin Xingye, he hurriedly replied to Gu Xiaoman. I'm thinking about the store. It would cost a lot of money to rent that store, right? I went to ask this afternoon, and the rent for a year is about $500,000. So expensive? Gu Xiaoman was stunned by this rent price. Here is Jianghai City, and there is a good location. The flow of people is quite large. This rent is still small. Those better location of the store is estimated to be more expensive. Chapter 31: The Side Effects of Friendly Cards. Hearing his words, Gu Xiaoman opened her mouth and asked, Do you have enough money in your hand? It should be about the same. I didn't realize it would take so much money to rent a store. Aren't you afraid of losing it all, little Yuzi? If I have nothing left, will you still be by my side? Will not. I will go to find a rich man. Then she sent another message. Small feather son, you take me as what people I with you together is not care about you have money or not. You later say this kind of words, I will ignore you. Do not say it, do not say it. My fairy adult is so good. In the future, please eat donuts, drink soybean milk. Gu Xiaoman doesn't care about this. As long as she has Jiang Yu by her side, she is happy with whatever she eats. Donuts and soy milk are also quite tasty. Okay, then next time please eat. After saying that, Jiang Yu looked down. Eating donuts and drinking soy milk. The two of them chatted for a while before Jiang Yu went to bed to rest. Tuesday morning was more than 7 o'clock. Jiang Yu woke up and washed up, and went to the cafeteria with the fat three for breakfast. After eating breakfast, Jiang Yu went to take a class within the classroom. After the first class, he left the school and took a bus to the Wanhua Shopping Plaza. Arriving at the 10,000 Flowers Shopping Plaza was about 9 o'clock in the morning, and Wu Jingdan was also at work. Jiang Yu came to her office and saw that she was answering the phone, and the two sides were just discussing about that store. A few minutes later hung up the phone. Wu Jingdan looked at him and smiled and said, John, that store has a lot of people are looking at. If you want to rent it, make a decision, otherwise it will be snatched by others. Sister Wu, I came over today to discuss this matter with you. After saying that, Jiang Yu opened the treasure hunting system and clicked to use the friendly card. He was going to try to see if this thing was useful or not. It would be nice if he could bring the price down some more. Ding, friendly card used successfully. Wu Jingdan revealed a smile, looking kind and friendly. Xiaoyu, you have such a good relationship with Sis. Sis will definitely give you a minimum price. What is the lowest price for Sis? Wu Jingdan gave him a charming look. $20 per square meter per day. This is the lowest price. Any lower sister cannot help. Jiang Yu, simple calculation, 20 yuan a flat, then, a month is 36,000, a year is more than 43 million, cheaper than the unit price of 25, nearly 100,000 it. Well, the direct cost savings of $100,000. Friendly card is not in vain. Sister signed the contract, you this love brother remembered. Wu Jingdan smiled and looked at him. How about having dinner with your sister at night? Jiang Yu saw her smile and had a bad feeling in his heart. Could this be the side effect of the friendliness card? The friendliness is too high. Is she trying to eat me? I'll treat Sister Dan to dinner tonight. There's a Western restaurant downstairs that's pretty good. No, just go to my place. I'll make it for you. As long as it's not for me, I don't like noodles. It's a real honor to be able to eat Sister Dan's handmade meals. Although the friendship card had greatly increased the friendship between the two, the friendship needed to continue to be consolidated, or else it would also decline. Then it's a deal, let's eat at my house at night. Wu Jingdan then let the people below make the contract ready. Jiang Yu began to sign, when Wu Jingdan's cell phone rang again. She picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Li. Manager Wu, I've thought it over, I can rent it for a unit price of 22. Sorry Mr. Li, you said late, we just rented out this store, I'm really sorry. The person over there froze for a few seconds when he heard, isn't it just not rented out? Now it has been rented out, we are drawing up the contract, Mr. Li, I reminded you, think about it and then hurry to sign the contract. Sorry, I still have something to do, hang up first. Hang up the phone. Wu Jingdan looked at Jiang Yu. Good brother, you see sister, how much paying you? Others 22 unit price, I refused. Thank you, Sister Dan. Rent how much money for Wu Jingdan for no difference, their own and Jiang Yu relationship is good, the lowest price to rent him nothing wrong. 20 is the minimum price stipulated by the company, and she can't do anything lower. After Jiang Yu signed the contract, Wu Jingdan took it to be stamped. The effective date of the contract was October 1st. Although all the things in the urban drinks store are now removed, he can't go in yet, it's still within the other party's lease period. Jiang Yu paid $432,000 in rent, all kinds of deposit and what can be exempted. Wu Jingdan gave him exemption, simply then to their own brother are good. Dan sister, I go back first, there are classes today. Evening sister, to call you. Good Dan sister. Taking the contract out of the shopping mall, Jiang Yu thought in his head how to deal with the things of the night. Although Wu Jingdan's looks were okay, Jiang Yu had little interest in her. Now that the contract was obtained, even if he didn't bother with her, there was nothing more to do. However, since the store is opened here, the relationship should be good, and the degree between them should also be grasped. Jiang Yu took the car back to school, first put the contract back in the dormitory, and then went to the classroom. In the morning, he also delayed one class, the third class is the counselor Wang Qingyi's class. She was still satisfied in her heart when she saw that Jiang Yu had returned. School was dismissed at noon. Jiang Yu came next to Lin Qingya. Qingya went to eat. Xia Chuchu looked at him and asked, what have you been doing for the past 2 days, mysterious? Is it related to you? Xia Chuchu was angry, not light. I asked for Qingya. Qingya, she must have a date to go, ignore him, let's go to dinner. Jiang Yu head full of black lines, really cannot girlfriends roommates, they casually say a few bad words are enough for you to eat a pot. But fortunately Qingya is not someone who is easily instigated. Why do you two quarrel whenever you meet? Lin Qingya is a little speechless, really do not understand how two people can be like this. Jiang Yu, eat and go, don't bother with her. Xia Chuchu hummed unconvincingly. Wang Zixuan was also following them, and after lunch, they each went back to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Jiang Yu and the Fat Three played a game for a while and went to class at 2 o'clock. In the blink of an eye, it was 5:30 in the afternoon. Jiang Yu's cell phone message rang, he opened it and looked at it, it was a message from Wu Jingdan. Little Yu, I'm off work, come to my house for dinner later. She then also sent Jiang Yu the address. Jiang Yu spoke to Lin Qingya for a moment and then walked towards the outside of the school. Qingya, what did he do again? Why don't you mind him too? Lin Qingya, he has his own things to do. Hey, you girl is making me too anxious. Jiang Yu took the bus for 2 stops and then walked a distance to the neighborhood where Wu Jingdan lived. She was renting a house over here. Jiang Yu bought some fruit at the entrance of the neighborhood, then came to the door of her house. After pressing the doorbell, Wu Jingdan quickly opened it. She was wearing a short dress that didn't go past her knees, and her mature figure was exquisite. Seeing Jiang Yu, her face was full of smiles. Little Yu is here, what else to buy? Sister Dan has helped me so much, it's only right to buy something. Come in and sit down. The house she rented is a 1-bedroom, 1 hall, 1 bathroom, and it's good for 1 person to live in, except that the price over here isn't low. An ordinary white-collar worker can't afford to rent such an expensive house. Xiaoyu, you watch TV first, I'm going to stir-fry. After saying this, she twisted her waist and walked into the kitchen. When Jiang Yu saw this, he thought to himself, the side effects of the friendly card are a bit big. Since I accepted the effects of the friendly card, I have to live with its consequences. Jiang Yu sat on the sofa and watched the TV, crossing his legs and thinking of various scenes and images in his mind. More than 10 minutes later, Wu Jingdan brought the meal to the coffee table, a fragrance of vegetables filled out. Sister Dan didn't expect you to fry food so well, smelling it gives people an appetite. Wu Jingdan stood opposite him and leaned over to pick up the chopsticks and tasted. I also think it is good. Jiang Yu looked at her and froze, because she was wearing a low-cut dress. When she bent down to take a bite, she saw everything she shouldn't have seen. Jiang Yu had to sigh that her body is really good. After all, she is the one who has been developed. Shall you drink some wine? Drink some. Wu Jingdan brought a bottle of red wine and 2 tall glasses and sat across from him. She opened the red wine and poured a glass for both of them. Sister Dan, I toast to you. I have to thank Sister Dan for her help today. Don't be polite, you are the closest person to your sister. It is not normal for a sister to help her brother. Right, Dan sister, this first cup we dry, to our brotherly love. Said Jiang Yu, drank down in one gulp. Wu Jingdan heard his words, full of smiles, also drank a breath. Shall you eat some food? Jiang Yu asked while eating. Dan's sister lives here alone? Yes, why don't you come and accompany Sister Dan? She said with a smile on her face, half jokingly. Dan's sister so beautiful, no boyfriend? No, always single. That must be the best marriage in the back waiting for Dan's sister. Come Dan's sister, the second glass of toast to you in the future to find a good man, dry Dan's sister. Shall you cannot drink like this, easy to get drunk. It's okay Sister Dan, brother's behavior you are still not assured? Wu Jingdan flirtatious look at him, brother's person, sister of course assured, tonight not drunk. Her purpose for asking Jiang Yu to come tonight is self-evident. Looking at Jiang Yu's appearance should also know what is going to happen, and it is better to drink more. One by one, the two of them finished the bottle of red wine. Jiang Yu went to bring 2 more bottles. His purpose tonight was simple, just get Wu Jingdan drunk. After drinking so much, Wu Jingdan's cheeks were scarlet and she was already a little drunk. Jiang Yu opened the red wine and poured it for her again. Sister Dan, let's drink another one. I can't, if I drink again, I'll be drunk. It's okay Dan's sister, drunk brother to take care of you. Half an hour later, Wu Jingdan already lying on the coffee table unconscious. Jiang Yu was relieved to see it. After drinking so much wine, he felt a little dizzy in the head too, just a little. His current physique was very good, his drinking capacity was very high, a few people would definitely not be able to drink with him. Jiang Yu cleaned up the dishes on the coffee table and shabu-shabued them in the kitchen. When it was all cleaned up, he picked up Wu Jingdan and went inside the bedroom. At this time, she was already sleeping heavily, not knowing anything about the outside world. Chapter 32, Winning the Lucky Card Again. Jiang Yu placed her on the bed and helped her take off her shoes. After thinking about it, he helped her take off her dress as well. It was more tiring to sleep with clothes on and not rest well. He ensured that he simply helped her take off the dress, and definitely did not intentionally touch the other party's sensitive places. Of course, when taking off the clothes, it is inevitable to touch a few times. After everything was cleaned up, Jiang Yu left. It was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening when he returned to school. He went directly back to the dormitory. Just returned to the dormitory, received a call from Wang Qingyi. Jiang Yu, what did you do? Why didn't you come to class at night? The teacher had something to do and went out for a meal, drank happily and forgot. Wang Qingyi heard his words, angry not light, classes are forgotten? Do you know that you are a student now? Your most important task is to study in class. You even forgot. Teacher, don't be angry, I know it's wrong, next time I won't do it again. Next time I won't do it again. I'll leave you alone and let the teacher deduct your credits. Okay teacher, I promise there won't be a next time. He did not dare to guarantee that there is no next time, first put this time perfunctory past. Wang Qingyi hung up the phone and took a deep breath. This student is too angry. She really doubt that Jiang Yu College entrance examination 727 points is how to test. This often skipping classes can test so much? Of course does not rule out that the other side of the talent is good. Maybe people casually learn, are more powerful than other people with hard work to learn. If this is really the case, then it is all the more important to focus on training. The future will be even more powerful. Now that the matter of the store has been resolved, just wait for October 1st and then go over to start cleaning up. Because he had saved nearly $100,000 in rent, he now had the funds to last longer. Lying on the bed, he fell asleep without realizing it, probably because the alcohol had taken effect. The next morning, Jiang Yu and the three brothers in the dormitory ate breakfast together and went to the classroom. During class, his cell phone vibrated, took it out and saw that it was a message from Wu Jingdan. Little Yu, you are not honest. Ah. I am not honest? Are you mistaken? I didn't do anything. I just simply give you to take off the dress, inevitably touched some places, other than nothing. Dan, sister, I see you asleep, put you on the bed to go, I also worry about you thirsty, bedside table put a cup of water for you, how is not honest? Who told you to take off my sister's dress? Don't pretend, you wanted to eat me last night. If I wasn't smart, you would have gotten me. I'll have to stay away from you from now on. I'm not worried that Dan is too tired to sleep. I'm not talking about Dan, I'm in class. Okay, you go to class, shall you? Jiang Yu put the cell phone into the pocket, thought in the future and she has to keep a little distance, or really easy to hold. He is, after all, a young man, this kind of mature sexy beauty is too much temptation for him. From Wednesday to the weekend, Jiang Yu was attending classes seriously. Wang Qingyi was relieved to see that she was really worried about Jiang Yu skipping class every other day. He finished his last class at 4 in the afternoon on the weekend. Saturdays and weekends had fewer classes, just 3 classes a day, 2 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and no need to take them in the evening. At the last class in the morning, some of the students left the school and went home. Tomorrow is the National Day, and the school has a 7-day vacation. Most of the students were leaving today, and some were leaving tomorrow. After class, Jiang Yu took a car to Huadan University. Gu Xiaoman was already waiting for him at the entrance. She was wearing a casual outfit today and carrying a school bag. Seeing Jiang Yu in the car, she quickly walked up and sat next to him. All packed up? Gu Xiaoman nodded. You're going to pack up tomorrow on your store's side? Well, try to pack up the store in these 7 days. Why do I feel that you will fail, little feather? Can you say something nice? I'm not even open yet. Gu Xiaoman heatedly laughed. These days I checked a lot of information. I feel that our store is not a little competitive, on the brand influence cannot be compared with other beverage stores. I have been thinking about how to be competitive with them, but thought for several days there is no way. Don't worry about it, I can't let it close down. After sitting for a few stops, they changed to the subway. Gu Xiaoman took his arm. Do you have any good plans for Zio Oyuzi? I have confidence in the store's products. As long as customers can come for the first time, they will come for the second time, day after day. The word of mouth will certainly come up. If the store traffic is too low in the early days, I can only start my plan. What plan? Quickly tell me. By then you will know. Absolutely can make the store burst into flames. I hate to die, hanging people's appetite. Jiang Yu these days is not just in class, he is also thinking about the future situation of the store, what difficulties will be encountered, how to solve and so on. There is also the market positioning of the Spirit Dew drink, whether it is aimed at the low-end market or the high-end market. After synthesizing the situation around him, he finally decided to position the market in the low-end market. Each cup of Linglu drinks is sold at a uniform price of $10. The price wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. At the very least, the cheapest of the several drinks on the commercial street was $8. The speed of the subway was very fast, almost half an hour or so. It came to the high-speed train South Station in Zhanghai City. Jiang Yu accompanied her to wait for a while at the high-speed train station, and then started to check the tickets. Tell me when you get home. Xiao Yuzi, go back, remember to eat dinner. I know. Sending Gu Xiaoman away, Jiang Yu suddenly thought of a very serious problem. If Gu Xiaoman and Lin Xingya were to follow him on a long vacation in the future, what should he do? Wouldn't it be impossible to hide them at that time? Thinking about this gave him a bit of a headache. This problem was a bit serious. At that time, he could only think of other ways. Definitely can't let the two of them meet. Jiang Yu returned to school about 6 o'clock. He gave Lin Xingya a phone call. Eat dinner? He called Lin Xingya. Have you eaten dinner yet? Lin Xingya does not go back on vacation. She does not go back as simply want to save some fare. A round trip, the cost of a high-speed rail ticket alone is more than 1,000. Then come down, go eat dinner together, I'll wait for you downstairs in your dormitory. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu walked towards the girls' dormitory building. On the way his cell phone rang. It was a message from Wu Jingdan. A few days ago she had invited Jiang Yu to her home as a guest, but Jiang Yu refused, saying that he still had to attend classes at night and the counseling office wouldn't give him time off. He said he wouldn't go again for anything. He didn't want to challenge his soft underbelly. Jiang Yu, Dan's sister, my girlfriend asked me out, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Okay. Wu Jingdan didn't say anything else. The 2 days of inviting Jiang Yu, he refused, and the friendship between the two sides decreased a bit. Jiang Yu didn't care, the store was already rented anyway. When he came to Lin Xingya's dormitory floor, she had already come down and was followed by Xia Chuchu and Wang Zixuan. Jiang Yu looked at the two, asked curiously, "You National Day vacation do not go back?" He remembered that the two are Jianghai locals, should be quite close to home. Xia Chuchu, not go back is meaningless. Do not go back, you cannot be a light bulb, right? Let's eat. A few people came to the school cafeteria, eating people obviously less than 2 days ago. While eating, Jiang Yu opened the treasure hunting system. Currently he had saved 8 chances for the treasure hunt lottery. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for making further efforts, rewarded with 1 point of lucky value. Treasure hunt successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a friendly card. Treasure hunt success, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of body-free attribute point. Successful treasure hunt, congratulations to the host for winning the junior lucky card. 8 chances for treasure hunt draws, only 3 times drew something. But this time, he drew the primary lucky card, which was enough. In the beginning, he had won the second prize of the lottery by relying on the primary lucky card. Maisie, he would go buy some more lottery tickets in the next few days. If he could draw an intermediate lucky card, he would probably win the first prize. After dinner, Jiang Yu said to Lin Xingya, "Xingya, let's go to the playground for a walk." Mr. Jiang Yu said to Lin Xingya, "Xingya, let's go to the playground." The playground is also less crowded than before, many students have gone home for the National Day vacation. Even if they didn't go home, they went out to play. Just after arriving at the playground, Jiang Yu saw a girl wearing ultra-short pants and navel-gazing clothes, dancing on the playground with a twisted crotch. Is it good? Lin Xingya followed his line of sight and asked softly. Jiang Yu dryly coughed, "It's okay, but it's far worse than you. Old colorful batch." Xia Chuchu in the back muttered softly. She was walking with her cousin Wang Zixuan and was following beside her. To be honest, Lin Xingya, Xia Chuchu, and Wang Zixuan were definitely the face value ceilings of the computer academy. Although the female student dancing not far away could look okay, she couldn't be compared to the 3 of them. It's just that she was wearing a more revealing outfit and was dancing a sexy dance, so she was more eye-catching. This is called appreciation, understand? You don't look twice when you see a handsome man? If you want to say you don't look, then you must be a lesbian. Xia Chuchu angry, not light, you are gay. I see a beautiful woman is interested, how can I be gay? On the contrary, you, let a person doubt. Xingya, you see he bullied me again. Lin Xingya didn't know what to do, on one side was a favorite person, on the other side was a good friend. Wang Zixuan opened his mouth and said, "Jiang Yu, you are at least a boy, old and Chu quarrel what, generous." Wang Zixuan's tone and demeanor when she spoke gave a feeling of superiority, making Jiang Yu's heart very unhappy. In order to take care of Lin Xingya's situation, he didn't say anything else. Lin Xingya was after all a member of their dormitory, if she was isolated, it would have a great impact on her body and mind. Hey, sometimes one has to give in to life. A few people skipped around the playground, and then Jiang Yu held her hand, which made her shy, but did not resist. Xia Chuchu and Wang Zixuan did not follow too close. Wang Zixuan also do not like to be someone else's light bulb, as Xia Chuchu did not have a little self-consciousness. "Sister, you see this guy are holding hands." Wang Zixuan glanced at her, "People like each other, holding hands on holding hands, Chuchu, you are a bit wrong these days, ah." Chapter 33 Organize the store, above. Xia Chuchu curiously asked, "Zixuan sister, where am I wrong?" "I'm worried that Xingya has been cheated by a scum." "What does her being cheated have to do with you? It's not like you were cheated." "I took Xingya as a good friend, and she took me as a good friend." Wang Zixuan froze for a moment, not expecting her to say that. She paused for a few seconds and said, "Lin Xingya is really quite good, is the temperament character is too introverted, later on in society is a big problem, the achievement may not be too high." Wang Zixuan is a very purposeful person, she does things with her own opinions and ideas. She has her own ideas and thoughts about what she wants to do, like when she ran for class president, and now she is planning to enter the student council, and so on. She will only make friends with people who are useful to her now and in the future, and once they are useless, she will not contact them again. Like Lin Xingya, in her opinion, entering society in the future wouldn't be too good, so usually she rarely talked and was busy with her own things. Sister Zixuan, we are different. Xia Chuchu naturally understood this cousin, and to be honest inwardly didn't like her personality and style of doing things very much. She preferred the feeling of being with Lin Xingya. What the two were chatting about, Jiang Yu naturally couldn't hear. There was a distance between the two sides. He is also chatting with Lin Xingya at this time. I rented a store in the Wanhua shopping plaza, and tomorrow I have to go over to clean up a little bit. Would have liked to take advantage of the holiday to take you out to play, may not have the opportunity. It's okay, I don't like to go out too much. How much does it cost to rent a store there? The annual rent is over $43,000. That expensive? $430,000. This is definitely an astronomical amount for her. How could the rent be cheap in Zhanghai City where land is so expensive? What if you lose money? Do you have no confidence in me at all? Lin Xingya hurriedly explained. No, I'm just worried. You're right, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. Young people should dare to break into when they are young. If I lose, you support me, okay? Lin Xingya, pretty face scarlet, but still I want to find a job tomorrow. What kind of job? No way. I want to rely on myself to earn some money in the future. Do not want to ask for money to the family. Mom, younger brother is already in high school, also need money. My mom only $3,000 a month salary. My mom's salary is only $3,000 a month. $3,000 a month is not enough for 2 kids. Now college students' monthly living expenses at least $1,000 to start, and her brother Lin Zay's expenses, plus the family and her mother's own expenses. I don't think it's enough to save money. I store tomorrow to clean up, or you go over to me to help clean up. You do not go, I also have to spend money to find people. Why not give you the money? Lin Xingya heard his store to help. I don't want money on it. No, I hire people to spend as much as I can to give you as much as you can. Even if you work to earn, this must be divided. The two strolled around the playground until almost 8 o'clock before going back. On the way back, Jiang Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out a look as Wang Qingyi mom called. He connected the phone. Hello, Auntie, hello. Xiaoyua, you go back home on vacation? No, there are still some things to be busy here, decided not to go back. Is it the business thing? Yes, Auntie. If you're free, come home with Qingyi. Okay, Auntie, I'll let Qingyi take me there when she's free. After chatting for a while, the two hung up the phone. Jiang Yu sent a message to Wang Qingyi. Teacher, Auntie just called me and said that she wants us to come to the house when we are free. How did you reply? I just said that entrepreneurship is quite busy, so I'll go when I'm free. Well, thank you. Teacher, you're welcome. Back to the dormitory, empty and no one. Jiang Yu gave his mother a phone call, said not to go back, and was again the mother a lecture. Hang up the phone, Jiang Yu sat down and opened the computer. He began to look for sellers of drink store equipment on the internet. Zhanghai City has a lot of sellers, online can be easily searched. There are quite a few equipments needed for a beverage store, but they are all small equipments, and it is less than $20,000 to buy a foreign imported brand. In addition to equipment, also need to buy raw materials for spirit do drinks, plastic cups, and other things. He checked on the computer for most of the day. After 10:30 p.m., he received a message from Gu Xiaoman. Xiaoyu Zi, I got off the high-speed train and just got on my family's car. Well, go back and rest early. You haven't rested yet? I'm waiting for your message. I can sleep at ease when I see you arrive home safely. Good night, Feather. Good night, my little fairy. The corners of Gu Xiaoman's mouth rose slightly when she saw Jiang Yu's message. Jiang Yu lies down on his bed and starts to sleep. October 1st, 7 in the morning. He woke up and washed up, then sent a message to Lin Xingya. Wake up well, Xingya. Xingya. Let's go eat breakfast first and then go to the store after breakfast. Jiang Yu, Chu is also going to follow. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. If she wants to follow, then follow. Free labor is not used for nothing. A few minutes later, Jiang Yu arrived under Lin Xingya's dormitory. She and Xia Chuchu were already waiting there. Jiang Yu, a few days ago, you are mysterious as busy store things? Yes, don't rumor about it. I know, I am a person who keeps his mouth shut. The three came to the cafeteria to eat some breakfast, and then took the bus to the Wanhua shopping plaza. It was now the National Day, and although some of the students had gone home, there were a lot of students who hadn't. The foot traffic here would be much higher than usual for these 7 days. Jiang Yu came to his store, which still had the urban drinks sign on it, and everything that could be moved inside had been moved. But the store decoration were left. The decoration is very good, Jiang Yu just can use, but also can save a decoration cost. Walked into the store. Xiao Chuchu and Lin Xingya were both sizing up the store. The decoration inside was very high grade, it was just that the store wasn't big. Inside there was also a small warehouse, probably more than 10 square feet, storing things was enough. Xiao Chuchu, this is the store you rented? It's a bit small. Drinking store to be so big, why? Like Starbucks so big I can't get so much money. Since you followed, then you and Xingya together to clean it, every corner should be cleaned. Xiao Chuchu, I'm not going to clean, I've never done it at home. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Lin Xingya hurriedly said, I'll just clean. I'll go buy a broom, mop, and rags, and you guys wait here for me. A few minutes later, he bought the things, Lin Xingya busy. When Xiao Chuchu saw this, she also helped Lin Xingya start cleaning. Jiang Yu ordered the equipment last night and estimated that it would be delivered in the afternoon. He also released the recruitment on the internet. The recruitment is a beverage store manager, 8,000 base salary, there are bonuses, regardless of food and housing, need to have a beverage store manager work experience and so on. In the morning, Jiang Yu did not idle, he went to a larger billboard design company nearby. The name of the store he has already thought of, it is called Spirit Do Drink Store. The billboard was designed by him personally, and the font was written by him personally. The 4 words Spirit Do Drinks were written by him in a running script font. He had used calligraphy prop cards before, and his calligraphy was definitely a top existence in the country. He knew how to write all 5 major fonts: running script, cursive script, official script, seal script, and regular script. And each type of calligraphy had already reached the level of a pure master. Like seal script is divided into small seal script and big seal script, regular script is divided into Weibei and Tankai, and cursive script is divided into mad cursive, zheng cursive, and imago cursive, and he knows all of these calligraphies. If he said second in terms of calligraphy attainments, no one would dare to say first. Jiang Yu thought about it, but still think that running script is more suitable. Running script font is upright and smooth, running water, let people look a very comfortable feeling, will also make people feel high-end atmosphere upscale. The people from the billboard design company couldn't help but have a twinkle in their eyes when they saw the handful of brushstrokes he had written out. Mr. Zhang's calligraphy is so good, it's the most beautiful writing I've ever seen. Her words were more of a compliment, after all it was her own client, wouldn't it be better to make the client happy? As for calligraphy, she was grossly ignorant. Just simply feel that Jiang Yu wrote the word is very good, running clouds and flowing water, dashing and flowing, brightening up the eyes. Jiang Yu also designed the logo mark of Linglu Drink Shop, which was written in small seal script, the word Linglu, which ordinary people really don't recognize. Maybe in the future Linglu Drink Store will become stronger and bigger, the company logo trademark must have. Later on, he chose the color of the billboard lighting and so on. Jiang Yu stayed here for nearly an hour before finishing. The design of the billboard has been done, waiting for the production out, the picture Jiang Yu also saved to the phone. How many days will it take to finish? Tomorrow afternoon should be able to install it for Mr. Jiang. At this time outside the store walked into a man in his 30s, Xiaona, you put. Ha? Who wrote this word? Mr. Pang, this is written by Mr. Jiang, let us make the store billboard according to his design. Pang Juanda looked at Jiang Yu and sized him up, little brother, this word is written by you? I wrote it. Mr. Pang is also a person who loves calligraphy? I'm not interested in this area, but my dad likes it and feels that this piece of writing is very beautiful. Little brother, can you transfer this calligraphy to me? I will give you a 20% discount on the cost of making your billboard. Jiang Yu shook his head with a smile, Mr. Peng, I do not like this money, this word is priceless. Although he said he was not interested in this area, he must know calligraphy, otherwise he would not have said so. Jiang Yu naturally know their own calligraphy attainments, 80% off on the fucking want to get rid of my words? My dad loves calligraphy, I'll give you a 50% discount on the cost of the total, right? Next to the waitress Xiaona froze, 50% off? Is this word worth that much? Jiang Yu still shook his head, if Mr. Peng really like, and met that his fate, billboard manufacturing costs are not charged, give me another 20,000 it. He casually opened a price, and did not dare to open too high. Too high for fear that the other side scared away, too low is not cost effective. After all, the system said I have the top calligraphy attainment. Next to the waiter dumbfounded, think Jiang you crazy, a few words opening 20,000? You damn is not take our boss as a fool it, fools will buy. Pang Juanda, good, I want it, little brother add a contact. Chapter 34 Organize the store, next. The waiter was dumbfounded when he heard the boss's words. Did the boss really spend $20,000 on a few words? She felt that her three views were a bit upside down. This had something to do with the circle she was in contact with, domestic tycoons looking for real calligraphy masters for inscriptions. The low ones started at several hundred thousand, the high ones at millions. Just like those antique paintings in calligraphy, in the eyes of ordinary people is just a pair of ordinary paintings in calligraphy, worthless. But in the eyes of the industry, that is priceless. Jiang Yu did not contact the calligraphy circle, he did not know the value of his calligraphy, he felt that to 20,000 should not be low. Anyway, let him spend 20,000 yuan to buy a few words, he will not buy, when? The labor is stupid. Pang Juanda added his friend, simply and quickly transferred to him $20,000. Mr. Zhang's billboards to grasp the production of good, be sure to ensure the quality. Yes, Mr. Pang. Jiang Yu was full of smiles, thank you, Mr. Pang. Mr. Jiang do not have to be polite, my name is Pang Juanda, call me brother Pang on it. This person is really a piece of business material, good at communicating with people. The most important thing to prevent in the shopping mall is this kind of people, not when the back to you to a knife. Jiang Yu left Juanda Advertising Design and Manufacturing Company, with a smile on his face, did not expect to manufacture billboards, but also earn $20,000 for nothing. Maybe his own calligraphy is worth more, but Jiang Yu is definitely not a loss. You may have made money in blood, but I definitely do not lose. $20,000 was quite a lot he felt anyway. Returning to the store, Jiang Yu carried a few chairs in his hands. Lin Xingya and Xia Chuchu had already cleaned the inside and were wiping the glass. Both of them were sweating and tired. You guys take a break, I'll wipe it. When Xia Chuchu heard this, she hurriedly stopped and sat down on a chair. Lin Xingya wiped the sweat on her cheeks, it's okay, I'm almost done. Give it to me, you go sit down and rest. Jiang Yu snatched the rag from her hand. He said with a smile as he wiped, just now I went to design a billboard, guess how much I spent? How much? It should be quite expensive, right? Not only did I not spend any money, but their boss also gave me 20,000 yuan, and later invited you to Starbucks to drink some coffee and have a good meal. Xia Chuchu, $20,000? Is their boss stupid? Calligraphy attainments of the country can be ranked, he is in my calligraphy, spend $20,000 to write a few words I bought away. Said Jiang Yu took out his cell phone to let them look, Peng Juanda to him to turn $20,000. I shit, you earn this money is too simple, but also open what store, you directly sell calligraphy to go. Things are expensive, how much money can calligraphy earn, write more is not worth it. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu cleaned the glass, clean and tidy is the most basic store. Go, take you to have a drink, and then go to eat. He took the two of them to the Starbucks not far away and had a cup of coffee inside. Lin Xingya looked a little formal and nervous though. Where had she been in such a high-class place before? Xia Chuchu was very relaxed, in her opinion Starbucks was just like that, it wasn't like she hadn't been to places more upscale than this. Jiang Yu saw Lin Xingya's appearance and chatted with her for a while, and then a few people went to the Western restaurant in the mall. Xia Chuchu had no problem ordering a table full of dishes, fruit salad, grilled meat, steak, and spaghetti to name a few. She had never done any work at home, but today she did it for Jiang Yu. If she didn't let him spit out some blood, how could she feel good in her heart? Jiang Yu didn't care, anyway, he had just earned $20,000, she couldn't eat much more. He was giving Lin Xingya dishes, Xingya you try this roast pork, it's quite tasty, and this. Lin Xingya's cheeks were slightly red as she ate the dishes that Jiang Yu chucked over. Xia Chuchu was oblivious to the dog food in front of her and ate her own meal. Her meal size is somewhat beyond Jiang Yu's expectations, good guy, eating twice as much as Xingya. Jiang Yu asked in surprise, you often eat so much? Yes, my meal was originally so big, heartache money? Is a little bit of heartache. Do you have a conscience? I gave you a morning of work, I have never done this kind of work at home. I've never done this kind of work at home. It's really hard on you, Mississippi. Why don't I order you a few more dishes? That's enough. I'm full. Is Qingya full? Lin Qingya nodded obediently. I'm full. The three of them left the Western restaurant and returned to the store. There is nothing more to do in the afternoon, you two go back to school to rest. Busy all morning is also strange tired. Xia Chuchu hurriedly pulled Lin Qingya. Let's go Qingya, go back to sleep and watch TV. Lin Qingya turned her head to look at Jiangyu. Go back, I still have some dirty clothes there, wait for the night to send you over. When Lin Qingya left, Jiangyu took out his cell phone and thought about how much money to transfer to her. If he transferred too much, he was worried that Lin Qingya wouldn't accept it. If it's too much, he's worried that Lin Qingya won't accept it. In the end, Jiangyu gave Lin Qingya transferred $10,000 and sent her a message. The money you take, in the future, my 4 years of clothes will all be given to you to wash, and if the store is busy, you have to come over to help. Lin Qingya understood what Jiangyu meant, he just wanted to help himself. Your store has just opened and needs a lot of money. Don't worry, I'm not that bad, hurry up and collect it, or I'll go back and beat your ass. When Lin Qingya saw his words, her pretty face reddened and she pursed her lips, her appearance was very cute. A few seconds later, she collected the money. Jiangyu saw that he put the money away, his heart was relieved. Can you wash the underwear for me? Aha. He was originally teasing Lin Qingya, but he didn't expect her to really agree. Even if she agreed, Jiangyu cannot let her wash. Girls' dormitory hanging a boy's underwear counts. Jiangyu afternoon also contacted an intermediary company, let them on behalf of a variety of store documents, as well as company applications, trademark registration. Now as long as you spend money, almost anything can be done for you. More than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the equipment delivery person came. Cash registers, sealing machines, water machines and so on all have, they sell as a complete set of equipment. In addition to these sets of equipment, but also gave some small things, long and short spoons, small electronic scales, etc., our beverage stores need. All the equipment is installed and commissioned. It is already more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon. He ordered the raw materials can be delivered tomorrow, and the store signboard should also be replaced. Jiangyu from the store outlocked the door, his home next to a bakery, which sells a variety of cakes and snacks. He bought some and took the bus back to school. Have you eaten yet, Qingya? Not yet, are you done? I'm on the bus. I'll go eat with you when I get back. Aha. More than 10 minutes later, Jiangyu returned to the school. He first went to his dormitory, dirty clothes into the bag. Then he came to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingya and Xia Chuchu happened to have just come down. Qingya, this is dirty clothes, this is for you to buy some food. When you want to eat, eat, do not put too long, easy to bad. Xia Chuchu, there are puffs that I love to eat, and there is also durian pastry. Chuchu, you eat now? We'll eat it when we watch a movie tonight. Lin Qingya put the things back to the dormitory, and then the three of them went to the cafeteria to eat dinner. Chuchu, where is your cousin Wang Zixuan? It seems that she went out to a dinner party with people from the student union of the hospital. Jiangyu was a little surprised. Is she going into the student council? Vacation should apply when school starts. She may want to enter the outreach department. The outreach department of the student council is an important department that connects the society and the school. This department shows the school's student style to the outside world and raises funds for various activities of the student council, just like the Mid-Autumn Welcome Party. Those sponsors pulling banners are all pulled by the outreach department. However, sponsorship is not good, the big sponsors will not come, and the small ones are not willing. Anyway, this is a very exercise student union department. In fact, Jiangyu thinks that Xia Chuchu is also quite good, at least Lin Qingya has a friend to accompany her. After dinner, they went for a walk on the playground again. Xia Chuchu really didn't have the slightest awareness of being a lightbulb, and kept fucking following. Originally, Jiangyu also wanted to feel Lin Qingya's soft and slender waist, now there is no chance at all. The three of them strolled to more than 8 o'clock, and then went back. Jiangyu returned to the dormitory not long, received a message from Gu Xiaoman. What are you doing, little Uz? I was busy all day at the store and just returned to the dormitory. Little Uz, you're really working hard. Not hard, not hard. When will the store be open? It'll take about 3 or 4 days. Tomorrow the billboards will be replaced and the raw materials will arrive, so we can make the spirit do drink. It's just that the staff hasn't been recruited yet, but there are still a few days left, and he has no problem offering a salary that's a little higher than the market price. Little feather sun cheer, I believe you can do well. Well, when I make a lot of money, take you to a 5-star hotel and feel the softness of a 5-star hotel suite king bed. The bed in my house is much better than the bed in a 5-star hotel. I still don't know, what do uncle and aunt do? He knew that Gu Xiaoman's family was quite rich, but it was not very clear what exactly his family did. My family runs a company that does furniture business. Do you know about Xiangtian Furniture City? That will not be your family, right? Jiang Yu stunned. Xiangtian Furniture City, although he has not been, but saw many times, how will not know? Busui City has a Xiangtian furniture wholesale market, is the city's largest wholesale furniture market. Yes, that is my home. Uncle and aunt is doing what? My family is relatively simple. My father is the deputy director of the Water Conservancy Department, my mom is the head nurse of the hospital. My dad is the deputy director of the Water Conservancy Department and my mom is the head nurse of the hospital. My dad's awesome ass, if not for me, is still an old section of the estimate. The two chatted for a while. Feng Dei later also replied to him, he also went back to his hometown. But Lu Bowen did not go back, stayed in the dormitory. October 2nd, 8 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yu got up and washed up, and asked Lin Xingya to go to breakfast together. After 8 o'clock, he, Lin Xingya and Xia Chuchu arrived at the cafeteria. Xia Chuchu kept yawning as if she didn't sleep well last night. Lin Xingya's spirit wasn't too good either. What did you guys do last night? Lin Xingya softly explained, last night, Chuchu has been pulling me to accompany her to watch a movie, to see 1 o'clock. Xia Chuchu, you want to see on your own, do not pull Xingya, stay up all night on the body and skin are not good. Xia Chuchu knows that it is not reasonable. I know, you fears what fears, will not be good to say ah. After dinner, you two go to sleep again, hear me? I know. Lin Xingya whispered back, she was a little afraid of Jiang Yu angry. Chapter 35 Official Business. After breakfast, Jiang Yu took a car and went to Wanhua Shopping Plaza. Lin Xingya and Xia Chuchu went back to the dormitory and continued to sleep. He had just arrived at the store not long ago when Wu Jingdan walked in. Jiang Yu stood up when he saw it and said with a smile, why is Sister Dan here? I came to see how your store is doing, the equipment is bought. Well, yesterday afternoon to the, still missing some things. Wu Jingdan, your kid is quite smart, this decoration is quite good, you directly save a lot of money. Sister Dan is mainly I do not have much money, can save a little is a little, and their previous decoration is really good. Waiting for the opening of the sister to tell a sister to come to you to support the scene. Jiang Yu, okay Dan sister, thank you too Dan sister. With me still polite what, tonight there is nothing to do, right? There shouldn't be anything. Then go to sister's home to eat tonight. So much trouble, I'll treat you to eat at Sister Dan's. Jiang Yu thought she was dead in the water, but I didn't realize she was still playing with herself. Hey, my damn nowhere charm. How come she wants to sleep with me so much? Could it be that the cooking done by sis is not good? Not Dan sister, I do not want to bother you too much, you are on the day shift, but also go back to cook fried vegetables, that's too tired, in the outside to eat more good, upstairs that western restaurant is quite good. Okay, then contact me again after work this afternoon. Sent away Wu Jingdan, he was somewhat speechless, how this bitch every day pestered me, really annoying. Find an opportunity in the afternoon, let her pigeon, and she maintain a certain distance. The side effects of the friendship card are a little too great. More than 9 in the morning, a batch of raw materials ordered by Jiang Yu arrived, several kinds of medicinal powders. The flavor of the spirit dew drink wasn't like the normal kind of whatever lemon or peach flavor, it was just a whole new flavor. Just like Sprite and Coke, they didn't belong to any of the fruit flavors, it was a separate flavor. Spirit dew drink is like this, a separate flavor, there has never been a drink with this flavor on the market. In the early stages, Jiang Yu planned to launch 3 flavors, which were refreshing, sweet and warm, and normal. The other 2 would wait until later. Jiang Yu had just put the raw materials away when his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Mr. Jian? A woman's voice came out from within the cell phone. Jiang Yu, it's me, which one are you? Hello Mr. Jiang, I want to apply for the store manager of your store, I wonder if you have recruited someone now? Not yet, where are you now? I am planning to take the car to your side of the store. Okay, come over, I'll wait for you in the store. Hanging up the phone. Song Yan took a deep breath, she also only saw Jiang Yu's recruitment announcement this morning. Beverage store manager, 8,000 base salary, although regardless of food and housing, but also can be. John Yu was relieved to see that someone had come for an interview. If no one comes to interview all the time, how can he open this store? He can't be in the store every day after the vacation. More than 10 o'clock, a young woman pushed the door and walked in, looking about 27 or 28 years old. Zhang Yu got up and looked at her. She was also sizing up the store and Zhang Yu. "You are here for the interview?" Song Yan nodded. "You are Mr. Zhang?" "It's me." Song Yan was a bit surprised. This boss was also too young. "Hello Mr. Zhang, my name is Song Yan, this is my resume." "Sit." Zhang Yu took her resume and looked at it. Graduated from Jianghai University of Science and Technology. There are 4 years of work experience, before also dry drink store deputy store manager position, dry about half a year. The last job was in a company as a supervisor, has left. "Do you know how to operate the equipment in the drink store?" Song Yan nodded, yes. "First of all, let's be clear, the store may be you alone in the early stage, so you not only have to be the store manager, but also responsible for a variety of other things, and there is almost no vacation, the monthly salary of a minimum of 8,000, there are also bonuses every month. Do you think you can?" Song Yan directly nodded and agreed, can. She is now very short of money, now leaving has been more than a month, have not been able to find a suitable job. Although the drink store manager was not quite the job she had imagined, she had to do it for the sake of the salary. She'll jump ship later when she has a suitable job. This was her inner thought. After all, there wasn't much room for development in a small drink store, the highest was the store manager, and the future was already limited to death. Any motivated young person would probably find it hard to work in this kind of place for long. "Can you go to work today?" "Yes." "Then we'll start counting the wages from today. You should familiarize yourself with the equipment in the store first, and I'll give you a brief introduction to the store." "The store is just this thing, there is nothing to introduce," said twice. Song Yan have memorized. Both sides of the labor contract has not yet signed. Tomorrow on behalf of the various documents can come down, then you can sign the contract. Song Yan's looks are medium to high, and she works well, so Zhang Yu is still quite satisfied. Her education is also good, is probably forced by life, only to come here to interview. Like her, this kind of education will generally enter the big companies can see the future, there is room for appreciation. Of course, if it is a large chain of beverage companies, can also see the hope of promotion, but Zhang Yu's is a small store, not a chain company. This day all kinds of raw materials have been delivered, as well as customized plastic cups, straws, and other things. Zhang Yu has customized a few more sets of work clothes today, a lot of small things. In the afternoon, the side of Juanda Advertising Company came to put the billboard installed. The 4 big words Spirit Do drinks were dashing and flowing, completely in his handwriting. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there was nothing else going on in the store. Zhang Yu said to Song Yan, "Let's add a friend, and it will be convenient to contact each other if there is anything in the future." "Good. Boss." "Add friends." Zhang Yu to her transferred $300. "This is your salary today, wait for the company's various documents down tomorrow, and then we formally sign the contract, then the salary is the monthly settlement." "Thank you, boss." "No need to be polite, go back." After 4 or 5 days of preparation. October 5, 9 a.m., Linglu Drink Store officially opened for business. There was no grand opening ceremony, not even an opening flower basket. Zhang Yu hired a few people to send flyers outside, which is the most traditional way of publicity. But the results were very little, less than 20 cups were sold in the morning. Spirit Do drink gross profit is very high, nearly 70%, that is to say, the cost of a book of Spirit Do drink in $3. This has already counted the cost of raw materials, plastic cups, straws. Those who join the beverage store raw materials are from the head office of the goods, in the raw materials on the head office to earn a sum, invariably their gross profit will be reduced. Even so, they have a cup of profit in 40 to 50%, and they have a franchise fee and other costs, the cost is higher. Zhang Yu did not join the fee, raw materials are also their own into the gross profit, then their high is also a reason. In the catering industry, drinks are the most profitable. Seems like a cup of profit is very high. If you count the high rent and labor costs, you have to sell a lot of cups every day to be able to maintain the cost. Like Zhang Yu's store, the daily rent of $1,200, the current labor costs of $300, other utilities and other costs of $100. A day's expenditure at $1,600, a cup of profit of $7, selling 230 cups a day, he can barely maintain not to lose money. but today only sold 20 cups in one morning. Although Song Yen didn't know the specific gross profit of spirit dew drinks, she could roughly guess it. She had been a deputy store manager of a beverage store for half a year before and had a certain understanding of the industry. At the very least, sell 300 cups in order to maintain the cost. Below this amount, the store will definitely lose money. 2 takeaway platforms, Jiang Yu also opened. A cup was not sold in the morning. Although psychologically prepared, but Jiang Yu still feel damn a little blow. Boss, our brand is not very competitive. The people who choose us will not be more and less vigorously publicized. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. I have long thought of it. Let's look at it in a few days. There is a lot of money needed for vigorous publicity, and this is all cost. Song Yen didn't say anything else. She only prayed that the store could stay dry for a while longer, then she could get 2 more months of salary. Xiao Yuzi, your store opened today, how was business? Gu Xiaoman knew he opened today and asked curiously. Miserable. Jiang Yu returned 4 words. How miserable? 20 cups were sold in one morning. Then how much money can you make from 1 cup? A cup sells for $10, costs $3, profit is $7. Then didn't you make 140 this morning? Xiao Yuzi, you profit so high, is not a little too black. Nima. My little princess, store rent for a day on 1200, labor costs 300, I think, and other water and electricity costs, a day of cost expenditure in 1006, selling 229 cups, I just barely do not lose money. I see, I forgot to calculate the cost of the store and labor. You cannot say that you are a student of Huadan University School of Economics in the future, it is easy to shame your school. Humph, little feather, do you dislike me? No, I just think you're silly and cute. Little feather, doesn't that mean you lost a lot of money today? I have long been psychologically prepared. After all, my store is not a franchise, there is no brand effect, can sell dozens of cups is not bad. I believe that these dozens of people and 89% of the people can become a repeat customer, and time should slowly get better. This is his bottom line, the taste of Linglu drink as other drinks cannot be compared. In the long run, it will attract more and more repeat customers, just don't know how long it will take to really turn a profit. After all, not everyone comes here every day to shop and spend money, many people come once every few days. Little Yuzi, cheer up. Later Lin Xingya also asked. At 6 in the afternoon, a total of 45 cups were bought. Jiang Yu said to Song Yen, just close the door at 9 in the evening, and sell as many as you can. Good boss. Jiang Yu took the bus back to school. He came to Lin Xingya's dormitory downstairs. Lin Xingya and Xia Chuchu quickly came down. Xia Chuchu looked at him and said with a smile, Jiang Yu, I said you that store does not work, have to lose money, now believe it? You know shit, the first day can see what, later you will know. The author has something to say. Today the third more, like the brothers and sisters to add the bookshelf, 5-star praise, light water here to thank you all. Chapter 36 Gambling. Lin Xingya hurriedly said, let's go eat. She was worried that the two would dislike each other again. The three came to the cafeteria. Jiang Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at it was the counselor Wang Qingyi's call. Hey, what's up teacher? Jiang Yu has some things to trouble you tomorrow. No trouble, teacher, you can say. If you trouble me today, when I trouble you in a few days, you'll be too embarrassed to refuse, right? Tomorrow is my father's birthday, I want to take you over for lunch, and I'll be back in the afternoon. Originally, she was not going to take Jiang Yu, but her mom forced her to let her take her boyfriend over. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Teacher, this I want to go then, will not. Show? It's okay, I'll dress you up a little more mature tomorrow. That uncle like what? If I go tomorrow, I can't go empty-handed. My dad likes calligraphy and painting, nothing else. I'll buy some fruit and nutrients you take on the line. I'll buy some fruits and nutritional supplements. Hang up the phone. Xiao Chuchu looked at him curiously. Our counselor called you? Yes, there is something I need to help tomorrow. Counselor, what can let you help? Why are you so curious? I won't tell you. We can't tell anyone about this. If it gets out, Wang Qingyi will be furious. Qingya, don't you ask him. Lin Xingya shook her head and continued to eat her dinner. After dinner, the three of them took a walk on the playground. Almost every night Jiang Yu would take Lin Xingya for a walk to sneak around, enjoying one of the few quiet moments. With Lin Xingya, he always felt tranquil and relaxed. The most damaging of all is naturally Xia Chuchu, following every day, with no awareness or eyesight at all. Jiang Yu or not, that store will not do it, subletting out not much loss. Subletting out, Jiang Yu may not only not lose, but also earn a little. But since he did, naturally he wants to do the best. Worried I won't do it right? Chuchu analyzed it for me and said that the probability of you losing money is 90%. On her chest, no nothing. Xia Chuchu, Jiang Yu, you only chest big brainless it. Her body is indeed very good, so many days of contact, Jiang Yu inadvertently discovered her than Lin Qingya's to be quite a bit larger. Sometimes the clothes worn are not too revealing, not easy to see. Don't you think I will lose money? What do you think I will do if my store turns into a profit in the future? It is impossible to make a profit, unless you spend a lot of money on publicity, but it will also greatly increase your costs, and in the end, you will still lose money. How about a bet? How? What do you want to bet? After a month, if my store's daily income is stable and profitable, you will wash my clothes for a month, and if I don't make a profit every day within a month, I will wash your clothes for a month. Let's gamble. Who's afraid? You just wait for the laundry, you can wash my socks. I don't know who's going to wash who. In the playground to nearly 8 o'clock, Jiang Yu went back to the dormitory. At night, he chatted with Gu Xiaoman for a while, and then went to bed. October 6th, 7 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yu left the school after having breakfast with Lin Qingya and Xia Chuchu. He planned to go buy a few sheets of rice paper and write a few words to Wang Qingyi's dad. Calligraphy is still no problem for him. 2 days ago that Peng Juanda contacted him and wanted to spend another $20,000 to ask him to write a few more words. Jiang Yu was busy a few days ago and refused directly. Refuse him is also to see if he will increase the price of money, can earn more is a point. But these 2 days Peng Juanda did not contact him, but quite calm. Jiang Yu took the bus to a curio city in Xingpu district, where he bought some rice paper, ink and brushes, costing him several $100s. Here there are better rice paper, tens of thousands of dollars, Jiang Yu cannot afford to buy some ordinary on the line. Since he intends to give Wang Qingyi's father a calligraphy, naturally, he has to use something good. Xian paper is the ancient calligraphy and painting special paper. After buying the stuff, Jiang Yu went back to the school, and then wrote 2 characters in a dashing and flowing cursive script. Fortune is like the East Sea, longevity is like the South Mountain. Looking at the beautiful words on the rice paper, Jiang Yu had a satisfied smile on his face. The things left behind by the old ancestors were just beautiful, but it was a pity that there weren't many people who understood them now. While drying the brush and ink in the sun, Jiang Yu opened the store monitor on his cell phone and looked. Song Yan had already arrived at the store at 8:30, and the first thing she did when she arrived at the store was to clean up. Health. Jiang Yu gave her special emphasis, be sure to ensure that every place, every corner of the store must be clean and hygienic. If there is a hygiene problem, I am afraid that no one will dare to buy things in their store in the future. Some time ago, a Snow Ice City on the Jittery Voice is quite hot, but also a relatively simple and catchy song, really make a Snow Ice City fire. However, immediately after the Jittery Voice appeared a lot of a certain Snow Ice City drink unhygienic, unclean video. There are cockroaches and bugs inside the plastic sealed cups of the drinks. This is a side effect of the franchise, there are too many franchises and it is too difficult to manage them. But where there are a few franchises and the health is not too much attention, perfunctory. Something goes wrong affects the entire brand image. It is easy to bring down the image of a brand. According to statistics, Honey Snow Ice City's national stores have exceeded 10,000, yet the franchise fee is feared to be an astronomical figure. Every month its franchise into the goods are a huge number. After Jiang Yu dried his pen and ink, he gave Wang Qingyi a call. Teacher, where are you now? Just as I was going to call you, have you packed up yet? Packed up. Going over so early? I'm going to buy something first. Okay, I'll come to you. Jiang Yu went downstairs with the 2 pieces of writing and came to the dormitory of the faculty. Wang Qingyi was already waiting for him in the car, and when she saw him coming, she called out to him. Jiang Yu sat in the passenger seat. Wang Qingyi looked at him holding 2 pieces of paper in his hand and asked curiously, "What are you holding?" "Didn't you say that uncle likes calligraphy and painting? I wrote 2 pieces of writing for him." Wang Qingyi gave him a blank look. "My father is like calligraphy and painting, but he likes all the works of everyone. I'm also a great calligrapher. A few days ago someone spent $20,000 to let someone write a few words. Okay, don't brag, go buy something first. She drove out of the school and then went to the mall to buy some things. There were fruits, nutritional products, and she also bought a few clothes. Jiang Yu then asked her to let her take her to get the 2 pieces of calligraphy framed, so that they could be hung on the wall. The owner of the framed calligraphy and paintings was a middle-aged man who also ran a calligraphy and painting business, but they were all ordinary calligraphy and paintings. Seeing Jiang Yu's 2 words, the middle-aged boss was a bit surprised. Little brother, your 2 words are quite beautiful. Which master wrote them? I wrote my own, to give the elders. The middle-aged boss was a little surprised. I did not expect you calligraphy so good, this word is quite beautiful. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, did not say anything more. It is clear that this person is estimated to know nothing about calligraphy. Running a calligraphy and painting business is probably just to make some money. He sells ordinary goods. Ordinary families may buy some to hang at home, to enhance the taste, style, and appear to be literate and elegant people as well. When Wang Qingyi saw his words, at first glance, she thought they were beautiful, flowing clouds and flowing water, dashing and flowing, as if there was also a special flavor. She didn't know much about calligraphy, but under her father's influence, she had a strong appreciation ability. There were a lot of calligraphy and paintings in the house. She had seen very many of them, and all of them were the works of great masters, and there were even works of ancient calligraphy masters. She felt that Jiang Yu's 2 characters were no worse than those hanging in her father's house, but as for how good they were, she couldn't appreciate them. This needs to really understand this line of talent can appreciate out. After the calligraphy was framed, the cost would take $100, causing him some heartache. Teacher, pay the money, my cell phone is out of battery. Wang Qingyi didn't think too much about it, and took out her cell phone to pay the $100 for the framing. Back to the car. Jiang Yu was going to ask Wang Qingyi to reimburse the money for the rice paper, but thought better of it. To be a man or to be a little more atmospheric. Jiang Yu, this word really you write? Yes, otherwise I would not spend money to find someone else to write. I'm not stupid. At this time, Jiang Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, a little embarrassed, looked at the phone call as Peng Juanda. He picked up the phone. Hey, what is it that Mr. Peng is looking for me? Mr. Jiang, my old man likes your calligraphy very much and wants you to help write another piece of calligraphy. Jiang Yu opened the speakerphone and deliberately let Wang Qingyi listen. I'm quite busy, I don't have time to write. Mr. Jiang, this price can be renegotiated. My old man wants you to write Serenity to the Distance, and then inscribed with the name. How about 50,000 yuan? Wang Qingyi turned her head and gave Jiang Yu a puzzled look. Mr. Peng, I really don't have time now, wait until you have time. After a few perfunctory sentences, Jiang Yu hung up the phone. Teacher, you heard it, someone $50,000 to ask me to write 4 words. This isn't the guy you're looking for, is it? What trust? This person is the owner of that Juanda advertising design company, called Peng Juanda. His store is not far from the Wanhua shopping plaza. Wang Qingyi still doesn't believe it. She doesn't believe that Jiang Yu's words can sell for tens of thousands of dollars. He is a freshman student's words can be so valuable? Jiang Yu did not promise Peng Juanda also have their own ideas. Wang Qingyi's father is not like calligraphy and painting well. When the time comes to teach him, he should know the value of his own calligraphy. This time, Peng Juanda directly raised to $50,000. There should still be a lot of room for improvement. Teacher, you see I wrote 8 words to your father. We teachers and students say, I give you a 50% discount, you give me $50,000 on the line. Wang Qingyi glanced at him. I didn't let you write, you wrote it yourself. Teachers have to be reasonable. Do you believe me? To that Peng Juanda call over, $100,000 he must want, he is the person who knows the goods. Then you sell it to him. I'm not buying it anyway. Looks like teacher and I are in the same boat. Forget it, it is better to give it to uncle. I am a person who honors the old and loves the young. Money is all outside the body, cannot be too valued. Chapter 37, Wang Qingyi's parents. More than half an hour later. Wang Qingyi drove into a neighborhood with great greenery and a beautiful view. She parked the car in the underground parking space, and then the 2 of them got on the elevator. Remember to call me Qingyi, don't call me teacher. Wang Qingyi reminded him again inside the elevator. Jiang Yu nodded. Don't worry Qingyi, I'm sure I won't reveal myself. The elevator stopped on the 9th floor. Out of the elevator, Wang Qingyi sat on his arm and rang the doorbell. In 4 or 5 seconds, an old woman probably in her 60s opened the door. Seeing Wang Qingyi and Jiang Yu at the door, she was full of smiles. It's Xiao Yu, right? Quickly come in. Auntie, hello, my name is Jiangyu. Quickly come in, quickly come in. Wang Qingyi's mom Lu Sufan pulled him into the house, extraordinarily cordial. Mom, where's my dad? Your father is in his room. I heard that old Peng got a good calligraphy, all day in the group to show off. Your father is sulking. Who's old? Peng? He's a professor at Huadan University's College of Letters. They're old classmates. Lu Sufan finished hurriedly said to Jiangyu, Xiaoyu, you sit, I go to call him out. Wang Qingyi's parents are professors at Jiaotong University. Dad is a professor of Chinese, mom is a professor of medical school. This news he learned on the way here, the people of the book family. Soon an old man in his 60s walked out. You are Jiangyu? So young. Jiangyu stood up, Uncle, hello, I look more apparent young, in fact, I have 24. Listen to Qingyi, said Uncle, like calligraphy and painting, I will offer to write a few words, but also please Uncle appreciation. After saying that, he opened the two scrolls. One reads fortune like the East Sea, the other reads longevity like South Mountain. Wang Jianhua was a little unconcerned about his words. What good calligraphy could a young man write? He lightly glanced at it, instantly his body stiffened and immediately straightened his posture, looking at the 8 characters seriously. Lu Sufan also looked at the words, face full of affectionate smile. These words are really beautiful, small feather you, this child has taken the trouble. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know, this is not only beautiful, this is calligraphy, this is art. Then he looked up at Jiangyu, a serious and solemn expression, these two calligraphy I like, but I prefer honest people, this is not at all you write. Next to Wang Qingyi heard some anxiety in her heart, she brought Jiangyu back, mainly also to let her parents recognize. So that in the future, parents do not have to introduce themselves to any blind date. If the father does not like Jiangyu, in the future will definitely have to introduce themselves to the blind date. Jiangyu opened his mouth and said, Uncle, this is what I wrote, is it possible that Uncle has seen the exact same word? Wang Jianhua took out his cell phone and opened a picture of the album. These words contain the same calligraphic flavor as the photo. According to my many years of experience, this is definitely from the hand of one person. You still say this is what you wrote? Jiangyu took a look at the picture, and on it was clearly written the 4 big words Spirit Do Drinks, as well as the word Spirit Do in 2 small seal scripts. This is not the words I wrote, it was bought by that Peng Juanda. Uncle Wang, would you believe me if I told you that I wrote the words on this photo? Do not believe, this calligraphy is absolutely calligraphy written by everyone, domestic calligraphy in the line of calligraphy I know, but there is absolutely no one can write such a flavor. You are only 20 years old, how can you have such deep calligraphy attainments? He practiced calligraphy for decades, and now he is over 60 years old. On calligraphy he thinks he is far inferior to these words. It can be said to be 1,000 miles short of that. Since this is the case, then I will personally write it for Uncle Wang to see. Wang Jianhua heard his words, there are brushes and ink in my study. He brought Jiangyu to his study, and today he was going to poke holes in Jiangyu's lies. Lu Sufan was a little upset. You said, why is your stubbornness coming back? It's the first time that little Yu has come to the house. He did not say that this is his own writing. Well, if he cannot write this flavor, I will not let my daughter to follow him. False borrowing others' calligraphy fraud, see how his character. Jiangyu did not say. Into the study he saw a wide range of calligraphy and painting. The desk is placed on the top quality rice paper, next to some calligraphy written by Wang Jianhua. In Jiangyu's opinion, the calligraphy was average. Standing in front of the desk, Jiangyu picked up the brush, dipped it in the ink and wrote on the rice paper. Be quiet to cultivate your body, be frugal to cultivate virtue. 8 words flowing in a single breath, elegant and elegant. Wang Jianhua froze after reading it, with an expression of disbelief. He had been immersed in calligraphy for decades, so he could naturally see that the charms of the words he had written were exactly the same as the charms of the 2 words he had just written. Wang Jianhua stared at the words for a long time, speechless. Uncle Wang, you now believe it. How can this be possible? You are only in your 20s, calligraphy attainments are even better than mine. Wang Qingyi was stunned. Dad was ashamed of himself? Uncle Wang, you have to believe in the word talent. I have had a special love for calligraphy since I was a child, and unknowingly practiced to this point. Blame everything unreasonable on talent, then everything is reasonable. At the age of 20, to be able to write this kind of calligraphy to the point of perfection, the peak of perfection, only calligraphy days can do, even if ordinary people practice all their lives, cannot reach this kind of point. These calligraphy in the domestic line script font is afraid that no one can out of its left and right. Ha, old Peng every day in the group pretend, today I let him look at these words. After saying this, he picked up his cell phone and took a picture of it, then sent it to the group, and by the way, he sent a message to Old Peng. Old Peng, take a look at these few words of mine, how about it? Crap. The charisma of these two characters is the same as the one Old Peng sent. What kind of person wrote this? Old Wang, where did you find them? How much did you pay? They are all big names in the industry in this group, and they are very good at appreciating calligraphy and painting. At a glance, they could see that the calligraphy was written by one person. That kind of calligraphy charm cannot be imitated. Too absolute, calligraphy charm unique, this is which domestic calligraphy everyone wrote. I've heard of all the domestic calligraphy masters, but this is not the handwriting of those people. Old Wang, where did you get this? Wang Jianhua curiously asked Zhang Yu, how did Old Peng get your calligraphy? Uncle Wang, I opened a drink store, went to do a billboard, where I wrote these words, let them do according to this. A man named Peng Juanda came, just happened to see, spent money to buy away, billboards did not charge. How much did you pay for it? $20,000. How much is my calligraphy worth, Uncle Wang? Although those words have no meaning, but Old Peng is also cheap on your calligraphy attainments, really no people, hundreds of thousands of dollars is not high, do not know people, hundreds of dollars are too much. Hundreds of thousands? Zhang Yu stunned, paralyzed, my calligraphy so valuable? Careless. It was only sold for 20,000 at first. Forget it, this stuff can only be used as extra income. Spirit do drink store is the main business, do a good job to become a billionaire is not difficult. Relying on selling calligraphy, it is too difficult, occasionally there may only be one person to buy a piece of writing. Wang Jianhua carefully admired these words of Zhang Yu, the more he looked at them, the more he liked them, genius, calligraphy genius ah. Xiao Yu, I once saw the real handwriting of the Tang Dynasty calligraphy master Yu Shinan, but I'm afraid that in running script font charm, not as good as you. Zhang Yu does not know much about these ancient calligraphers. As for this Yu Shinan's name is heard, it seems to be one of the four great calligraphers of the early Tang Dynasty. Wang Jianhua continued, Sage of Calligraphy Wang Shiji's world's first line of calligraphy Lanting Collection Preface, have you heard of it? Yu Shinan once copied the Lanting Collection Preface is known as Yu Ban, the great calligrapher of the Tang Dynasty. Chu Suiliang also copied the Lanting Collection Preface, both of them were the great calligrapher of the Tang Dynasty in those days, with far-reaching influence. Lu Shufan could not help but say what, you said these people little you have not heard, you do not catch who and who said, people are willing to listen to it. Zhang Yu indeed have not heard, but can listen to the knowledge of an elder, is also a gain. Auntie is fine, uncle told me these, I can also open my eyes and knowledge. Wang Jianhua, what do you know as a woman? Qingyi, go and make lunch with your mom, at noon I want to have a good drink with Xiao Yu. Wang Qingyi and Lu Sufan went out to busy making lunch. Wang Jianhua continued to talk to him about calligraphy, he said that Zhang Yu's calligraphy is definitely not inferior to Yu Shinan and that Chu Suiliang. It may even be comparable to the saint of the year, Wang Shiji. After talking for a while, he took out his cell phone and looked at the group, which was active, all discussing the two characters he had just posted. This is my son-in-law's writing, he is a calligraphy genius, his attainments in running script fonts have reached the peak. He didn't mince words in praising Zhang Yu's talent, but of course he also meant to pretend. This is my Wang Jianhua's son-in-law, understand? Old Peng, your piece of writing was bought by your son at my son-in-law's place at a cost of $20,000, you kid picked up a bargain. Old Peng saw the message he sent and was upset, didn't you say your daughter didn't have a boyfriend? How no, the other day there is, today I have a birthday, my daughter specially brought her boyfriend over. Old Peng, how about these calligraphy? Old Peng, see him load pen, the heart is too hard, just your daughter's boyfriend only, and not married, not likely to break up at any time. Old Peng, you just sour, later I let my son-in-law copy Lanting set of preface you do not have the opportunity to see. Crap, Lao Wang must let our group appreciate it when he comes out. Yes, Lao Wang, or I go to your house now, my granddaughter is not worse than your daughter. Wang Jianhua put down his cell phone with a smile on his face, small you, have you read the Lanting collection? Zhang Yu nodded, I read it in high school. You adjust your state, in a moment, the Lanting collection preface with your line calligraphy to write down, I will give you to find a copy of the real handwriting you look at. Zhang Yu adjusted his state, calligraphy is also concerned about the essence. Adjust the state to the best, those out of the calligraphy will be more charm. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Yu has been adjusted, he picked up the brush dipped in ink, wrote on good rice paper. Yamha 9 years, the year in the first Kwai, the beginning of the twilight spring, will be in the Lanting in the Een of the mountains of Huiji, the cultivation of semi-annual ceremony of purification also. Jiang Yu looked focused and serious, writing furiously, having entered a realm of oblivion. His mind as if floating out of Wang Shiji and friends will gather in the Lanting, poems and drinking scenes. Chapter 38 I Don't Want to Work Hard. Jiang Yu didn't know how long had passed, and when he finished writing the last character, his body and mind felt a bit pleasurable. He hadn't used calligraphy much before, and it was the first time he felt this way. Wang Jianhua was staring blankly from the side, having been completely stunned by the Lanting preface in front of him. Jiang Yu saw his expression as if he had seen some stunning beauty. Just some words, is it really that good looking? Is there a long, straight, long leg to look at? Have a delicate and exquisite body to look at? He really didn't understand Wang Jianhua's thoughts. He wasn't a member of the industry. When he looked at his own words, he just felt that they looked good, and compared to a beautiful woman, there was still a bit of a gap. For example, Wang Qingyi's long, straight, long legs are not much better looking than this. Ahem. After a long time, Wang Jianhua reacted, and his excitement was overflowing. Priceless treasure, ah. Xiao Yu, write your name again. Jiang Yu wrote his name on it, then Wang Jianhua took out a seal in the drawer. It had his name printed on it. Xiao Yu, this calligraphy uncle quite like it. This is for Uncle Wang, I'm not too interested in this area. Wang Jianhua excitedly patted him on the shoulder. Great, small feather, in the future we are a family, I will not be polite with you. Uncle Wang don't need to be polite to me. Wang Jianhua admired the Lanting collection preface on the desk. Although this is not an ancient copy, but Jiang Yu's calligraphy art at the peak, then he has seen Yu Shernan, Chu Suiliang real handwriting are better. In terms of artistic value alone, I'm afraid it's comparable to the legendary masterpieces. It is a pity that the real handwriting has long disappeared in history. No one knows where the real handwriting is now, and there is no way to compare. If we talk about the monetary value, certainly cannot be compared with those ancient calligraphy and painting. Some people may like it and offer millions to buy it, but the number of people who buy it should be very small. After all, it is a modern work. Unless it was someone who knew calligraphy and loved calligraphy, it was estimated that they would buy it. Ancient calligraphy paintings and calligraphy is no longer just calligraphy, there is also historical background, stories, hype, and so on. So the monetary value aspect couldn't be compared, but the artistic value was extremely high. Wang Jianhua appreciated for half an hour, and Jiang Yu was also looking at the works in his study. There are modern masters' calligraphy and paintings, as well as ancient calligraphy and paintings. The walls were full of calligraphy and paintings, all of which could be considered fine. But compared to his own calligraphy, these were all quite inferior. This one was the authentic calligraphy of Li Yong, a calligrapher from the Tang dynasty. Wang Jianhua didn't know when he finished admiring the Lanting preface and said to him with a smile, Uncle Wang, how much is this worth? This is what I found in the antique city back then, now it is worth about more than 8 million. This person became famous as a teenager, and served as a member of the Ministry of the Household, the assassin of the bracketed state, and the governor of the North Sea. There is also this painting and calligraphy, is the Song Dynasty authentic, worth more than 6 million. These are also Song Dynasty authentic, some people have offered 5 million price, are my early years of collection, or in the market to find, now too difficult to find, calligraphy and painting no one to sell. Shall you again let you see my collection of good things, other people want to see have no chance. In his study, there is also a safe. With white gloves, he took out a sealed bag from it, and inside the bag there were scroll-like things, like calligraphy and paintings. But when he opened it, Jiang Yu was stunned. The words on it were ancient characters, but he recognized them all. It was actually a pair of imperial edicts from the time of Emperor Tang Taizong. The person who was enshrined turned out to be Ho Junji, one of the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingnan Pavilion, but unfortunately, he later forced the palace to plot against him and was killed. Dad! Dad! Jiang Yu's heart was screaming, how much must this be worth? Wang Jianhua looked at the holy decree, face with a proud color. This is my year to the countryside, in the hands of a countryman received. How much is it worth, Uncle Wang? The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to get it to work. Can you allow me to call you father? Sooner or later, my things are you and Qingyi's, you and Qingyi get along well, wait for the end of the year or else get married, right? Xiaoyu, where is your hometown? Huangbei Province. What do your parents do? My father in the Water Conservancy Department is deputy director, my mom is a hospital head nurse. Wang Jianhua nodded slightly. When free, we meet both parents to have a meal, you and Qingyi things settled. Okay, Uncle Wang. Wang Jianhua has his own intentions in showing this to Jiang Yu. Kid, don't be confused by material things, your Uncle Wang's family is very thick. Jiang Yu, a young man he likes very much, is very much in line with his heart. The two stayed in the study until noon. Eating, Dad. Wang Qingyi's voice sounded from outside the door. The two walked out of the study together. Wang Jianhua opened his mouth and said, Qingyi, go and bring out my Maotai wine, I want to have a drink with Xiaoyu. Wang Qingyi saw his father recognize Jiang Yu, heart relieved, afraid that his father did not recognize him. Mom then introduced her to the blind date. Lunch is very sumptuous, Wang Jianhua mood is very good, and Jiang Yu a cup after a cup. A bottle of Maotai wine, soon to be 2 people finished. Wang Jianhua opened another bottle. Wang Qingyi hurriedly said, Dad, do not drink so much. It's okay, today happy, Qingyi and you and the little feather thing hurry to settle down, the end of the year to get married. Wang Qingyi froze for a moment, the end of the year to get married? Isn't this too early? Dad, I still know Jiang Yu a little short time, wait another year or 2. Wang Jianhua, I think Xiaoyu is a good person, surely will not let you down, this matter is so decided, what do you say, Xiaoyu? I listened to Uncle Wang and everything, when Uncle Wang said when. That's right, come on, let's drink one more. Jiang Yu and Wang Jianhua had another drink. Lu Sufan, Qingyi, your father is right, early settlement, mom is still waiting to hold grandchildren. Wang Qingyi was a bit speechless, this plot development was fast, making her a bit unable to adapt. Let's get married at the end of the year and get a license? It's already October, which means there are still a few months to go. This is also too fast. Jiang Yu, Qingyi, don't worry, I will definitely treat you well, I will listen to you and everything from now on. Wang Qingyi looked stunned and couldn't figure out what he was up to. I'm your father, this is so decided, small feather in the future, time to call your parents to come to a trip to the city of Shanghai, our 2 families to meet and have a meal. Okay, Uncle Wang. Don't call me Uncle Wang, just call me Dad. I'm sorry. Wang Qingyi was dumbfounded. Dad, you've had too much to drink. Wang Jianhua did drink too much, he is over 60 years old, he drank more than half a caddy, and he started to say everything. If you can't drink, don't drink, why do you drink so much? Lu Sufan also thinks that Wang Jianhua has drunk too much, which has so directly let people call Dad. A few minutes later, Wang Jianhua was helped to the bedroom. Although Jiang Yu has a good physique, but after drinking this long, the brain ground is also a little dizzy. Xiaoyu, you go to Qingyi's room to rest, Qingyi is not quick to help Xiaoyu to rest. Wang Qingyi helplessly assisted Jiang Yu to his bedroom, this is her bedroom at home, but now rarely live. Jiang Yu lying on the bed, said to Wang Qingyi, Qingyi, I will sleep first, call me when you leave. Wang Qingyi looked at him lying on his own bed, resting on his own pillow and covered with his own quilt, a little embarrassed. Originally, she felt that she let Jiang Yu to perfunctory, who knows that Jiang Yu is too good, Dad and Mom have already looked at him. Now at the end of the year let them get married. This makes her not know what to do. Looked at lying there sleeping Jiang Yu, she did not have the good sense to slap him. How do you just still put things should be down to the end of the year how to do? At that time then find a reason on the line, I am dizzy, let me sleep. Wang Qingyi sighed and walked out, helping her mom to clean up the dishes. Jiang Yu lying in bed, sniffing the faint fragrance, unknowingly entered the dreamland. I don't know what time, Jiang Yu opened his eyes and saw Wang Qingyi sitting on the edge of the bed. Qingyi, pour me a glass of water, I'm a little thirsty. Wang Qingyi gave him a blank look, go and pour it yourself. You're not my girlfriend now, shouldn't you act like one? Wang Qingyi got up and went outside to pour him a glass of water. Jiang Yu drank the water, his throat was much more comfortable, he took out his cell phone and looked at it, it was already 3:30 p.m. When are we leaving? You wash your face, let's go now, I'm afraid to wait for my dad to wake up and say the end of the year marriage thing. Jiang Yu went out and washed his face, and then talked to Lu Sufan. Lu Sufan stayed for a while, see they have something to go, can only say let them have time to come back often in the future. After getting off the elevator, the two came to the underground garage. Jiang Yu opened his mouth while walking and said, Teacher, do you know those collections of your father? What collection? It's those paintings and calligraphy in the study and the things in the safe. I don't even know what's in the safe, did my dad show it to you? You don't know? He showed me in the morning. Guess what's in the safe? Wang Qingyi asked curiously. What is it? Tang Dynasty Sacred Decree, and is the Tang Taizong enthroned Ho Junji Sacred Decree. Your father told me that the market value of tens of millions of dollars. Wang Qingyi was stunned, and her heart was a little upset. My dad didn't even let me see it. How can I let you see it? Maybe it's because I wrote the Lanting Collection preface to your dad once. He was a little excited. But your calligraphy is really good. Even my dad is ashamed of himself. You know, my dad is also a famous person in the domestic calligraphy industry. Jiang Yu, teacher, my few words. Your dad has said that one is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the Lanting Collection preface that I wrote, it is estimated to be even higher. What for? You want to ask me for money? Am I that kind of person? Uncle Wang said all his money will be ours. Can you give me half of it? I don't want to work for it. I don't want to make an effort. Uncle Wang's family is so rich, it's estimated to be hundreds of millions. My family still has 6 houses over there in Zuishan district. Jiang Yu hugged her arm. Teacher, I don't want to work hard. Wang Qingyi blanked him. Stop messing around, get in the car. On the car, Jiang Yu said to her, Teacher, a moment, you put me in the Wanhua shopping plaza. What are you going there for? I opened the store there, go over and take a look. Wang Qingyi remembered what he had said to her dad. You really opened a store, huh? Yes, but don't worry, teacher, I hired sales clerks, it won't interfere with my studies. Chapter 39, Another Day of Loss. Wang Qingyi opened her mouth and said, Opening a store will definitely distract you, you'd better pay attention to yourself. Knowing the teacher, learning will definitely not fall behind. Open a store here, quite a lot of money, right? Rented small store, a year's rent more than 400,000. Wang Qingyi was a bit surprised. I can't see that you are quite rich. And the teacher's family compared to me is far worse. Uncle Wang a painting casually are a few million. Finished, he looked at Wang Qingyi, continued to say, Auntie, I do not want to work hard. Rolling, called who auntie it? I'm 19 years old this year. Teacher, you seem to be 28, 9 years older than me. Call an aunt is not too much. Jiang Yu, you want to die ah? Teacher joke, in fact, you look only 23-4. More than 20. Minutes later, Wang Qingyi drove to the Wanhua shopping plaza and put him here. Teacher, goodbye. Wang Qingyi blanked him. What he just said was too solid. She didn't want to ignore him. Auntie? How dare you call me auntie, piss me off. Although Jiang Yu complimented her later, it was not enough to offset the anger in her heart. Women are like this, you praise her 100 sentences, damage her a sentence, she remembers is definitely damage her that sentence. Jiang Yu walked to the store. Song Yan is standing there working. How's business today? Song Yan seriously replied, so far about 40 cups have been sold, just now someone ordered 2 cups on the takeaway platform. From yesterday to 9 p.m., a total of 60 cups were sold. The profit per cup is $7, a profit of 420 minus rent, labor costs and so on. Yesterday's net loss for the day was about $1,200. Today it looks like it will be 60 cups at most, which is a traffic dividend. After all, there are quite a lot of people who come here, and it's impossible to guarantee that there will be thirsty people who happen to come in and buy a drink. After all, in the vicinity of the Spirit Do Drink store there is only Starbucks and the mall's Hey Tea, both of which are more expensive. Those who can't afford it will choose their store. Walking into the store, one could clearly see the 3 drinks hanging in the store, and the prices were clearly labeled on them. Jiang Yu looked at Song Yan and asked, Song Yan, our drinks you also drank, what do you think? Quite good, but unfortunately there is no popularity. If there is popularity, our store's business will certainly not be bad. Song Yan drank the Spirit Do drink at the beginning. The taste was better than any drink or beverage she had ever had. At that time, she was stunned that there was such a good tasting drink. Jiang Yu smiled and said, the beginning of everything is difficult, just started certainly will not be smooth sailing, do a good job, in the future I also want to set up branches across the country. Song Yan heard his words and was really surprised by his ambition. He was only 19 years old, and he had such big ambitions? Opening up drink stores all over the country? However, the taste of Spirit Do drinks was really good, and the price wasn't too high. Completely crushing rivals in its class, what was lacking now was popularity. Wanting to raise awareness in a short period of time, there was only one way to do it, and that was to crazily smash money to publicize it. The initial investment may be very high, but with the quality of the Spirit Do drinks, it is not difficult to earn the money back later. While chatting with Song Yan, two customers walked in, a couple. They bought 2 cups of sweet and warm flavored Spirit Dew drinks. Song Yan, have you seen any familiar faces today? Saw a few. At this time Jiang Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Gu Xiaoman. Hello, Xiaoman, what is it? Xiao Yuzi, I have a high-speed train ticket for tomorrow morning, and I can arrive at 2 p.m. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. What are you doing, little Yuzi? At the store. How's business today? About the same as yesterday. Still a net loss of over $1,000. Come on, it will get better. My dad said that the store must be smashed publicity and advertisement in the early stage. Jiang Yu, I know, but the advertising needs too much money. The first few 100,000 may be able to, but if you expand the scale, open a branch, and then want to smash advertising words, at least are millions, tens of millions of burning money. Jiang Yu didn't have that much money, and he didn't think that was the best way. After chatting with Gu Xiaoman for a while, she hung up the phone. Song Yan smiled and asked, Boss, is this your girlfriend's phone? No, I am single, but I have a favorite girl. It is that there are 2. Jiang Yu stayed at the store until 6 in the afternoon, bought Song Yan a dinner and went back. On the way back, he gave Lin Xingya a word to go eat dinner together in a while. Returning to the school. Lin Xingya and Xia Chuchu were already waiting for him at the playground. Seeing Jiang Yu come over, Xia Chuchu smiled and said, How is business today, Mr. Jiang Yu? Today is estimated to lose more than 1,000, only the second day, do not be so early. Lin Xingya heard the loss of so much money, some heartache. Her mother's monthly salary is only 3,000, Jiang Yu 2 days lost more than 2,000. Xia Chuchu, I'd like to see how you can turn a loss into a profit in a month's time. The bet between the two of them is simple. Jiang Yu has to make the store's daily turnover reach profitability in a month's time, and it has to be stabilized. If the first day is profitable and the second and third days continue to lose, then it's still Jiang Yu's loss. You just wait to wash my clothes for a month, just so Qingya can take a break. Shay, where do you get the confidence? I'm still waiting for you to wash my clothes. You'll know in a month. The 3 of them came to the school cafeteria, and while eating dinner, Xia Chuchu received another favor from a senior. But Xia Chuchu rejected it on the spot, not leaving any face at all. Chuchu student charm is really big. Every day there are schoolmasters to ask for your contact information. I guess they all like your double ponytail. Xia Chuchu blankly glanced at him, and then said to Lin Xingya, This kind of people cannot give them contact information. What to make a friend, is with a bad purpose to come, do not be embarrassed, this kind of people are more thick-skinned. There are also people looking for Qingya for contact information? Xia Chuchu said with a smile, Yes, Qingya is so pure and gentle, how can no one want? Lin Xingya hurriedly explained, I did not give, Chuchu. Blasted that person away. Xia Chuchu and Lin Xingya's side is still a little use. If you do Lin Xingya himself, I'm afraid I don't know what to do. Xingya, you give him to explain what, he is not your boyfriend. Lin Xingya's cheeks flushed, lowered her head to eat and no longer say anything. Jiang Yu white Xia Chuchu a glance, the heart just complimented you, you fucking come to pick a fight. Why? I said it is not right, you like Qingya, how not to confess to her? Are you outside a woman? I'm not going to be able to get a lot more than that, but I'm going to be able to get a lot more than that. Paralyzed, this bitch, how to say so accurate. Jiang Yu's face became very serious. Dinner cannot plug your mouth, I and Qingya is still young, to go together the road is still very long, I have my plan, you do not understand my person, some words do not say nonsense. If you talk nonsense, you're damn right. This problem is very serious. Xia Chuchu was the first time she saw his face so serious, and her heart was a little baffled, and she hummed and lowered her head to eat her meal. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Xingya, she was still eating her meal with her head down, and did not know if she had heard Xia Chuchu's words in her heart. He felt compelled to say something. Each of us will one day leave this world, leave everyone around us. I have been thinking, why do I live in this world? What is the purpose of my living in this world? Then I realized that there is a belief that I can live for and die for. When Lin Xingya heard his first words, she looked up at him, her eyes reddening. Everyone will leave this world, and Jiang Yu will also leave her one day. Thinking of this, she couldn't help the tears that were welling up in her eyes. She didn't want to leave Jiang Yu and couldn't bear the pain of him leaving. If there is a day of separation, she hopes that she will be the first to leave. That way, she would not have to bear the pain of Jiang Yu's departure. Xiao Chuchu looked at him stunned, not expecting him to say such profound words. She looked at Lin Xingya again, and when she saw the tear tracks on her cheeks, she realized in her heart the position of Jiang Yu in Lin Xingya's heart. These words were too lethal to Lin Xingya. Jiang Yu reached out and wiped the tear stains on her cheeks with a smile on his face. Why is the silly girl still crying? Let's eat. Lin Xingya beamed and looked at him as if he would leave in the next second. Jiang Yu picked up the spoon and brought the rice to her mouth. Is this for me to personally feed you? Lin Xingya's cheeks turned red, before she lowered her head and continued to eat. Later on, the three of them didn't speak again, and after dinner, they silently came to the playground. Lin Xingya took the initiative to reach out and hold his big warm hand, and gripped him very hard. This caused Jiang Yu to look at her with some surprise. Her cheeks were slightly red and she didn't say anything, staring ahead. Xiao Chuchu also did not say anything, as if she knew she had said something wrong. Jiang Yu dryly coughed. In fact, Chuchu students are quite good. With her by your side I can also rest assured a lot. You are still too poor in socializing and handling. In the future, you can learn more from her, but don't learn the bad things. Xiao Chuchu blankly glanced at him and didn't say anything. Lin Xingya didn't say anything either. They just walked quietly, enjoying the peace and sweetness. Nearly 8 o'clock, Jiang Yu returned to the dormitory. He lay on the bed and swiped Jitterbug, and in no time Gu Xiaoman sent a message. What is little Yuzi doing? I miss you. Why do you miss me? What am I to you? What do you say? Kissed me, hugged me, and now you want to be irresponsible. Seeing his words, Gu Xiaoman hummed in dissatisfaction and pouted her sexy cute cherry mouth. She originally wanted Jiang Yu to say, "You are my girlfriend, ah." But Jiang Yu just did not say. At home Gu Xiaoman her mom also asked her if she had talked to anyone in school. But Jiang Yu simply did not confess with their own, and did not say what the relationship between the two. The two are now at most ambiguous relationship. Hate, ignore you. Gu Xiaoman's arrogance and reserve, again, did not allow her to take the initiative to say, "Am I your girlfriend?" But the behavior of the two was no different from that of a couple. She didn't have much anger in her heart, she just wanted Jiang Yu to say the words himself. The store lost another 1,000 today. Jiang Yu changed the topic. He had to keep the balance between Gu Xiaoman and Lin Xingya. He didn't confess to one of them to acknowledge the relationship because he was afraid of losing the other one. He had been thinking of a way to have the best of both worlds. It was now a case of hiding it for as long as he could. Hey, it's hard to be a man, and it's even harder to be a good man. Chapter 40, Gu Xiaoman returns. October 7th, more than 7 in the morning. Jiang Yu sent a message to Lin Xingya. Are you up? Go to breakfast together in a while. I'm up, we're waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory. Jiang Yu washed up and went down the dormitory building. Today is the last day of vacation. All the students will return to school today and continue to attend classes tomorrow. Jiang Yu came downstairs to the girls' dormitory and saw Lin Xingya and Xiao Chuchu. Today's Lin Xingya was a bit different. She was wearing a single ponytail, a plain face, a pair of pink sneakers on her feet, black bottoms underneath, and long casual long sleeves on top. The long sleeves covered her hips and looked like an ultra-short dress, beautiful and attractive. Her legs were long and straight, not fat and not thin, very attractive. I can play with this leg for 2 years. These clothes on her body were all carefully selected by Jiang Yu, and they were also very attractive on her body. After the weather in Zhanghai City entered October, the mornings and evenings were a bit cool. Seeing Jiang Yu walking, she had a smile on her face and 2 charming dimples emerged, beautiful and charming. Xingya dressed up so beautifully today? Lin Xingya's cheeks were slightly red. Let's go eat. Xiao Chuchu opened her mouth and said, Xingya got up at 6 in the morning to dress up, and I don't know what the figure is. Lin Xingya's pretty face became even redder, somewhat embarrassed. She got up so early because she wanted to dress herself up for Jiang Yu to see. Yesterday, Jiang Yu's words had made her cherish the time when both parties were together even more. She was afraid and worried that one day she would be separated in life and death without giving him the best. Coming to the cafeteria, Lin Xingya paid for breakfast. Jiang Yu said a few words to her, but this silly girl had a stubborn expression. After breakfast, Jiang Yu went to the spirit drink shop. Waiting for Jiang Yu to leave. Xiao Chuchu looked at Lin Xingya. Xingya, you really want to go to the library as a part-time job? That guy didn't transfer a lot of money to you. Lin Xingye said with a red face, when he has no money, I can support him. You think too much about it, he has no money will not give home to ask Xingye sometimes feel you a little silly. Choo-choo you don't wanna go just play in the dormitory, I'll go by myself. I'll go by myself. It's no fun for me to be alone in the dormitory. It's only fun to be with you. Lin Xingye is her good friend, but also the only good friend, she extraordinarily cherished this friendship. Her family conditions are very good, mom and dad are doing business in Shanghai, and do a lot, she will never worry about money. As long as an opening, mom and dad will give her money, less tens of thousands, more hundreds of thousands. Jiang Yu came to the store, probably a little more than 8 o'clock, Song Yan has not come. The store is open at 9 o'clock in the morning, and Song Yan came back after 8:30. Jiang Yu checked yesterday's turnover, about the same as the day before yesterday, yesterday's net loss of about 12,000. There are still a lot of raw materials, plastic cups, and other consumables in stock. Although Song Yan is the store manager, but she is multitasking, and is the store manager, and is the cashier, and is the waiter, but also inventory and so on. It was indeed rather hard work, but the store was not busy with business, so she was also more relaxed. Jiang Yu sat on the chair thinking about the way out of the spirit beverage shop, how to improve the store's turnover. Observe for a few more days, if it doesn't work, he can only use big tricks. More than 8:30, Song Yan came to the store. Seeing that Jiang Yu was cleaning, she hurriedly said, Boss, I'll do it. It's okay, I'll do it, I'll finish cleaning in a minute. Inside the store is not dirty, after all, not many people come, but cleaning to develop a habit. At 9 o'clock, the store officially opened. After a while, there are 2 girls came in to buy drinks, they bought 2 cups of refreshing flavors of spirit drinks. Jiang Yu walked out and looked around, there were more people in the Wanhua shopping plaza at 9 o'clock. In fact, there were usually a lot of people here, and the neighborhood was filled with various universities. Freshmen may have more classes, but many sophomores and juniors have fewer classes and will come over here to buy and consume. Jiang Yu went to the next commercial street and skipped around again. The people on the commercial street were not less than the 10,000 Flowers shopping plaza at all. The things on this side had more categories than the 10,000 Flowers shopping plaza, so it could also attract a lot of people. Both sides complemented each other, retaining most of the neighborhood's foot traffic. The business of the several beverage stores on Commercial Street was good, and there was already a queue, much better than the business of the Spirit beverage store. Jiang Yu observed the morning, and these few drink stores on Commercial Street had sold 300 to 400 cups in the morning. Even at noon, there was a lot of traffic here, and the streets were filled with people. Most of them were young men and women, and they were all presumed to be students from various nearby universities. According to Jiang Yu's estimation, the daily flow of people in Wanhua Shopping Plaza and Wanhua Commercial Street was at least 10,000 people or more. If they caught up with the weekend, the flow of people would be even higher, and it was estimated to reach tens of thousands of people. After all, there were 7 or 8 universities in the vicinity, as well as many residential neighborhoods. The closest thing nearby was the 10,000 Flowers shopping plaza, where most people chose to shop and spend their money. With such a high flow of people, Linglu Drinks was only selling 50 to 60 cups of drinks a day, which was really too miserable. If Linglu Drink Store is a familiar brand, it is estimated to sell several hundred cups a day easily. This was the gap in brand image. At noon he bought 2 lunches to go back. After lunch, Jiang Yu took the bus and switched to the subway to go to the Shanghai City High-Speed Rail South Station. After waiting for a while at the high-speed train station, the high-speed train that Gu Xiaoman sat on arrived. Exit the station. Gu Xiaoman came out and saw him, ran over with a smile on her face and hugged his arm. Xiaoyuzi, how long have you been here? I've been here for half an hour. How much money do you have left? There are still $178,000 or $180,000, what's wrong? When you run out of money, come to me, I asked my dad for some money. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. How much money did you ask for, uncle? Wanted $500,000, I said I want to start a business with my classmates, said half a day to give me $500,000. Jiang Yu wrapped his arm around her small waist and said with a smile, if the Spirit Drink Store does not go on, you will adopt me, okay? Gu Xiaoman hummed, look at your performance. Xiaoman, how many assets do our parents have? Gu Xiaoman's cheeks flushed, who with you are parents, that's my parents. It's not a matter of time. Have your family's assets exceeded $100 million? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Jiang Yu heatedly laughed, Xiaoman, are things uncle and aunt know? My parents asked me if I have a boyfriend, I said no. Jiang Yu gently patted her buttocks, full of elasticity. Scum girl. Gu Xiaoman delicate pretty face instantly red. You hate. She reached out and pinched Jiang Yu's waist. There are a lot of people at the exit of the station, and a youthful and beautiful beauty like Gu Xiaoman naturally attracts a lot of attention. When they saw Jiang Yu patting Gu Xiaoman's butt, their hearts were envious. Jiang Yu and Gu Xiaoman quickly left the place. They took the subway and switched to a bus to the Wanhua shopping plaza. Gu Xiaoman had to come to his store to take a look. When they arrived at the store, Song Yan was making drinks for the customers. Gu Xiaoman surveyed the inside of the store and soon the one customer in the store left. Song Yan makes 2 cups of sweet cozy flavor. Good boss. Song Yan looked at Gu Xiaoman, and in her heart, she was also stunned by her beauty and temperament. This girl is so pretty, is she the boss's girlfriend? Didn't the boss say he didn't have a girlfriend? Soon 2 cups of drinks were ready. Jiang Yu handed a cup to Gu Xiaoman. Xiaoman, you taste how the taste is. Gu Xiaoman took a sip and her eyes lit up. Good, really good. Good, our drink store can certainly do up. Long-time word-of-mouth effect formed. Customers will continue to flow. Gu Xiaoman heard him say our drink store, heart some happy. How long will it take to form a word-of-mouth effect? Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, normal development, I think it will take about 2 or 3 months before the store can stop losing money every day. Now more than 1,000 losses per day, 2 months probably have to lose 50,000 or 60,000, then really will not lose money? Most likely not. Of course there could be any accidents, a lot of things can't be predicted, but I intend to have the store start making a profit every day within a month. Within a month? How do you plan to do that, little Yuchan? I won't tell you first, you'll know when the time comes. Not only do I want to make a profit every day, but I also want to make a big profit. When Gu Xiaoman heard his words, she hummed in dissatisfaction. Don't tell me, who cares to listen? Song Yan quietly listened on the sidelines, which is obviously like a small couple. Later on, Jiang Yu and Gu Xiaoman went out of the store and they came inside the mall. Gu Xiaoman was soon happy again, forgetting all the unpleasantness she had just experienced. She bought 2 fall-style clothes for Jiang Yu and bought some pastries and snacks for herself. The 2 of them came out of the mall and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Gu Xiaoman was also a little tired, so Jiang Yu sent her back to school and then returned to school as well. Back in the dormitory, Fatty Fu Rui and Wang Hongba had already returned. Brother, you went out to buy clothes? You guys came back in the afternoon? Just came back not a while. Brother Fei will play the game and then go to eat? Then play the meeting, 3 rows go up. He told Lin Xingya that he would go to dinner with his roommate in the evening, and asked her to go with Xia Chuchu. The 3 of them played king, and now they were all glory kings, and the people they ran into were all very good, but they still won more than they lost. Later, Han Gaojie also came back, and he also joined in playing for a while. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the 4 of them went to the school cafeteria with a smile on their faces. When eating, the fat Fu Rui said to Jiang Yu, "You brother, you this technology is too cow pen, you go to play the peak match, I estimate that can enter the national top dozens." Wang Hongba and Han Gao nodded. "Brother, you simply open a live broadcast, I see people online more powerful game anchor, annual income are tens of millions." Jiang Yu also knows a little bit about game anchors, he also watched the live broadcast when he was in high school. Every day have to sit there live playing the game, too meaningless. I play a moment, okay, if you have been playing, it is estimated to die of boredom. That's not all for the money. Well, feather brother, with money, beauty, young model at your disposal, then do not forget to bring brothers together with the dash. His dormitory is a group of old men of color. The other day 3 people also get together to enjoy foreign action movies, see their blood boiling. While a few people were talking and eating, a man came towards them. "Jiang Yu, I have something to find you." Jiang Yu looked up, it was Wang Hao, the vice class president of the class. "What is it?" "It's not convenient to say, let's go to the side and talk."